Chapter 001. Isn't this the little prince of the Scions? How? Returned from that unknown planet where birds can't stand the harsh environment there? Yes? An extremely arrogant and disgusting voice sounded in Ye Chen's ears. Ye Chen shook his head, feeling dizzy. What is this place? How strange are the people and buildings around? Ye Chen remembered that he was watching the Dragon Ball Super All-King Universe conference at home, and then a red lightning suddenly fell, and he was stunned. I didn't expect to wait until I woke up, but I found that I had changed places. Little prince, talk to you, are you stupid? That arrogant voice sounded in Ye Chen's ears again. Ye Chen looked up and looked, lying in the groove, this guy who spoke was so tall, at least half a body taller than himself. Looking closely, Ye Chen found that the skin of this product was purple, with a frog mouth, and a rough and uneven face, which looked very ugly. Isn't this guy Chu Yi? Ye Chen was obviously stunned, and then reacted. Ye Chen was sure that he should have crossed into the Dragon Ball world. Ye Chen closed his eyes, and his brain was like a roller coaster, quickly obtaining the memories in this body. I'll go to Bull. It turned out that this body was Scion, and it was also Vegeta's younger brother, and his name was Tabor. Tabor is only 4 years old this year, a year younger than his brother Vegeta. No wonder Ye Chen finds himself short. Ye Chen happened to have watched a theatrical version of the anime about Tabor, and he knew a little about Tabor, and he knew very well that Tabor was born with Wasti Wood, because the combat effectiveness was too low, and he was sent by his father to an unnamed planet on the edge of the universe as soon as he was born, and later married a very strange-looking alien Mushroom Lee. Tomorrow is Vegeta's 5th birthday, so Tabor returns all the way back on a spaceship to celebrate his brother. Who is it bad to cross into yourself, and you have to become a wastewood prince? However, since he is a scion, as long as he cultivates well, he must be able to surpass the limit, right? Once, wasn't Sun Wukong also an inferior warrior with only 2 combat strength? Ye Chen has already decided that his fate is his own decision, and from now on, he will be the little prince of the Scions, Tabor. Tabor glanced at Chu Yi again, and then looked around again, and found that in addition to Chu Yi, there were 7 or 8 people nearby, all of whom were wearing the armor that Scions and Frisia commonly used. It's just that Chu Yi should also be a child. Tabor then wondered, Chu Yi's race may be so old. What is this place? Tabor raised his head and looked at Chu Yi with a smile and asked. Ha ha ha, little prince, I see that you have been sitting on a spaceship for a long time, and your brain has let the donkey kick it, right? Chu Yi laughed, laughing and making fun of Tabor without scruples. Little prince, you inferior warrior can't stay on your own planet well, what is the fun of running back to planet Vegeta? Yes? Oh? Is this planet Vegeta? Overslept. Hee. Tabor finally put his mind down and grinned. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yi laughed loudly, and even many Scion compatriots around him laughed heartily. Scions are a fighting people. Even if you are a prince of noble birth and low in combat effectiveness, you will not be respected by others. Snap! Just when Chu Yi was laughing very badly, everyone suddenly found that Tabor slapped Chu Yi in the face. Tabor was only 4 years old, short in stature, less than Chu Yi's waist. This kid jumped up and hit his face, and this face was too brilliant. For a while, all the people present looked towards this side, and the scene was extremely quiet. Chu Yi was a guest of honor sent by His Excellency Frisia, and now the little prince jumped up and slapped people in the face. I am the prince of the Scion, you alien, dare to run to our Scion territory to spread wilderness, I see that you are tired and crooked. Tabor shouted coldly. Snap! After saying this, Tabor still didn't understand his hatred, jumped up again, and slapped Chu Yi's other rough big face fiercely. Everyone was dumbfounded again. They never expected that this little prince would be so fierce. Chu Yi was stunned, he never expected that he would be beaten by this wild monkey, and he was still hit in the face. You look for death. Chu Yi suddenly came back to his senses, became furious, and immediately slapped towards Tabel's body. Come on, you move me and try it. Hit this way. Tabel, however, was not afraid in the slightest, pointing to his nose without even blinking his eyes. Chu Yi was stunned, really stunned. The fist that had released energy stopped at a distance of less than 10 centimeters from Tabel's head. Chu Yi didn't know why he stopped. He found that the momentum of this little prince of Tabel was too strong, so strong that he didn't dare to have the slightest disrespect for him. Ding dong, the pretense is successful, and the strongest pretense system in history has been activated. Just when Tabel was a little frightened, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What? Tabel was stunned. Simply put, I am the strongest pretense system in history. Every successful pretense of the host will improve your combat effectiveness, and when your pressing reaches a certain height, you will become the strongest warrior in the universe. The system spoke, because you pretended to be successful just now, you reactivated me from hibernation. Loading system? Goldfinger? Tabel has not read online novels before, and knows that with this kind of system Goldfinger, he will be covered with the aura of the protagonist in the future. Oh, is there a big gift package or something? Tabel asked with some excitement. System activation, 10,000 temporary combat power will be gifted. The system explains, these combat power hosts can only be used for 5 minutes, after which the combat power is invalid. In the future, every time the host succeeds, it will improve the real combat effectiveness. And? Tabel asked with some expectation. In addition, the pretending skill, breath holding, can hide the host's own combat power. After the system finished speaking, there was no longer any sound. Tabor then realized that he still had a combat power detector on his left eye. Immediately, Tabel pressed the detector to test Chu Yi's combat effectiveness. Combat effectiveness 10,000. Tabel's heart sank slightly. The pretending system had just given himself 10,000 combat power, plus the original 30 combat power. He couldn't beat people at all. System, pretense system, give more combat effectiveness. Tabel hurriedly said to the system. As for the breath-holding technique, Tabel felt that it was of little use for the time being, just such a little combat power. And it was hidden, which was not shameful enough. Chapter 002. Sorry host, according to the regulations, system activation only gives a temporary 10,000 combat power and breath-holding skills. The system answers in a serious way. Tabel no longer spoke, since there are only 10,000 combat power, it is not a big deal. Although Tabel was a little worried in his heart, he still looked extremely confident on the surface, and his young and immature face did not match his actual age. Get out of here, less shouting in front of me. Tabel squinted at Chu Yi and reprimanded, as if he was an adult and Chu Yi had become a child. Chu Yi couldn't help but snort. This kind of terrifying momentum that only a superior possessed made his heart actually feel a little fear. Pretend to be successful, and increase combat effectiveness by 500. The system suddenly spoke. I'll go, it's all right. Say the last 2 sentences, can improve combat effectiveness. Tabel felt like he was old. After a brief shock, Chu Yi looked at this little prince with a combat strength of only about 30 years in amazement. Hit in the face by a little fart with only 30 combat strength, Chu Yi felt that he was going to have more fires. Moreover, especially after being reprimanded by this little fart just now, Chu Yi felt that his face was thrown into the universe. The next moment, Chu Yi's face had become a little gloomy, and he stared coldly at the 4-year-old child in front of him, and the killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. It's not good, pretend to be strong, this guy wants to kill me. Tabel was startled in his heart, but his face did not show the slightest fear. Wild monkey looking for death, see how I repair you for King Bei. Chu Yi snorted coldly, and a cloud of energy had already condensed in his hand, and he bombarded it head-on towards where Tabble was. Bang! However, just as Chu Yi bombarded in the direction of Tabble suddenly moved. Tabble was short in stature and flew up with a punch that hit Chu Yi directly in the abdomen. What? The energy condensed by Chu Yi collapsed on the spot. Bang! Tabble jumped, flew up, and immediately kicked heavily on Chu Yi's rough face. I only heard Chu Yi snort, his body rubbed the ground, and he slid 10 meters away, and only then could he stop. Everyone was stunned and looked at Tabor without blinking, at their little prince of waste firewood. The once waste firewood actually put Frisia's subordinate Chu Yi down in 2 moves, and it felt a little incredible to think about it. This. That's impossible. Chu Yi rubbed his red and swollen cheeks and stuttered when he spoke. He was actually put down by a waste firewood with only 30 combat effectiveness for 2 moves? Who believes this Nima when he says it? No, his combat effectiveness is definitely not 30. Chu Yi hurriedly used the detector to check the combat strength value of Tabul. Under this look, Chu Yi was still a little confused. Combat effectiveness 503? How is it 500 more? Chu Yi was at a loss, although these 500 were a bit weird, but even if it was 5,000 more, it would not be enough to put himself down in 2 moves. The combat power of 503 is still in existence of inferior warriors among the Scions. Chu Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up with a gloomy face, and stared at Tabble viciously. Still fighting? Toad. Tabble smiled softly and said with a look of disdain. Toad. After hearing Tabor's description, many Scion compatriots present looked at Chu Yi's face, but what is not a toad? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, several Scions around laughed. Shut up for me. You want to die, don't you? Chu Yi was embarrassed and shouted at the Scions. Those Scions glared angrily one by one, but they dared to be angry and did not dare to speak. Because of Chu Yi Frisia's subordinates, the Scions are still very afraid of this cosmic Emperor Frisia. It's just that these Scions don't dare to speak, but Tabble doesn't mean to be afraid. Just now, pretending to obtain 500 real combat power made Tabble's self-confidence swell a little. In this way, Tabor's combat effectiveness plus the temporary combat power given by the system has reached 1,530, which is not a very big difference with Chu Yi. Chu Yi, don't forget, this is planet Vegeta, this is the territory of the Scions, you better be honest with me. Tabble said coldly. Pretend to be successful, get 500 combat power. The sound of the system sounded again. All Scions listen. We are the fighting nation Scion, an alien warrior with a toad face, who also dares to spread wild on our planet Vegeta. Tabble shouted to several fellow Scions present. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was excited. Right. We are fighting ethnic Scions. We will never allow an outsider to come to our planet to go wild. Suddenly, the crowd was excited, and the eyes that looked at Tabble were different. The previous eyes with contempt were already replaced with reverence at this time. Pretend to be successful, get 500 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 500 combat power. The sound of the system sounded again, this time generously, twice in a row. The system you give more, don't give 500 and 500 at a time, Tabble said with some disappointment, but he was very happy in his heart. Before you know it, the system has already raised its combat effectiveness to 2,000. Coupled with the 10,000 temporary combat power gifted, it can be said that Tabble's combat effectiveness has surpassed Chu Yi. Wild monkey, do you really think you can defeat me on your own? Chu Yi was stunned, repeatedly insulted by a 4-year-old child. He was really dizzy. I will let you see my true strength now. When Chu Yi said this, his breath continued to rise. And his combat strength value has also skyrocketed little by little, from 8,000 to 10,000. After several Scions around saw Chu Yi's combat strength value clearly, the arrogance that had been hard to raise was immediately suppressed. The combat power of most scions did not exceed 10,000. After all, even a high-ranking warrior like Naba, when he went to Earth, the combat power was only a little more than 5,000. How about little prince, use your detector to take a good look, what is my combat power? Chu Yi saw that the surrounding scions were already soft-skinned, and his confidence suddenly increased, and he looked at Tabel with a smile. I just wanted to teach you a little lesson, but you kicked your nose on your face. Today I can't repair you properly, you still think I'm still bullying. Chapter 003. Well, the combat power is 10,000 in case, it's not bad. Tabel smiled slightly and rubbed his nose. Whoops! At this moment, 3 scions quickly flew up and stood in front of Tabel. His Royal Highness the Little Prince. Let's deal with him. One of the scions said as he clenched his fists. Get out of the way, I want him to see, I'm not so easy to mess with as a scion prince. Tabel smiled lightly and instructed the 3 scions lightly. These 3 scions are a little uncalm, what is the little prince going to do? Didn't he know that his combat power was only a little more than 500? What do you say? You mean, you're going to fight me? Chu Yi laughed. Not bad, I'm going to beat you to life. Tabel smiled. Well, that's what you said. A wild monkey who has not dried up and wants to challenge me? Although Chu Yi said this, he still carefully observed the values on the detector. This little prince's combat strength is still 503, and there is no change. Beep. At this moment, Chu Yi was slightly stunned, and he found that the value on the detector jumped all of a sudden. 3000 combat strength. After Chu Yi saw this value, he was slightly relieved. If this little brat's combat power is really more than 3000, then it is understandable that he put him down just now because he was too careless. No wonder, you still hide your combat power? It's just that 3000 combat effectiveness. Humph, Chu Yi looked disdainful. Beep. Just after Chu Yi finished humming, he suddenly found that the value on the detector jumped again. 4000. Chu Yi was stunned. Beep. 5000. Chu Yi shouted in a lost voice. Beep. 6000. 7,000. 8,000. 9,000. 10,000. Still improving? Chu Yi's face was a little calm. Beep. Cold sweat broke out on Chu Yi's face, and he clearly saw that the little prince's combat strength value had already surpassed himself. What is my combat power? Say it out loud. Tabel said with a smile at Chu Yi. 10,000. 12,000. This can't be, Chu Yi stammered. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. The sound of the system sounded again. Oh? This time sent 1,000 combat power? Tabel was overjoyed. 1313. 10,000. Bang. As soon as Chu Yi said this, the detector he was wearing on his eyes was booming, smoking and bursting on the spot. This old detector can support a value of about 13,000 is the limit. Chu Yi rubbed his eyes, the whole person was uncomfortable, his combat power was only 10,000, and now this little prince's combat power has surpassed himself, 2,000 more. Didn't I say that? I'm not easy to mess with, you provoked me, you can only count you unlucky. Tabel smiled lightly and suddenly appeared opposite Chu Yi. Chu Yi was dumbfounded, and was calmed by Taber's strong fighting power. Bang! Tabel flew up and kicked Chu Yi to eat. Boom! Tabel jumped and levitated in mid-air. The next moment, Tabel fell from the sky and stepped heavily on Chu Yi's back. Poof! Chu Yi's face turned pale at that time, spurting out a mouthful of purple blood, and his face was also distorted due to the great pain. I said, I'm going to smash your face. Tabel grabbed Chu Yi's neck and opened several bows at Chu Yi. Chu Yi's teeth spewed out several on the spot. And he looked at Tabble with a look of horror, unable to say anything. Bang! Tabble flew up and kicked Chu Yi's chin, and at that time, he kicked Chu Yi and rotated in midair more than a dozen times, and when he fell, he almost fainted in pain. If you have the ability to kill me, Lord Frisia will not let you go. Chu Yi is still a little hard-mouthed to this day, and glared at Tabble with a vicious face. They have all been beaten into this virtue, and this goods are still making provocations and threats, and Tabor's heart is already flooded with killing intent. Tabble walked step by step in the direction of Chu Yi. Vigilance, vigilance. The temporary combat power gifted by the system is only 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Just when Tabble was only 3 meters away from Chu Yi, the system suddenly spoke. And after the system's words fell, Tabble suddenly felt as if his body had been emptied, indescribably tired. I'll go to the system, you have to drain my energy, at least say hello in advance. Tabble was helpless. The system gave a prompt 3 seconds ago. The system replied in a serious way. 5 minutes is a short time. Forget it, don't get tangled, but why do I feel so weak? Tabble hurriedly asked. Fortunately, Chu Yi was already seriously injured. If he suddenly did not have this 10,000 combat strength halfway through the fight, then it would be himself who would be abused at that time. Because the host's combat effectiveness has suddenly decreased by 10,000, it is normal to feel a little weak. The system replied. Tabble silently glanced at Chu Yi, who had fallen to the ground and had been beaten into a sandbag, and a small wave flooded his heart. Tabble knew very well that it was precisely because Chu Yi had a strong backing Frisia, that he was so arrogant. If at some point can destroy Frisia, Tabble was a little looking forward to it. At such a pretentious advancement speed, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Frisia. But then, Tabble's heart froze slightly. Tomorrow is Vegeta's 5th birthday, and it seems that Vegeta will be taken away by Frisia soon. Then, the Scion planet, Planet Vegeta, will also be shattered by a planet-destroying bomb from Frisia, turning into cosmic dust. By that time, all the Scions would not have been spared. Tabble knew very well that Frisia was suspicious by nature, and if he knew that his combat power had surpassed Chu Yi, with his nature, he would be the first to destroy himself. Really wait for Frisia to appear, even if the system has 1100 gift combat power, it is far less than Frisia's kind of perverted guy. Because Frisia's ordinary form has a combat power of 530,000, after 3 incarnations, the combat power cannot be calculated by numerical values. Tabble rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. Poof! Tabble's body suddenly trembled violently, and immediately after, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out of his mouth. The next moment, Tabble swayed, and almost fell to the ground. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. 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 In the midst of the whiskers, several lines of the same text appeared in front of Tabble's eyes, and voices kept coming from his mind. Is that okay? Tabor felt his luck had come. P.S. If you feel enjoyable, be sure to collect. By the way, ask for a reward, not much, even if it is a tip of 100 book coins, it is a great support for me. This book was changed 1 to 2 times the day before it was on the shelves, and it exploded after it was put on the shelves. Chapter 004. Tabble sensed a little, I went, just now, the combat effectiveness suddenly increased by 10,000. In this way, the previous 10,000 temporary combat power that had disappeared was quickly filled back, and it also became its own permanent combat strength. Tabble was a little puzzled. He didn't pretend to be much, he just pretended to be seriously injured, so as to hide his strength. Unexpectedly, the system gave 10 combat effectiveness very cheerfully. Tabble was almost grinning with joy, but he had to pretend to be seriously injured so that he could hide it from Frisia. Seeing the majestic little prince suddenly become this look, several scions present were dumbfounded. The little prince was fine just now, why did he suddenly fall down? A long-eyed scion quickly walked over and helped the little prince up. Chu Yi was also a little confused at this time. What is this kid up to? Suddenly, Chu Yi seemed to have thought of something, and how happy he was. Ha ha ha, he's about to die. He may have cultivated some strange skill on that planet at the edge of the universe, which can forcibly increase his combat effectiveness, but this will also cause his body to be overwhelmed. Although Chu Yi's injuries were serious, he spoke sharply. The scions glared at him fiercely and ignored it. Cut, don't look at me shaky now, but I'm going to destroy you, it's still easy. Tabble sneered. Having said that, Tabble was happy in his heart, and this product really spoke his heart. What Tabble had in mind was that there was such a set of rhetoric as Chu Yi, but he didn't expect this product to come out. Pretend to be successful, trigger the sky thunder, please prepare, the system suddenly spoke. What? Sky thunder? What for? Tabble was stunned, completely confused about the situation. Please prepare, the system's alarm sounded. What? System, you should make it clear, what heavenly thunder? Tabble quickly asked. As he spoke, Tabble suddenly noticed that the sky was covered with dark clouds. Lying groove, is this going to fall thunder? Tabble was a little dumbfounded, he didn't know if his combat strength of about 13,000 could resist the attack of heavenly thunder. Tabor remembered that the scions were awesome and could burst a planet with one punch, but their defenses didn't seem to be very useful. If you are really hit by heavenly thunder, is this Nima a typical pretense to be struck by lightning? Boom! Tabble was wondering if he could avoid the bombardment of the heavenly thunder, when he heard the sound of thunder and lightning rolling, and then red clouds flashed in the sky. Boom! The next moment, a red lightning bolt fell from the sky and smashed on Tabor's head on the spot. Tabble's body was smoking, and after a moment of smoking, he was motionless. Wow! What? Red arcs of electricity flashed on Tabor's body, jumping happily near him. Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't understand the situation at all. Everyone took a closer look, and Tabble seemed to have been seriously injured, and I was afraid that if he did not heal quickly, he would immediately burp. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Chu Yi's eyes widened, and after a short silence, Ling Ti was so happy that he laughed loudly at that time. It's just that Chu Yi's injury is not light, and this smile accidentally touched the wound, and it suddenly hurt so much. Pretend to be struck by lightning. Hit by heavenly thunder, increase the toughness of the body tenfold, and obtain a new skill Realm King Fist. The sound of the system suddenly sounded again. Tabble was stunned for a moment, but also suddenly sobered up. Don't look at the thunder just now, the red lightning is very amazing, but when it hit Tabble's body, he didn't feel much pain, but after being hit, he felt that his body was undergoing strange changes. It seems that his body is stronger. Especially after hearing the system's prompt, Tabble determined that it turned out that the toughness of his body had improved. Also, thankfully, he also learned the Realm King Fist invisibly. The Realm King Fist is a very awesome boxing technique, if you can master it well, at least there is hope to fight Frisia. Even if you transform into Super Saiyan Blue in the future, you can also improve your strength again through the Realm King Fist. System, what does this physical toughness mean? Tabble can literally understand what physical toughness is talking about, but in reality he is vague about these concepts. Back to the host, the higher the toughness of the body, the greater the strength of the attack it can withstand, and at the same time, the multiplier of using the Realm King Fist will be increased accordingly. The system mechanically explained. Then how many times the Realm King Fist can I use now? Tabble asked with some excitement. Withstand up to twice the Realm King Fist. The system says. I'll go, my body's toughness has increased tenfold, how can the Realm King Fist be used twice? Tabble was a little unsure. That's because the host, your previous physical toughness was too low. The system gives an explanation. So, how did this red lightning bolt trigger? Tabble was a little helpless, so he simply changed the question. Pretending to be struck by lightning is randomly triggered by the host after pretending to be forced to a certain realm, and the host will gradually understand it later. The system mechanically answered. Tabble was overjoyed. Although he can only cast twice the Realm King Fist now, once he casts it, his combat power can be equivalent to increasing to 26,000. The combat power of 26,000 is already very good among the Scions. At least now King Bai's combat strength is probably a little more than 20,000. However, the combat power of 20,000 is still just a small ant in front of Frisia. In order not to attract Frisia's attention, Tabble had to continue to pretend to be seriously injured. It just happened that it was struck by lightning just now, and no one really will know about it if it is pretended like this. Therefore, Tabor so pretended to be more like, using breath holding to reduce his combat power to 1. What's going on? At this moment, a slightly immature voice sounded in Tabor's ears. Tabble secretly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the unfamiliar voice. I'll go, Vegeta. Tabble's heart perked slightly. When watching Dragon Ball, Tabble admires His Royal Highness the Scion Prince very much, and he likes his character more. But then, Tabble gradually calmed himself. Now his identity is the little prince of the Scion, that is, Vegeta's younger brother. Don't show any flaws. His Royal Highness the Great Prince, there was a conflict between His Royal Highness the Little Prince and Chu Yi just now, and His Royal Highness the Little Prince repaired Mr. Chu Yi fiercely, a Scion quickly explained to Vegeta respectfully. Chapter 005. And then Vegeta snorted coldly, glanced at Chu Yi, and then glanced at Tabble lying on the ground. And then, I don't know what's going on. His Royal Highness the Little Prince seems to have learned some skills to forcibly improve his combat effectiveness, although he seriously injured Mr. Chu Yi, but I don't know what happened. His Royal Highness the Little Prince suddenly fainted. The Scion explained stiffly. Oh. Vegeta glanced at the other and asked, why did a red lightning fall just now? This. I don't know why, the Scion hurriedly replied. You just say where the lightning hits. Vegeta was a little impatient. This one. Unfortunately, it hit His Royal Highness the Little Prince, the Scion quickly replied. Bang! As soon as this guy finished speaking, he was kicked by Vegeta. The rest of the Scions looked at Vegeta with some trepidation, looking at this 5-year-old child, but one by one, they were very afraid of his terrible eyes, and quickly lowered their heads. What are you still stunned for? Don't send Tabor to the treatment room yet? Vegeta shouted angrily. Yes, Your Royal Highness. The 4 Scions suddenly woke up. It turned out that His Highness Vegeta was angry because they didn't go to treat His Highness Tabble in time. The 4 Scions did not dare to slacken, and one of them quickly picked up Tabble and flew quickly towards the direction of the treatment room. Soon, Tabble was carefully placed in the treatment room by them. Beep. However, as soon as Tabble entered, the 4 Scions heard the sound of the end of the treatment coming from the treatment machine. Hey? That's all right? The 4 Scions were visibly stunned. How come he just entered, and His Royal Highness the Little Prince's injury was completely healed? Tabble was also speechless for a while. Nima, he was not injured at all this was pretended. Unexpectedly, it was recognized by this tattered machine. If these 4 guys knew about it, it would only bring disaster to themselves, and even to planet Vegeta. Snap! Tabble had to open his eyes, pretending to be weak, and said to the 4 of them, you guys stand down first, I will operate this machine myself, and none of you can come in and disturb me until I come out, do you hear? Yes, Your Highness Tabor. The 4 of them were in awe, and there was no longer the contempt in their expressions. After the four guys left the treatment room, Tabble walked back and forth in the treatment room to see if there were any high-tech products like cameras. System, you are so highly intelligent, can you help me see if there is any monitoring installed in this room? Tabble suddenly thought of the system, so he asked casually. Host, according to my scans, there are no cameras or anything like that in this room. The voice of the system sounded, there is only one remote reminder system. If an injured person recovers through the treatment instrument, the remote reminder system will send a message to the medical department. In this way, then I will be relieved. Tabble nodded slightly. He had already planned to take advantage of the fact that there was no one in this place, and first practice the Realm King Fist gifted by the system. Tabble can be said to have rushed to the battle, if it were not for the momentum of the pretense, purely in terms of combat skills, he was really not Chu Yi's opponent. What Tabble has to do now is to master and familiarize himself with the Realm King Fist given by the system as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, Tabble began to cultivate in this healing room. Although the system has allowed Tabble to learn the Realm King Fist, it is really not so simple to master this boxing technique. In comparison, breath holding is relatively much easier. However, perhaps Tabble has the talent for cultivation, or the skills given by the system are relatively clear and thorough, and after Tabble tried for about 5 minutes, the basic essentials of the Realm King Fist had already been mastered by him. Twice the Realm King Fist. Tabble gritted his teeth and immediately unleashed the double Realm King Fist. Although it was only a double Realm King Fist, after Tabble released it, he obviously found that his body was a little heavy. However, its own combat effectiveness also suddenly burst out at this time. Twice the Realm King Fist, causing Tabor's combat power to increase to 26,000 on the spot. At the same time, Tabble did not feel much discomfort, on the contrary, he found that all aspects of his physical quality had improved accordingly. Speed, power, now twice as fast. Tabble glanced at the healing instrument placed beside him, and the corners of his mouth curved. Triple Realm King Fist. Boom! Tabble felt that his energy had increased rapidly again, and his combat power had increased to 39,000 in the blink of an eye. However, in the next moment, Tabble felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart, and he was unspeakably uncomfortable. Sure enough, as the system said, the maximum amount of Realm King Fist he could withstand was only twice as much. 3 Realm King Fist, with Tabor's current physical fitness, once it is displayed, it is also the kind of situation that hurts the enemy 800 and damages himself by 1,000. Whew! Tabble hurriedly put away the Realm King Fist. Rao was so, he was also tired and only gasped, and he grinned in pain. Tabble opened the device with difficulty and climbed in from the outside. The hatch of the treatment instrument snapped shut. Beep! Outside, on Vegeta's detector, a number suddenly popped out. Combat Strength 39. Vegeta was startled, cold sweat slipped down her face, and she muttered in a low voice, could it be that Dodoria is here? But then, that number disappeared all of a sudden. Vegeta quickly inquired into the source of the number just now, and at this glance, he was a little surprised. From the other side of the treatment room, is it Tabor? Impossible, this kid is a waste firewood, how can he have a combat power of 39,000? Vegeta smiled and couldn't help but glance at Chu Yi lying on the ground. Snap! Vegeta smiled softly and stepped on Chu Yi's head. Tell me, to what extent did Tabble raise his combat effectiveness to beat you like this? Vegeta asked with a smile. Vegeta, you're less proud here. Chu Yi said coldly, when I go back and tell His Excellency Frieza, he will do justice for me. Yes. Vegeta rubbed his nose and flew up, kicking Chu Yi to a height. Boom! Chu Yi came into free fall, and the whole person couldn't stop wailing when he was dropped. Carry him away for me, don't let him die. Vegeta snorted coldly, and after saying this, he flew away. Soon, some Scions understood what Vegeta meant. and immediately threw Chu Yi to the treatment room. P.S. If you think this book is okay, collect it, there is still a chapter at 8 p.m. Chapter 006. The Royal Palace of the Scions. King Pei sat on the throne and looked down at the courtiers standing on either side. After discussing some national affairs, King Pei suddenly said, "By the way, I have to send someone to follow Tabor. Bardock, you go, I don't want some aliens to look down on my son." "Yes, King Pei." Bardock quickly bowed, then hesitated and asked, "King Pei, do your subordinates want to follow him all the time?" "As soon as it's Vegeta's 5th birthday tomorrow, let him go immediately," King Pei said coldly. Bardock smiled and nodded, not saying anything more. At this moment, a fellow scion came at a rapid speed and bowed to King Pei. "What's going on?" "Panicked," King Pei said with some displeasure. "King Pei, something happened, His Royal Highness the Little Prince." "His Highness Tabor, the scion stammered a little. "What the hell happened? Was he beaten up? What kind of person dares to hit my son?" King Pei immediately stood up from his throne. Yes. It was Mr. Chu Yi," the subordinate hurriedly replied. "What a dare!" King Pei slapped the table hard, and the table was immediately shattered. "It's not. It was His Highness Tabor who beat Chu Yi," the subordinate smiled bitterly. "What? What did you say?" King Pei was stunned. Several scion courtiers who were discussing state affairs in the main hall also pricked up their ears for a while and widened their eyes. "Little Prince Tabor beat Chu Yi? Why does this sound weird?" The dozen or so scions present all clearly knew that the little Prince of Tabor was a waste of firewood, and his combat effectiveness after birth was only 2, belonging to the inferior warriors of the lower class. Everyone was very curious, not knowing how His Royal Highness the Little Prince of Wastewood had beaten Chu Yi. Back to King Yubei, His Royal Highness the Little Prince's combat effectiveness suddenly increased to more than 13, and Chu Yi was seriously injured on the spot. The subordinate quickly answered. "What? Combat effectiveness 13,000? When King Bei heard the news, he couldn't believe it, and then asked, "Are you sure?" The subordinates saw it with their own eyes, as well as Nipra, Locke, and they all saw it at the scene. The subordinate answered. Ha, let me just say, how can my son be an inferior warrior?" King Pei's eyes lit up. The eldest son, Vegeta, who was born with a combat power of more than 1,500, belongs to the kind of genius warrior who is most likely to become a super scion. The youngest son, Tabor, was born with only 2 combat strength, belonging to the inferior warriors. It can be said that he is simply the embodiment of waste firewood. If it were not for Tabor's own genes, King Bei thought that this kid was not biological. It can be said that Tabor has always been King Pei's heart disease. Now that I heard that the youngest son Tabor actually increased his combat effectiveness to 13, King Bei drank a large mouthful of water on the spot excitedly. "What about the Tabors?" King Pei asked. "King Pei. It seems that His Royal Highness the Little Prince has exerted too much force. Then he was slashed by an inexplicable red lightning, but fortunately it was not life-threatening and had been sent for healing." The subordinate said in a whisper. He wanted to say that the little prince was pretending to be struck by lightning, but if he said this, there would definitely be no good fruit to eat. King Bei's heart sank, and he immediately stopped talking the slightest nonsense, and flew outside. Just out of the main hall, King Bei met his eldest son Vegeta head-on. Father and son looked at each other, and then Vegeta consciously followed behind King Shell and flew quickly in the direction of the treatment room. After about 20 minutes of treatment, Tabor's injuries caused by the 3 Realms King Fist were finally repaired. Tabor walked out of the treatment apparatus and changed into clothes unhurriedly. The next moment, Tabor put the probe on. "System, what is my combat power now?" Tabor smiled and asked the system. "Back to the host, because of the special physique of the scions, after the host recovered from the brink of death, the combat effectiveness of the host was greatly improved, and the host's combat effectiveness was increased to 19,000. 19,000, muttered Tabur. If the Realm King Fist is displayed again, it should not be a big problem to destroy Sob and Doria. Tabul was a little relieved that as long as he didn't come into direct contact with Frisia, his life would not be in danger. Snap! Just as Tabul had just changed his clothes, he heard the door to the treatment room being opened. Tabur fixed his eyes and found that the person who walked in looked very similar to Vegeta, almost portrayed in a form. If Tabul hadn't seen a mini Vegeta behind this man, he would have thought that this guy was Vegeta himself. Tabul quickly recognized that this man was supposed to be his father, King Vegeta. Father. Tabul walked up and bowed slightly. In any case, the person is the king of the Scions, although he has crossed over, but calling him Father King or something, it is not a loss. Tabul, I heard that you beat Chu Yi. King Pei looked at Tabul with a cold face. Not bad, not killing him is already giving him face. Tabul said bluntly. After Tabul said this, he saw that King Pei's cold face already flashed a trace of coldness. Tabul felt a pang of disappointment in his heart. If this guy dared to deal with himself because of this, he didn't mind not thinking about the father-son relationship. Ha 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 ha, well played, well played. King Pei suddenly laughed. Tabul was stunned for a moment. Worthy of being my son, I am proud of you for your achievements. How happy King Pei smiled. Father. It was because I learned a skill on that planet to forcibly improve my combat effectiveness that I was able to defeat Chu Yi by chance. Tabur's heart warmed slightly. Fortunately, King Bei was still a little human, but he didn't let himself down, and then said, father, my skill to improve combat effectiveness can only be used once for a long time, although the healing instrument has treated my injuries, but my combat effectiveness has not improved, but has been reduced to 5 scum. Tabul said with a wry smile, as if it were true. Pretending to be successful, the combat effectiveness will increase by 1,000, the voice and text of the system also surfaced in Tabur's mind. I'll go, can I improve my combat effectiveness without fighting? Tabul was overjoyed. What? King Pei was obviously stunned, and then pressed the detector to check Tabur's combat effectiveness. Beep. Sure enough. King Bei found through the values on the detector that Tabur's combat effectiveness had really dropped to 5 scum. King Bei was dumbfounded for a while, not knowing how to do it at all. P.S. Many friends think that Vegeta's combat effectiveness is not as good as King Bei when he was a child. Here is the picture to prove it. The earliest Hainan version said 5 years old, and the new version was replaced by when I was a child. Chapter 007. What's going on? Can't your combat effectiveness be restored? King Bei's face became cold again, and his expression was full of disappointment. The detector can't deceive. Tabul has only 5 combat power left, and King Bei really believes Tabul's words. I'm not sure exactly. You can only take one step at a time. Tabul smiled. King Pei took a deep look at Tabur, didn't say anything more, turned and left. A scum with only 5 combat strength, and still his own son, as the king of the Scions, it is really difficult to arrange. All King Pei can give is to let this son of Wastewood have a safe environment. After King Pei left, only the brothers Vegeta and Tabul remained in the treatment room. Tabul, after so many years, your habit of crying has finally changed. Vegeta sneered. Oh? When did I cry? Tabul smiled slightly. He knew very well that Vegeta had always had this grim expression. You cried and cried non-stop as soon as you were born, and your brother and I have never cried since I was born. Vegeta smiled softly. Tabul smiled. He really wanted to tell this big brother that in the future, you will be bullied by Frisia and cry into tears. You are my younger brother, although you are only a low-class warrior, but I, the elder brother, will take care of you in the future. Vegeta patted Tabble on the shoulder and turned to leave. Tabble was a little moved, although on the surface, King Shell and Vegeta were very cold and seemed to be a little ruthless, but they were not the kind of cold-blooded animals without a little affection. Judging from the fact that King Pei sent himself to a planet with little power to fight, Tabble can be sure that this is also a means for King Pei to protect himself in disguise. And Vegeta, who can say such words from his mouth, shows that he is still a good brother. Can't help it, Tabble has already made a decision. He has to find a way to save planet Vegeta so that his father and brother can survive well. Tabble collected his thoughts and walked out of the treatment room step by step. His Royal Highness the Little Prince. His Royal Highness the Little Prince. The distance from the treatment room to the outside was about 50 meters, and all the scions bowed to him along the way, and there was no longer the contempt in their eyes. Just as Tabble left the treatment camp, information about Chu Yi suddenly emerged from the detector. Chu Yi has now been healed by the healing instrument. As soon as the goods came out, they quickly put on the detector and looked for the whereabouts of Tabble. Found it. The combat effectiveness is only 5, ha 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 ha. Chu Yi laughed excitedly after seeing Tabble's combat effectiveness data. Ugh. The next moment, Chu Yi appeared in front of Tabble and looked at him with a gloomy face. Wild monkey, you can be considered to have returned to your original form. Chu Yi said with a smug look. You again? You're really underwhelmed. Tabble shrugged helplessly. What do you say? Find death. Chu Yi was furious. Chu Yi, okay, the sores forget the pain, right? Do you still want your detector to explode? Tabble smiled gently. Now his combat power has far surpassed Chu Yi. It can be said that Tabble no longer puts the other party in his eyes. Hearing Tabble's words, Chu Yi couldn't help but shiver. The scene that was severely repaired by Tabble before also came to mind like a movie. You're not welcome here. Tabble smiled coldly. Wild monkeys. Chu Yi's forehead was bruised, and the energy couldn't help but burst out. It's just that Tabble doesn't even raise an eyebrow. System, did you forget me? Tabble was a little puzzled, forced to pretend to be like this, for the Mao system still do not give combat effectiveness. The system judged that it has not yet reached the realm of pretending. The system responded. I'll go. Tabble was a little upset. Take back your dirty hands and get out of here. At this moment, Vegeta came over with a cold face and shouted coldly at Chu Yi. Okay, Vegeta, Tabur, I remember you guys. Chu Yi glanced at the two brothers with a vicious expression, and then did not dare to stay for the slightest, and hurriedly ran to the space launch pad. Hey! A circular spaceship was shot into space, and the next moment, Chu Yi's breath completely disappeared. Humph, when I see him next time, I'll smash his face. Vegeta snorted coldly. Thank you, brother. Tabble smiled slightly. Humph! Vegeta snorted at Tabor and flew away. Tabble was not idle, he thought about it, asked the system about some things about the Realm King Fist, and asked himself if he could increase the Realm King Fist multiple if he passed the gravity control room. Back to the host, no problem. The system replied. Tabble was overjoyed in his heart. He had to cultivate, although the combat power given by the system was already quite a lot, but the simple gift of 1,000 and 11,000 was far worse than Frisia. Moreover, Tabble knew that Frisia was a genius, and after this resurrection, he had only cultivated for 4 months, and he was already on par with the Super Saiyan Blue Monkey King. If he let Frisia run to cultivate, then he would be out of the mix. Tabble immediately arrived at the lab. There are quite a few aliens in the laboratory room, most of them high-tech talents. Who are you in charge of? Tabble glanced around and asked. His Royal Highness the Little Prince. An old man with a white beard hurriedly walked up and bowed in response. Meet His Royal Highness the Little Prince in lower gate. You come with me. Tabble ordered. Yes, His Royal Highness the Little Prince. Dr. Gate hurriedly followed behind Tabor. and he also heard about the heroic deeds of Tabel against Chu Yi, and no longer dared to have the slightest contempt for the little prince. Tabel led Dr. Gate to a no-man's land, and then looked him up and down. "Excuse me. What are the orders of His Royal Highness the little prince?" Dr. Gate was a little scared and didn't know what the little prince was up to. "I want to ask you to help me do something, but it's best not to tell anyone about it," Tabel said. "Don't worry, Your Royal Highness, little prince, I will never say it. Dr. Gate swears by heaven." "Well, I believe you." Tabel nodded his little head, smiled at Gate, and then said, "I want to make a place where you can cultivate, simply put, a room that can change gravity. How long can you make it?" Chapter 008. A room that changes gravity? Well, it can be done in less than a week. Dr. Gate thought about it and said seriously, "Give you 3 days, and that's it." Tabel nodded directly and said, "Hey? 3 days?" Dr. Gate was dumbfounded. "How? Is there a problem?" Tabel smiled and looked at Dr. Gate and asked. "No problem, no problem." Dr. Gate's back couldn't help but ooze cold sweat. "It's terrible, the little prince is so terrible." Perhaps, since knowing that the little prince could easily defeat Chu Yi, Dr. Gate no longer dared to have the slightest contempt. "I'm bullish on you." Tabel smiled slightly and turned around. "In 3 days, I'll come and get it, remember, don't tell anyone, not even my father." "Yes." Dr. Gate quickly answered. After Tabel left, he returned to the palace. Tabra and Vegeta are now 4 years old and one is 5 years old, neither adult or adult, so naturally they are going to live in the palace. Tabel's face was covered with a little color, don't look like he was only 4 years old now, but his real age was already an adult. The royal palace of the Scions should have many beautiful women, right? There was a slight throbbing in Tabel's heart. It's just that Tabel walked around the palace and did not see a single beauty. In desperation, Tabel went to the princess's palace, that is, his mother, to ask for an answer, and then returned to his own palace for a long time to rest. The next day was Vegeta's 5th birthday. It is believed that soon Frisia's personal arrival on planet Vegeta, and then a planet-destroying bomb destroys planet Vegeta. At that time, all Scions will be the dust of the universe. Tabel had to plan his future, and he didn't want his father to die because of it. And if you want to keep your father, you have to keep the planet of the Scions. Tabel is a little big-headed, he is just a small Scion with a combat power of less than 100,000, and he is only 4 years old. If he can give himself a few years of cultivation time, he may be able to surpass Frisia. However, time is really limited now. Of course, it is easier to just escape by yourself. After all, Tabel itself hides well. That night, Tabel lay on a cot and pondered things. At this moment, Tabel suddenly heard a clang sound in the palace, as if something had been dropped. Oh? Could it be that the father and the queen quarreled? Tabel was stunned for a moment, then smiled, and then without the slightest hesitation, ran quickly outside. Tabor has never seen a Scion father quarrel, and I don't know if it will start. If you fight, the scene must be exciting, right? Tabel is a little excited, and now it's idle anyway. Tabel ran quickly in the direction of the main hall. Before anyone arrived, Tabel heard a cold voice sound in the distance, "This is what you carefully prepared for me." Bang! After this voice fell, Tabel heard a dull sound at the same time. Immediately afterwards, a corbel came straight in his direction. Tabel was obviously stunned, and quickly tilted his head, which was to avoid the cow leg. "Lord Beerus, I'm sorry, I'll go and rearrange it right away." King Pei's somewhat trembling voice also sounded at this time. "What? Beerus?" Tabel's face changed color and he was taken aback. Could it be Beerus, the god of destruction? Tabel suddenly came to his senses. Yes. According to the plot of Dragon Ball Super and the theatrical version of Gods and Gods, Beerus did come to planet Vegeta when he was very young, and King Beta also received him with hearty food. Not long after the day, it seemed that Beerus began to sleep, and this sleep lasted 20 years at once. After thinking about it more carefully, Tabor straightened out some key issues. Beerus is the god of destruction, responsible for destroying the planet, and in the process of sleeping, he gave the glorious and great task of destroying the planet to Frisia. In this way, Frisia's destruction of planet Vegeta in the first place was somewhat with the tacit approval of Beerus. Tabble decided to go up and see. Beerus was terrible, but Tabble had the confidence to deal with him. However, just when Tabble just stepped forward, he was suddenly pulled back from behind, and then his mouth was also covered by the other party's hand. Shhhh. A voice sounded from behind. Tabble could tell from his voice that it was not someone else who pulled him back, but his brother Vegeta. Tabble nodded slightly, meaning that he would be very careful, and only then was Vegeta let go. King Pei, I'll give you 5 minutes to immediately re-prepare a table of rich food for me, otherwise. Beerus's voice was filled with a cold smile, and although the following words did not continue, the meaning was already obvious. I'm going. Could it be that the food made by his father did not satisfy Beerus at all, so Beerus had the intention of destroying planet Vegeta? Tabble seemed to have thought of something. Of course, the reason why Beerus wants to destroy planet Vegeta is probably related to the fact that the Scions are too evil, but more of the relationship seems to be in the food. Yes, go and prepare in the next place, it will definitely satisfy Lord Beerus. King Pei trembled and said in shock. Go, remember, it's only 5 minutes. Beerus smiled coldly. I'll do it. At this critical juncture, Tabble suddenly shouted, startling Vegeta behind him. Immediately afterwards, Tabble walked over from outside without fear. Seeing Tabble appear from a corner, Beerus only glanced at him faintly, without the slightest surprise, because he had long known that Tabble and Vegeta were hiding in that corner. Tabble! Get me out quickly! King Pei was frightened and hurriedly shouted at Tabor. The next moment, King Bei saw Vegeta next to Tabble and quickly made a look at him. Wait! Father, brother, don't touch me first! Tabor quickly waved his hand and said to Vegeta and King Beta. I let you out, did you hear that? King Pei shouted sharply, Vegeta, take your brother out! Tabble! Vegeta was also a little angry, although he was small, he knew very well that this cat-like guy was not easy to mess with. After all, even his own father bowed to him, which shows how noble this person's identity is. Even the universe emperor like Frisia, when his father saw him, he only bowed slightly. After Vegeta finished shouting softly, he grabbed Tabor, said I'm sorry to Beerus, and planned to leave with Tabor. Lord Beerus, aren't you going to let me try? I make something that's definitely a delicacy you've never tasted before. Tabble said quickly. P.S. There is one more chapter in the evening, continue to ask for favorites and flowers. Chapter 009. Beerus glanced at Tabble and did not speak. However, just as Vegeta was about to leave the hall with Tabor, Beerus suddenly spoke. Wait a minute, come back. Vegeta froze, feeling a bit of a dilemma. Come back. Come back, King Pei beckoned to his son. Vegeta had no choice but to return with Tabor. You say, you can prepare me a meal? Beerus asked as he looked at Tabble with a smile. System, what exactly is this guy's combat effectiveness? Can you tell? Tabble asked the system. Be vigilant, don't pretend, pretend to be in front of God is to seek your own death. The system's alarm sounded. I'll go, isn't it just a cat, it scares you. Tabble couldn't help but tease the system. Not a cat, vigilant, not a cat, but a god, a god. The system alarm sounded again, Only when the host advances to become a god can he have the capital to pretend in front of him. Be cautious and cautious. Oh? Am I eligible to become a god? Tabble shuddered slightly. Yes, host, the system can do anything. The system mechanically responded. Little one, how? Aren't you scared? Thinking that you are still young, I cannot pursue your impolite behavior just now. Beerus said with a smile at Tabble. How did he know that Tabble was discussing his affairs with the system at this critical moment? Don't be afraid, Lord Beerus, please give me 5 minutes, and I will give you your first taste in no time. Tabble said confidently. Oh? Then I have a little bit of anticipation. Beerus sniffed and smiled softly. Tabble doesn't know when this goods came, but people are gods, isn't it easy to come to planet Vegeta? As for what to cook for Beerus, Tabble is already confident. When Tabble ate at night, he also found that the food on planet Vegeta was really bad. Even the food in the palace, most of them are directly cooked meat, and the most infuriating thing is that there is no seasoning in it. It can be said that what scions usually eat is considered original. Of course, if you are used to eating mountain and sea delicacies, eating some of these original foods is also a pleasure. But tasting this food without a little seasoning all the time, it's a little unpalatable. When I ate at night, if Tabble wasn't hungry, it would be hard to swallow. Tabble didn't say anything more, and immediately asked the next person to prepare 3 pounds of mutton for himself. Then, Tabble cut the 3 pounds of mutton into slices, took the sticks and put them on one by one, and ordered someone to go to the beach and take 10 pounds of seawater. After all the 3 pounds of lamb were dressed, Tarber soaked the lamb in seawater. After about 10 seconds, Tabble put the lamb kebabs over an open flame and rolled over the grill. In less than 5 minutes, the delicious lamb kebabs were made by Tabur. Because the scions didn't have any seasonings here, Tabble had to replace it with seawater. Fortunately, the lamb here is very delicious, plus the skill of grilling, it smells fragrant. Beerus sniffed, his eyes widened, and he couldn't get back for a long time. Come, little one, let me taste. Beerus said. Ugh. However, just as Tabble was about to hand over the roast lamb, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and gently took the handful of lamb skewers in his hand. Weiss, what are you doing? It's mine. Beerus shouted. I'll try it first, Lord Beerus, don't be so petty. Weiss said, pulling down one of the lamb skewers. Tabor did not expect that Weiss would suddenly appear. But if you think about it, the god of destruction and the angel Ves are equivalent to a combination. The god of destruction is here, and it is normal for Ves to be nearby. At this time, both King Bei and Vegeta were frightened and dumbfounded, and at the same time they were at a loss. King Bei, in particular, saw Beerus arguing with a child for the first time. At the same time, what makes King Bei a little puzzled is that he has never seen Weiss, and he doesn't know who this person is. How dare he grab something to eat with the god of destruction? Wow, it's so delicious, it's delicious. After tasting a bunch of lamb kebabs, Weiss immediately patted his chest happily, feeling so delicious. Such delicious food, Vis tasted for the first time. Oh, this little bamboo skewer, put the delicious lamb evenly on it, put it on the charcoal and grill. Combined with a little bit of the hot taste of seawater. Wow, such a wonderful delicacy, how did you come up with it, little one? Weiss ate with relish, and while saying this, he simply swallowed down 10 skewers in one gulp. Weiss, give it to me. Beerus was anxious, and seeing Weiss eating with a sluggish look, he knew that this skewer must taste very good. Here you go, Lord Beerus. Weiss smiled slightly and only gave Beerus a string. You! How petty! Beerus said angrily, but after thinking about it, it was never too late to taste the taste first, maybe it was not to his liking. However, when Beerus ate a bite of the roasted meat, his eyes lit up brightly, and there were even some small stars shining. After a short silence, Beerus pounced in the direction of Ves. Weiss hurriedly swept down the skewers in his hand and ate them in one gulp. In this way, Beerus has nothing but a skewer. Beerus became angry and looked at Weiss viciously. Weiss, you are so unspeakable, you must know how to share delicious food, you ate so much in one go, just gave me a string, do you think it's fair? Beerus questioned angrily. Oh, Lord Beerus, I can't help it. Weiss grinned. You can't help it. You clearly did it on purpose, on purpose. Beerus said angrily. Lord Beerus is angry, this little guy still has a skewer in his hand, but it will be fine in 5 minutes. Weiss pointed at Tabor. At this time, Beerus finally reacted. Yes, this little prince of the Scions is still here, let him bake it again. Little one, you hurry. Beerus ordered. Okay. Tabble smiled and nodded. Seeing that Tabble only used 3 pounds of mutton to amuse Beerus, King Bay was dumbfounded at that time, unable to speak for a long time. P.S. Huo, if you are still enjoying reading, even a 100 book coin tip is a great encouragement to me. Chapter 010. King Bay breathed a slight sigh of relief, thanks to Tabble today. If it weren't for Tabble, I'm afraid this great god would be very angry, and it was possible to destroy planet Vegeta on the spot. What's your name, little one? Beerus looked at Tabble with interest and asked, if I'm not mistaken, you should also be the son of King Pei, right? Yes, my name is Tabor, the second prince of the Scion. Tabble answered calmly. Beerus nodded slightly, but his eyes were always fixed on the tumbling roast in Tabor's hand. Actually, Lord Beerus, if you give me a little time, the taste of this roast will be even more exquisite. Tabble suddenly raised his head and looked at Beerus and said. What do you say? Could it be more beautiful? When Beerus heard this, his saliva was almost dripping. This roast lamb is already the most delicious food he has ever tasted, and now this little guy says that the taste can be even more beautiful, which is amazing. How long will it take, Tabble? Weiss wiped his lips on the side. It can take about half an hour to prepare the materials. In fact, it is not difficult to work. Tabble mused. Okay, half an hour, half an hour. Beerus nodded, and then said, however, within half an hour, you have to continue to provide me with the kind of barbecue you used to have. Hearing that Tabble had about half an hour to go, King Pei began to get nervous again. King Bei wanted Beerus to eat and get out quickly, he didn't dare to provoke this great god, let alone have too many unnutritious words with this great god. Now that Tabble wants Beerus to stay here for at least half an hour, King Pei can be described as crying and laughing. Lord Beerus, no problem. Tabble smiled and nodded, dealing with 2 foodies, he was still very easy. In the past, when Tabble was fine in college, he ran to the wilderness with charcoal and ovens with his classmates to eat self-service barbecue, and the materials for the barbecue were also prepared by Tabble himself. Making this roast now is too easy for Tabor. Then such a pleasant decision. Beerus smiled and glanced at King Bei. King Bei, you don't seem to welcome me. Hearing Beerus's words, King Bei knelt down at that time, and quickly denied it. Don't dare, not dare, Lord Beerus can come to planet Vegeta in person, it is our Scion honor, and it is too late to welcome it. Vegeta saw that his father knelt down, and immediately knelt in front of King Beta with his father. Beerus looked at the father and son with a smile, and then at Tabor. Lord Beerus, if it affects the mood of the griller, I'm afraid it tastes a little. Tabble smiled lightly, then took out a roast meat and pointed to the black burnt part on it. Look, this place is baked. Beerus hurriedly came over and sniffed in the place where the batter was baked, and sure enough, the taste didn't seem to be good. Get up, you won't have to kneel in front of me in the future. Beerus smiled and commanded King Shell and Vegeta. Yes. How surprised Betty was. No need to kneel in front of Beerus, the god of destruction, in the future? Just because of a word from the youngest son Tabble? King Pei couldn't believe that his youngest son, Tabor, could still make Lord Beerus value it so much. "Come man!" Tabble suddenly shouted outside. Soon, 4 guards walked in quickly from outside. "The 4 of you, go to our planet immediately to look for these 2 things, chili peppers and cumin. And give you 20 minutes. Tabble commanded the 4 guards. Yes. Although these 4 Scion guards did not know what these 2 things were for, they saw that King Bei also acquiesced at the scene, and immediately did not dare to ask more, remembered it in their hearts, and ran out to get busy. The Scions were still quite efficient, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the 4 Scion guards returned with chili peppers and cumin. Fortunately, these 2 plants also grow on planet Vegeta, but Scions usually treat them as weeds. Tabble took the pepper and cumin, crushed it, and sprinkled it evenly on the lamb kebab. Suddenly, the palace was full of aroma, and the aroma of grilled meat coupled with the harmony of cumin and chili pepper made this lamb kebab look even more delicious. Beerus, afraid that Wes would take the lead, rushed up first and snatched it from Tabble's hand. Then, Beerus ate a lamb kebab with chili pepper and cumin and was stunned. The previous lamb kebabs were already very delicious, but I didn't expect that just adding these 2 ingredients made the lamb kebabs taste even more delicious. Oh, it's delicious. Weiss took a small half of the meat skewer from Beerus's hand and tasted it with relish. After the 2 ate 3 pounds of roast lamb, they were still not very enjoyable. So, while the iron was hot, Tabble brought another roast leg of lamb to Weiss and Beerus. The 2 great gods ate red and couldn't stop burping. "Thanks for the sumptuous dinner in Tabor, thank you." Before leaving, Weiss shook hands with Tabor. "Mr. Weiss is gracious." Tabble smiled. "King Pei is disturbed." Weiss went over and shook King Bei's hand again. "Don't dare, don't dare." King Pei was terrified and hurriedly bowed back. After more than an hour of contact, King Pei found that this Weiss seemed to be even more powerful than Beerus. Therefore, for Weiss, King Pei did not dare to have the slightest disrespect. As for the god of destruction, Beerus, he was more ruthless and did not have contact with Tabble and them. "Let's go." Ves waved at Tabor. "By the way, Mr. Weiss, Lord Beerus, tomorrow is my brother Vegeta's birthday, hee, I still have a good food." Tabble smiled or something. "Oh." When the 2 great gods of Ves and Beerus heard this, their eyes were shining brightly. "Okay, then we'll definitely taste it." Weiss smiled and waved. Beerus also smiled at Tabor rarely. "Hey!" The next moment, the 2 turned into a colorful streamer, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Ha." As soon as Ves and Beerus left, King Bei softened and fell directly to the floor of the hall, panting heavily. Tabble knew that his father was frightened by the 2 great gods. "Father, tomorrow's brother's birthday, have you invited Frisia?" Tabble walked up to King Bei and asked with a smile. "Frisia? How?" King Bei got up from the ground and looked at Tabble and asked. Chapter 011. I mean, if Frisia hadn't been invited, wouldn't it have been time to invite now? Tabble said to King Bei with a smile. "Tabble? What do you mean? Why invite Frisia?" King Bei can't understand this little son of his own. "Father, I heard that Frisia would have been dissatisfied with us Scions for a long time, and if he," Tabble smiled, the meaning of his words was already clear, "if Frisia can come to our planet Vegeta tomorrow, with my friendship with Lord Beerus, I believe that he will be more relaxed when he does certain things." Hearing Tabble's words, King Bei's eyes lit up, and his eyes flashed. Vegeta is still young after all, and he can't see the twists and turns in it, and he pretends to be cool there. King Bei thought of the words, and then through the detector, he was contacted by Frisia. "Isn't this King Bei? What's going on?" Frisia asked in a strange tone. "Your Excellency Frisia, tomorrow is Inyuko's 5th birthday, I wonder if you have time tomorrow? If Lord Frisia can come, our planet will shine brightly, said King Pei to Frisia in a pretending to be respectful. Is it? Then I'll go over. After Frisia finished laughing, he broke off. Father, what did he say? Tabble quickly asked. He said he would come over. King Pei told the truth, and then lowered his voice and asked, Tabble, tell me, tomorrow on your brother's birthday, do you really have a delicious meal for Weiss and Lord Beerus? Don't worry, father, I will naturally make them satisfied. Tabble smiled confidently. King Pei is a little unable to understand Tabur. This child has been away from him for 4 years, how to come back and look like a completely changed person. But if you think about it, King Pei has never taken care of this child, and he can be so impressive, and he learned it on that unknown planet. Meanwhile, Ves and Beerus, the god of destruction, are speeding towards their realm. Oops, I forgot one thing. Beerus said suddenly. Did Lord Beerus want to destroy planet Vegeta? Weiss asked with a smile. Yes, that's exactly what I plan to do. Beerus nodded thoughtfully. Doesn't Lord Beerus want to eat kebabs? Weiss smiled slightly. It's more difficult. Check it out tomorrow, if the Tabble kid doesn't make something delicious, hee. A bad smile appeared on Beerus's face. That evening, Tabble went to the palace's kitchen to work for a while, preparing some food materials, and then returned to his room to rest. The next day, as the sun rose over the horizon, Tabble also woke up. The first thing Tabble did when he woke up, he quickly checked his body. Fortunately, he was still the prince of the Scions, and there was no change. System, are you still alive? Tabble quickly summoned the system. Back to the host, the system never rests, running day and night. The mechanical return of the system. How much combat power do I have now? Tabble asked. The host's combat power is still 19,030, and it has not changed. The system answered. 19,000, Tabur mused, then asked, by the way, I wonder if the system has heard of Dragon Ball. The system knows everything, and the Dragon Balls mentioned by the host are round pure solids with a diameter of 37,196.2204 km made by the dragon god Salama in the 41st year of the divine calendar, a total of 7, distributed in the 6th and 7th universes. The 7 golden yellow beads are marked with red stars ranging from 1 to 7. In order to allow people to see the red star mark from any angle, the dragon god Salama was constructed on the original principle of refraction and obtained a patent in the 42nd year of the divine calendar. After collecting the 7 beads distributed across the 2 universes, he shouted in the language of the gods, "Come out, the dragon of the gods! Please grant my wish, and the dragon of God will appear for you to fulfill it. Only one wish can be fulfilled no matter what it is." After the wish is fulfilled, the 7 Dragon Balls will be rescattered in the 6th and 7th universes, waiting for those whose wishes have not been fulfilled to come and collect. The system said nearly 300 words in one breath, but Tabble was stunned. What Tabble was asking about was actually the Dragon Balls of Namex, and he knew very well that the system was talking about the Super Dragon Balls. Now for Tabble, Super Dragon Ball is something that you don't even dare to think about. A Super Dragon Ball is the size of a planet. How does this Nema collect it? System, do you know the Dragon Balls of that Mizing? Tabble had to ask. The Dragon Ball of Namex is also called the Wishing Pearl, which is a fragment scraped by the Namex people from the Super Dragon Ball a long time ago, and the wishes that can be fulfilled are limited. The system is really omniscient, and even said the Dragon Ball information of Namex. If I find the Dragon Ball of that mimesis and fulfill the wish of an immortal body, I don't know if it is appropriate. Tabble asked with some expectation. Host, Namanex's Dragon Ball wishes are limited, but the wishes of the immortal body can indeed be fulfilled, but it is not the true immortal body. The system replied. What do you say? Tabur was puzzled. How is it that the immortal body is not a real immortal body? That sounds weird. A true immortal body, once the body is severely damaged, will repair the injuries caused by the body on its own. The system replied, however, ordinary immortal body, once the body is severely damaged, the injury can only be recovered through treatment, if the host realizes this wish. As long as the powerful enemy controls the host and tortures it every day, the host can be described as better than death. I'm going, Tabble couldn't help but snort. The host wants to go to name seeing. The system asked. I want to go find the 7 Dragon Balls, but listening to you say so, I don't know what wish should be fulfilled. Tabber mused. Tabble originally wanted to have an immortal body, but if it was really just an immortal body that could not repair the injuries of the body, it really didn't have much use. What Tabble wants to have is the kind of immortal body similar to the King God Zamas, of the 10th Universe Internship Realm, which is simply powerful. If the host really collects the 7 Dragon Balls made by the Nemesis, he can fulfill his wish to repair the system. The system says. Fix the system? Do you have a problem? Tabble was stunned and asked again. The system has a failure due to the Big Bang, and currently can only provide the host with basic combat effectiveness and a little of the most commonly used skills. If the fault is repaired, each time the pretense is successful, it will obtain higher combat effectiveness while providing a certain number of pressing points. System interpretation. P.S. There is another chapter in the evening, which is close to 30,000 words. If you think this book is still worth reading, give a tip to encourage and encourage. Chapter 012. Pressing point? What is it for? Tabble quickly asked. Push points can be exchanged for great prizes. System interpretation. What are the rich prizes? Speak it and listen. Tabble was excited in his heart. He felt that the system was good now, but he didn't expect that it was just a faulty system. If it could be repaired, these prizes must be excellent, right? Among the skills, there is a destructive technique used by the god of destruction Beerus, as well as the angel Weiss's time travel, and the next one, there is the flash time of the 6th universe killer hit, and the teleportation of the realm king god. The system explained, among the items, the best are Super Dragon Ball, as well as the elixir immortal bean that immediately recovers from injuries. Hearing the system's words, Tabble's eyes straightened. Tabble had seen Beerus's destructive skills on TV, but just said destruction to Zamas, and a generation of trainee kings fell, leaving no ashes. Even, VES turns back time and can take the time back 3 minutes. If nothing else, if he mastered these 2 divine skills, Nima would also become a god. There is also the flash of the 6th universe killer hit, which can temporarily stop time and launch attacks on your opponents. Tabble was overjoyed and immediately agreed. For now, the best way is to go to Earth first. At least Earth's Dragon Balls should be relatively easy to collect. Thinking of this, Tabble felt a lot of excitement in his heart. Because today is Prince Vegeta's 5th birthday, many people from the Frisia Legion have descended on planet Vegeta to celebrate the festival of this genius warrior. Beep. At this moment, several values suddenly jumped on Tabur's detector. Combat strength 20,002. Tabble was slightly surprised. This guy's combat effectiveness is really not low. However, immediately after, Tabble's face suddenly changed color. Combat power 100,000. What people? Tabble was surprised. Could it be that Kainu and they were coming? Tabble hurriedly and cautiously walked out and swept far away in the direction of the detected value. This look made Tabble a little dazed. I saw 2 figures appearing in the sky, one with red skin, and his whole body seemed to be covered with acne. This person Tabble knew, wasn't it Frisia's lackey Doria? As for the other man, Tabor had never heard of or even seen it. This person who was with Dodolia was relatively short, but his appearance was very terrifying. This person is almost exactly the same as Frisia. It can be said that it is equivalent to a small Frisia, only 2/3 the size of Frisia. Strange, his combat power is 100,000, and my detector actually didn't explode. Tabble puzzled the questioning system. His real combat power is 100,000, and now his combat power is only a little more than 30,000, and the system repairs the detector to the host by itself to view the opponent's real combat power. The system replied, "This person, like the host, can freely control his own combat power." Tabble didn't expect that the system was still doing tricks on the detector, but thinking that it was useful to himself anyway, he didn't ask more. "Who is he?" Tabble grabbed a scion by the hand and asked. "His Royal Highness the Little Prince, he is Ys, the son of His Excellency Frisia." When the scion spoke, cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and he muttered to himself. "He is worthy of being the son of His Excellency Frisia, who has 30,000 combat power at a young age. Frisia's son Ezer?" Tabble's mind quickly searched for Frisia's son, and then suddenly realized. Isn't Ezer a character who appears in Dragon Ball AF? This guy's combat power is difficult to deal with even the 4th level of Super Saiyan, and later it was Son Gohan who became the 5th level of Super Saiyan to destroy Xeona. What Tabble didn't expect was that in the Dragon Ball world where he was located, there were actually Dragon Ball fan manga characters. Ezer and Dodoria only stopped in the sky for a moment, and the steps were speeding towards Tabor. It's not that two people are coming to find trouble with Tabble, mainly because Tabble lives in the palace, and the two come to celebrate the birthday of Prince Vegeta. It is said that a child's birthday is not a major celebration, but because the Saiyans are a fighting nation, relatively speaking, they are also famous in the whole universe, so on the prince's birthday, many people came to congratulate him. As for the act of celebrating his brother Vegeta's 5th birthday, Tabble felt that King Beta was a bit redundant. King Bei did this presumably to prove to the whole universe that his son Vegeta was amazing, but the more he spread Vegeta's genius combat power, the more unfavorable it was to the Saiyans. It's just that when Tabble crossed over, the birthday was already a foregone conclusion, and he couldn't change that. Ezer and Doria passed Tabble's head one after the other. As for Tabor, he was directly ignored by the two of them. When stepping into the gate of the palace, Ezer glanced towards Tabor. Although Tabor is young, he has a set of red screens, this bright red cloak, which is generally only used by the royal family. "Who is he?" Ezer casually asked Dodoria. "His Highness Aize, he seems to be King Bei's youngest son Tabble, a low-class warrior, born with combat strength but just born by King Bei sent to a planet on the edge of the universe. It is estimated that it is his brother's birthday, and King Bei misses his young son and calls him back." Dodoria also followed Ezer's gaze and saw Tabor at a glance. Only 2 combat strength? Compared to his brother Vegeta, it's really a world. Ezer smiled. "It's not." Doria grinned, and out of curiosity, pressed the detector to detect Tabble's current combat strength. At this look, Doria almost burst into laughter. "Laughing at what?" Ezer shook his tail and asked. "Your Highness Aize, after 4 years of experience, this little prince's combat strength is only 5. Ha 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 ha, in 4 years, the combat effectiveness has increased from 2 to 5, which is really an inferior warrior among inferior fighters." Doria was happy, and the look in Tabble's eyes became more contemptuous. This kind of inferior nation also dares to claim to be a fighting nation. Ezer smiled softly and ignored Tabble again. For the unscrupulous words of the two, Tabble did not pay attention to it at all. And when Tabble just saw Ezer's tail, he suddenly thought of his own tail. Didn't Saiyans have great ape transformations? After transforming into a giant ape, the combat power is increased tenfold. Tabor's current combat strength is more than 19,000, so if a giant ape transforms, it can reach a height of 190,000. However, Tabble does not make the moon, and thinking of this, he quickly ran to find Vegeta. "What? Are you going to learn how to make the moon with me?" Vegeta was stunned for a moment and asked, "What are you going to do?" Chapter 013. My planet often has bad guys coming over, and I can't beat them. But I think if I can turn into a great ape, I won't have a problem dealing with them. Tabble touched the back of his head and said to Vegeta with a smile. Isn't it possible for you to forcibly increase your combat effectiveness? You have even defeated Chu Yi, are those people you are talking about even stronger than Chu Yi? Vegeta asked. That's not it, the main thing is my method of forcibly improving combat effectiveness, once used, although it can become very powerful, but the planet I am on cannot help me recover, when I become a vegetative person, who takes care of me? Tarber shrugged his shoulders and started talking nonsense. Pretend to be successful, gain 1000 combat effectiveness. The sound of the system suddenly came out. I'll go to the system, don't talk suddenly, you don't say anything this night, I forgot you. Tabble couldn't help but say. The system did not reply, apparently rarely making such jokes with the owner. Oh, my combat power is already 20,000, great. Tabble was excited in his heart, just now he was just fooling around, and actually let the system pretend to be judged. Hey? The system said before that it still has a fault, is this what it calls a failure? System, what exactly is pretending? I don't seem to have counted just now. Tabble thought about it and asked anyway. Count. The system just said one word. Are you sure you're not malfunctioning? Tabble asked with some skepticism. No glitches, no glitches. The system replied. Pretending to be successful, the combat effectiveness will increase by 1000. However, as soon as the system finished speaking, a voice sounded in Tabble's mind again. I'll take a go, this is not called a malfunction. Tabble didn't do anything this time, and the system suddenly added 1000 combat power to itself. Tabble is happy, this guy's failure is a good thing, for no reason to improve his combat effectiveness, it's like pie in the sky. Not a malfunction. Tabble even felt that he would not repair the failure of the system first, it seems that the Earth line, for the time being, can run aground. The host must not collect Dragon Balls, if the system continues like this in the long run, the combat effectiveness will increase by a maximum of 1000 each time, when the host's combat effectiveness reaches more than 100,000, although it is not a judgment of pretending, you can also obtain combat power, but 1000 combat power is useless for a host with a total combat power of up to 100,000. The system said suddenly. Tabble's heart sank slightly, I'll go, will the combat effectiveness only give 1000? Didn't you give back 500 before? Isn't this growing? However, the system is right, although the goods are faulty now, sometimes the judgment is inaccurate, but it is too little. When your combat effectiveness reaches more than 100,000, 1000 combat effectiveness is too little. So, after fixing this fault, you can give 10,000 combat strength at a time. Tabble asked. The combat power value, after exceeding 1 million, will no longer be obtained, but will be given away in other ways. The system replied. Other way? What does it mean? To be clear. Tabble asked. Scions can transform, and the system will give the host a Super Scion transformation. The system says, of course. The premise is that the faults in the system must be fixed. Super Scion transformation. There was a rush of excitement in Tabble's heart. Unexpectedly, even the Super Scion knew that if he could really transform into a Super Scion, at least he would not be afraid of the current Frisia. Tabur, you have to see clearly, I will only demonstrate it once. Vegeta said suddenly. Don't look at Tabble and the system chatting for so long, in fact, they communicate with the brain, there is no need to speak, and it seems to be a blink of an eye from the outside. Hearing Vegeta's words, Tabble suddenly woke up, and before he knew it, the system gave himself another 2000 combat power, and now he counts down, his combat power is already 20,000. If you come back to a double realm King Fist, then your own combat power can be increased to 40,000 too, and it is completely enough to abuse that Doteria. However, it is not easy to deal with Frisia's Sun Ease. Of course, if you can transform a giant ape, turn into a giant ape and then have a double realm king fist. I'll go. Combat strength of 420,000. There was a rush of excitement in Tabal's heart. However, Tabal is well aware that Ys, like his father Frisia, will transform further, so the only way to deal with this monster is to severely injure him before he has time to transform. Optimistic, the process of making the moon is very simple, as long as the planet's oxygen and its own energy are fused together, so that this energy bomb releases a light intensity of more than 7,000 Hz, the tail will be transmitted to the brain after receiving light, so that there is a change in the great ape. Vegeta smiled slightly, and then a glittering ball of energy suddenly appeared in his hand. Tabal took them all to heart, and tried a little as Vegeta said. Snap! The next moment, an energy ball also appeared in Tabor's hand. Tabal, your combat effectiveness is too low, and the energy balls condensed are of little use. Vegeta smiled and continued at Tabor, when your combat power is increased to at least 100 or more, and then throw the condensed energy ball into the sky, the artificial moon can be done. Oh? I see, brother. Tabal nodded. Vegeta smiled gently, then absorbed the energy ball in his hand into his body, and took a deep look at Tabal. By the way, brother, hasn't Frisia come yet? Tabal asked. I'm afraid Frisia won't be here today. Vegeta said. Oh. Tabal thought about it. Frisia had already sent his son over, and it was estimated that he was less likely to come. I go, if this goods does not come, then my plan will be in vain. It's really not possible, and I can only use Frisia's son Ezer as a target. Your Highness Vegeta, Your Highness Tabor, the banquet will begin immediately, and the guests from all over the universe are almost seated. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Tabal was stunned for a moment. Wasn't the banquet all in the evening? Scions are really strange enough. What kind of banquet do you have early in the morning? In fact, what Tabal didn't know was that when Scions and these aliens held banquets, most of them were from early in the morning until late at night. Tabal turned his head and looked at it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I'm going, Monkey King? Chapter 014. But immediately after, Tabal denied his idea. This product is not Sun Wukong at all. According to age inference, Sun Wukong should not be born yet. According to the plot of the original book, that is, the day Sun Wukong was born, the planet Vegeta was destroyed. This guy who looks exactly like Sun Wukong should be Sun Wukong's father, Bardock, and he can be regarded as the first fierce man in the Dragon Ball world to transform into a Super Saiyan. Bardock, you're Bardock, right? Tabal asked, looking at Bardock. It's down. Bardock nodded in reply. Was your son born? Tabal asked with a smile. Hey? Not yet. It should be 2 days to give birth. Bardock was stunned for a moment, a little confused what Prince Tabal meant by this. Well, I can see that one day in the future, your son will grow to a very high height. Tabal said with a smile. Thank you for His Royal Highness the Prince's praise. If the son of His Royal Highness the Little Prince can have half of the strength of His Royal Highness the Little Prince to defeat Chu Yi, then he will be happier than anything. Bardock smiled slightly, thinking that Tabal was just talking casually. After all, in Bardock's eyes, Tabal was nothing more than a child. Tabal said nothing more and entered the palace with Vegeta one after another. As soon as he stepped into the banquet hall of the palace, Tabal felt 2 eyes sweeping towards him. Tabal knew it must be Iser and Doria. However, these 2 gazes quickly shifted away from their bodies, and it was obvious that they felt that their combat effectiveness was too low, and they felt that they had lost their value. Immediately afterwards, more eyes swept towards his body, and Tabal looked left and right, and found that there were already many alien guests sitting on both sides, and they looked varied. Tabal smiled in his heart, silently swept over, and found that Frisia's son Ezer was sitting on his father's throne with his toes high. Looking at the face of the father again, it was indeed livid and livid. The throne was snatched away by someone else, and it is strange that King Bei can be in a good mood. King Bei, this chair is not comfortable at all, I think you should change to a new one. As soon as Aize finished speaking, the throne under his ass was torn apart on the spot. Boom! The throne under Iser, the throne of the Scion, was thus destroyed. Everyone looked at it with a surprised expression on their faces. Of course, they knew very well that this throne was destroyed by Aize. Oh! King Bei, look, I just said that your throne is uncomfortable, but I didn't expect it to make a tantrum and self-destruct. Iser shook his head and smiled softly. King Bei dared to be angry but did not dare to speak, so he looked at Aize angrily. King Bei, your two sons are coming, let's start the banquet quickly. Iser did not give King Bei a chance to vent, but glanced at Vegeta and Tabor with interest, and beckoned to them, come, two little princes, come and sit. Come and sit. Vegeta snorted coldly, not paying attention to Iser's meaning at all, but randomly found a seat and sat down. Seeing Vegeta's expression like this, Iser's face was full of smiles. Your Highness Aize, where are you letting me sit? Although Tabble was angry in his heart, he did not show it on the surface, but asked the other party with a smile. Here. His Royal Highness the little prince is the most suitable to sit here. Dodoria answered and pointed to a small bench. The small bench was small, and if Tabble sat on it, it wouldn't match his identity. Because the guests who come to the banquet are all sitting on chairs. Okay. Tabble smiled slightly and walked step by step in the direction of the small bench. All the aliens watched this scene with grinning, and they were looking forward to how wonderful this little prince would be sitting on this small bench. King Bei wanted to stop it, but he knew better that if he spoke now, it would only be more humiliating. However, just as Tabble walked to the small stool, Tabble suddenly stopped, and he did not immediately sit up. Look, what's up there? Tabble suddenly pointed to the stool and shouted. Tabble suddenly shouted, startling Dodoria beside him. Everyone craned their necks and looked towards Tabor's stool. As a result, there was nothing on this stool. What? Wild monkey, what are you calling? Dodoria shouted angrily. He was startled just now, and his heart was a little unhappy. How dirty do you see this up? Yes? I am the Prince of the Scion, and you an alien are also in front of me? Don't you think you're ashamed? And Prince Ben is still young, you are an adult teasing children, think it's funny, right? Tabor's expression suddenly became serious, and he shouted at Dodoria's face. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the aliens in this banquet hall were full of watching the play. As far as they know, this little prince named Tabble is a low-class warrior, that is, often called waste firewood. When this kid was just born, his combat strength was only 2, and then he was sent to the frontier of the universe by his father King Bei. Unexpectedly, this kid did not have high combat effectiveness, but his temper was quite big, and he dared to reprimand Dodolia in front of Aize. Of course, many people have heard the story of the little prince vs Chuyi, but in their opinion, 80% is that the Scions want to deliberately raise the identity of this little guy. After all, from the detector, our little Prince Tabor, the combat effectiveness is only 5 scum. Dodolia was stunned at that time, and he never expected that this little prince would dare to point fingers at him. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Darius' eyes widened, she looked at Tabor in disbelief, and then pressed the detector at him. Beep. Ha 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 ha. After seeing Tabor's combat effectiveness, Dodolia couldn't help laughing at that time, and said loudly while laughing, everyone has noticed, this kid's combat power is only 5 scum, you say, if I repair him, I'm afraid he will die if I blow a breath. Ha 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 ha. Many aliens laughed loudly along with Doria, and did not mean to put King Bei in their eyes at all. After all, many aliens are very clear that His Highness Iser is the protagonist today, and what Prince Vegeta's birthday is pure nonsense. Chapter 015 Your Highness Aize, if I beat your subordinates, you won't be angry, right? Tabble ignored Doria and looked at Ezer and asked. Oh? How so? Ezer didn't expect Tabble to say such a thing, and he was stunned for a moment. If not, then I'm welcome. Tabble smiled softly. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. The sound of the system sounds. Tabble seems to understand that the more he pretends to be in front of his opponent, the more opportunities the system has to increase its combat effectiveness. Look, this has only said a few words, the combat effectiveness has improved so much. Today, Tabor's combat power has reached 23,000, which is more than 1,000 in Doria. Tabble's self-confidence is also skyrocketing, this is that he does not use the strength of the Realm King Fist. If the Realm King Fist is displayed, it is easy to do more in seconds. Ha ha ha, King Pei, did you hear that? Your little son is so interesting, he said he was going to be rude to me? Is it? Doria laughed. King Bei quickly looked at Tabble. Tabble gave King Pei a reassuring look. King Bei hesitated slightly, but finally made up his mind, gritted his teeth and said, My young son has a strange personality, you have to be careful. Oh? Is it? You say let me be careful? Doria was even happier. King Pei didn't say anything more, just smiled. After yesterday's contact between Tarber and Beerus, King Pei understood that this young son was not the kind of reckless person, and he should have a reason for doing so. So King Pei also came to push the boat along the water, and at the same time, he also wanted to see how strong his youngest son Tabor was. Your Highness Aize, allow me to teach this wild monkey a good lesson. Doria bowed slightly towards Izer. Yes, but today is his brother's 5th birthday after all, don't beat people to death too hard. Ezer smiled, ordered to Doria, and then looked at King Bei, and said with a smile, How about King Bei? I'm still kind, right? If I change my father, he won't mind letting Doria destroy your young son. Then thank you Izer. King Bei smiled, although his expression was very calm, but his heart was nervous for no reason. Okay, let me teach you a lesson today, a wild monkey. Doria got up from her seat and looked at Tabble with a smile on her face. However, just when the two were fighting each other, a figure quickly came and appeared beside Doria. Tabble fixed his eyes and saw that it was no one else who appeared here, it was Chu Yi. Your Highness Ease, Mr. Doria, allow me to teach this rampant wild monkey a lesson. Chu Yi hurriedly bowed. Doria glanced at Chu Yi and nodded slightly, for him, a child with only 5 combat strength, he really disdained to make a move. Now that Chu Yi is here, let him help teach this little prince a lesson, that is the best. Chu Yi, why are you here again? Do you think you can hit me? Tabble is a little big-headed, this guy is really haunted, he knew that if he could see Beerus, he should have destroyed this goods in the first place. Wild monkey, you are going rampant, yesterday I accidentally hit your Deo, this time I will let you taste my power. Chu Yi said angrily. After saying this, Chu Yi burst out his breath, intending to go up to find Tabble desperately. Wait! Izer suddenly spoke. Chu Yi had to stop quickly, and looked at Aize with some puzzlement. You just said that you fought him yesterday? It seems that he was beaten by him? Ezer heard the words. Your Highness Aize, I was careless. Chu Yi hurriedly answered. Oh? I hope you are not careless this time. Ezer smiled slightly and took a deep look at Tabble. Seeing that Chu Yi was about to start a war with Tabor, Vegeta finally couldn't bear it, and wanted to come up to help, but was pulled by King Bei behind him. Vegeta glanced back at her father and found him shaking his head slightly at him. Vegeta stopped moving too much and watched Tabble silently. How do I clean you up? Or seconds you count? Tabble mused. Ha ha ha, Tabor, you don't have a toothache when you talk big. Chu Yi sneered. Ugh. However, the next moment, Chu Yi suddenly found that the table in front of him suddenly disappeared. Chu Yi's face suddenly changed color, because he saw the moment when table disappeared just now, and grinned at himself. Chu Yi could never forget that terrible smile, the smile that was enough to make him feel terrified. Where? What about people? Chu Yi was shocked and hurried to look for Tabor's figure. Stupid, in the back! Doria shouted. Chu Yi suddenly woke up, and then quickly released a layer of huge energy backwards. Click! However, Chu Yi's energy had not yet been fully released, and everyone present only heard the sound of bone exercise. Bones! When they looked again, everyone was surprised to see that Chu Yi's head had been separated from his body. Chu Yi's head was like a leather ball, rolling towards the entrance of the hall. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected such an ending, and even the scions who had seen the battle between Tabor and Chu Yi before couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Tabor smiled gently. His current combat strength has reached 24,000, it can be said that it has exceeded Dodoria's 2,000. Now, the hall was extremely quiet, and everyone looked at Chu Yi's falling head with a stunned expression, unable to say anything. No, no. It's not like this, Chu Yi's head burped on the spot after saying this. Bang! Tabor walked over step by step and opened a big foot to Chu Yi's head. Hey! Chu Yi's head flew into the sky, not knowing where it went. The next moment, Tabor looked at Doria with a smile. You, Doria's face had changed color, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Chu Yi died? Just like that, this kid kicked his head off at once. Doria was extremely shocked, and after his body trembled violently for a while, he quickly used the detector to check Tabol's combat effectiveness. Chapter 016. Chapter 16, Abuse of Doria. What? Combat effectiveness 15,000. Doria was stunned at that time, he never thought that this kid's combat power would reach 15,000. And after hearing that Doria reported the combat effectiveness of Tabol, everyone was stunned again. Immediately afterwards, many people pressed the detector to check the combat effectiveness value of Tabol. Bang bang bang! In the next scene, the scene was simply too spectacular, and most people's detectors exploded on the spot after seeing the combat strength value of Tabor, and one by one they let out a scream. Of course, many people use new detectors, but it is not a big problem. Combat effectiveness 15,000. How is this possible? Doria stammered a little. Isn't the combat power of the scions only a little over 10,000 at the highest? Only 15,000, it's no wonder that this idiot Chu Yi will die. Ezra smiled softly, and the long tail suddenly raised high. Bang! Ezzy's tail twitched heavily on the floor of the hall. Boom! Suddenly, a long crack appeared on the ground, and the palace was also shaky, almost collapsing. Seeing Aize Fai, many aliens present quickly put away their surprise at Tabor. The really powerful figure is this His Highness Aize, is it good? Although that Tabor is powerful, it is only a combat strength of 15,000 after all. Hehe, it's not bad, no wonder this little prince is so arrogant, it turns out that he really has a certain strength. Aize smiled coldly, and then looked at King Bei and said, King Bei, I didn't expect that you were really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, hiding your son to the edge of the universe. You want to rebel against my father one day, right? King Bei snorted coldly, which can be described as a for tat. There was a hint of killing intent flashing in Aize's eyes, but when he came, his father specially explained that the scions were still a little useful, and it was best not to kill them all. Therefore, after Ezra smiled coldly, he looked at Tabor with a smile. Little monkey, do you know that you have to be low-key? No wonder, you are still young, but only 4 years old, you don't understand these truths. Aizer smiled coldly at Tabor. It seems that your Highness Aize, you are not too old, right? How old are you? 4 or 5? Tabel was not afraid in the slightest, looked at Ezra with a grin, and asked bluntly. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. This little Prince Tabel is also too unsophisticated. Didn't he find out that Iser already wanted to destroy him? This kid is looking for his own death. Your Highness Izawa, can I kill him? Dodoria bowed and pleaded. Yes. Aize nodded with a smile, and then his small triangular eyes scanned everyone present, and said coldly, I can say okay, this is a personal grudge between the two of them, and if anyone dares to interfere, I will not be polite. After saying this, Aize looked at King Bei with a smile. King Bei ignored it, but his heart was worried for a while. After all, Tabel's combat power is only 15,000, how can he resist the monster of Doria? Although King Bei didn't understand, how did Taber's 10,000 combat power come from? Vegeta is also a little squirmished, he thinks his younger brother Tabel is also too powerful, right? His combat effectiveness has actually far surpassed himself. Vegeta was somewhat unbalanced. Okay. Let's end this battle as soon as possible, and I also want to congratulate Prince Vegeta. Doria smiled, looking so confident she was. Ready? Tabel smiled softly. Okay, you can attack. Dodoria waved at Tabor very arrogantly, I can let you attack me first, lest others think that I am bullying the small. I'm afraid you'll regret it. Tabel smiled. Ha ha ha, little monkey, do you know what your combat power is? Yes? Are you making a head show funny? How arrogant is Doraria Lingti? Very good, I'll let you see my true strength. When Tabel said this, his breath suddenly burst out. What? Combat effectiveness 16,000? This kid actually hides his strength? Doria was slightly taken aback. However, immediately afterwards, Dodoria saw an evil arc drawn at the corner of Tabur's mouth. Beeb. What? The combat power is 17,000. 18,000. 19,000. Still growing. Dodoria's face was full of shock. The good looks are still to come, watch your detector. Tabel smiled, and his breath lifted again. Doria was completely dumbfounded. In the end, Doria was surprised to find that Tabel's combat power had stopped at the value of 24,000. Combat power 24,000. 2,000 taller than me, Dodoria's eyes widened, how shocked, and even cold sweat slipped down her face. But it's only 24, he's still young, as long as you deal with it well, you won't lose to him. Iser smiled softly and took a deep look at Tabur. Everyone was shocked. The little prince of the Scions, once a waste firewood, once a low-class warrior, now his combat strength has actually reached 24,000. If this kind of thing is not seen with their own eyes, no one will believe that it is true. Especially King Pei, his body was a little shaky at this time. The youngest son used such a high talent, and he, the father, also felt extremely honored. Looking at Vegeta again, his body couldn't help but tremble, I don't know if it was out of jealousy or excitement. No wonder you are so arrogant, it turns out that your combat power is 2,000 higher than mine. Doria struggled to calm herself. Can we start? Tabel smiled. Well, I want to see how powerful your 20,000-4 combat power is. Doria snorted coldly, and did not care about letting Tabel attack him first, he quickly swept in the direction of Tabel first. Bang! Dodoria threw a powerful punch and went straight to Taber's seemingly weak body before greeting him. Ugh! However, just when Dodoria looked like he was about to hit Tabel, Tabel's figure shook and disappeared in front of his eyes. Dodoria was shocked and hurriedly patrolled back and forth. On top. Tabel smiled slightly and stepped on Dodoria's head. Dodoglia snorted at that time and punched him hard in the direction of his head. P.S. Thanks Sky Tree Shadow Reward. Thank you for the 7 Realms rewards. Every tip you give will be recorded in this book and grow with this book. Chapter 017. Ugh! The next moment, Dodoria felt that his fist had fallen short again. Then, Dodoria looked around, still not finding Tabor. In the back, Tabor's voice rang out. Soul Fade! Doria was furious, and slammed into a powerful wave of energy in the direction of Tabor. Boom! Suddenly, the small half of the royal palace was turned into ruins by Dodoria. Several aliens directly opposite Doria were killed on the spot. You're going to be out of luck if you ruined my brother's birthday banquet, and our Scion Palace. Tabor's voice became gloomy. Of course, the energy wave released by Doria just now had long been easily dodged by Tabor. Little monkey, your speed is quite fast. Doria's face was very ugly. Idiot, the combat effectiveness has increased, and the speed is naturally faster. Tabor smiled softly. Ugh! Immediately afterwards, Tabor's figure shook, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Doria. Bang! Tabor flew up and kicked directly on Dodoria's pink fat head. Dodoglia snorted at that time, and the whole person flew out upside down like a cannonball. This kick of Tabor kicked Dodoglia outside the palace hall at that time. Tabor smiled slightly, flew up, and stepped on Doria's chest. Ah! Dodoria spewed out a mouthful of black blood, and the whole person was uncomfortable. For a time, everyone present flew into the sky one after another, looking at Dodoria, who was beaten and vomited blood, with a surprised face. Bang! Tabor grinned and opened a big foot at Doria's fat body. Dodoria flew into the sky like a monkey. Boom! Dodoria fell from the sky and smashed a large hole in the ground. You! Doria got up from the ground and glared at Tabor with a blank eye. Isn't it very unwilling? Tabor smiled slightly. It's right if you are unwilling. I originally wanted to leave you with a dog's life, but I have changed my mind. Hee, Dodoria, you seem to be very embarrassed. Do you need me to help you? Iser smiled at Doria and asked with interest. Thank you, Your Highness. Eyes, no need, it's just to deal with a little monkey, I still have a grasp. Doria burst out laughing. Oh? What are you laughing at? Tabor was stunned for a moment, looked at Doria and asked. Little monkey, you have completely angered me, so the combat power hidden in my body has also inadvertently burst out. Doria laughed maniacally, and then his combat power suddenly increased. Tabor was stunned, he didn't expect that Doria still had hidden combat power. Looking at Dodoria's combat effectiveness, it has already soared from 20,000 to 28,000 high. Everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded after seeing Doria's terrifying combat power. It's terrible, this guy actually hides his combat effectiveness. Some of them looked at it now, and the aliens present were excited. However, many scions pinched a sweat for the little Prince Tabor. Dodolia's combat power has increased to 28, can the little prince still beat him? For a time, the atmosphere at the scene could be described as extremely heavy. How about the little monkey, didn't you think of it? I am King Frisia's henchman, do you really think that I only have 20,000 taels of combat power? Doria laughed maniacally. Hee, I didn't play at my real level. Tabor rubbed his nose and said with a smile. What did you say? Dodolia was stunned. Keep your eyes wide open and take a good look. Tabor smiled slightly, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Twice the Realm King Fist. Bang bang! Just as Tabor cast the Realm King Fist, all of a sudden, Doria's detector exploded at that time, and at the same time, the detectors of many people around also exploded. However, there are several new models of detectors that are well preserved. Doria rubbed her eyes and looked at Tabor with some incredulity, her eyes widened. Dodolia is very clear that the maximum value of combat effectiveness that his detector can detect is more than 35,000, and now the detector has exploded, proving that Tabor's combat effectiveness has far exceeded 35,000. His Highness Aize, he. What is his combat effectiveness? Dororia stuttered. 48, Aize looked at the detector, his facial muscles jumped, and said in a deep voice. What? 48? Ha 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 ha, Dodolia didn't really laugh this time, but the kind of laughter with a crying flavor. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. At this critical moment, the sound of the system sounded again. System, you really give 1000 and 11,000, Tibur was speechless. However, the timing of the system's gift of 1000 combat power was just right, and Tabor also burst out the 1000 combat power gifted, and at the same time, coupled with the bonus of the Realm King Fist, his current combat power suddenly increased to 50,000. What? Another 2,000? 50,000? Aize's face was a little unsettled. What? It won't. It won't. The detector must be malfunctioning. Doria was completely stunned. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. 52,000. Aizer is counting again. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. 54,000. Cold sweat slipped down Aize's face. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. 50,008, Aize's body trembled a little. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. 60,000, Aizer's face completely changed color. What? Dodolia suddenly roared and suddenly fell to the ground. Tibur was stunned for a moment and looked at Doria. Beeb. Judging from the values displayed on the probe, Doria's combat effectiveness is now less than 60. System, check and check the body of this goods, how did you do it? Good suddenly fell to the ground? I haven't cut him yet. Tabble hurriedly asked the system. Back to the host, Dororia was frightened and had lost the ability to fight. The system responded. I'll go, just such a little guts, and come out to mess around. Tabble shook his head. Everyone widened their eyes and mouths one by one looked at Tabble with shocked expressions, unable to say anything. Even, King Pei almost fainted with excitement. Chapter 018. As for Vegeta, he also smiled wryly and was completely calmed. Humph, hum. After Ezer snorted coldly 3 times in a row, he ripped off the detector he was wearing on his eyes. Snap! Aize smiled coldly, and the detector in his hand shattered. Your name is Tabul, right? I really underestimate you. Aizer's voice was very cold. How? You finally can't help it, do you want to challenge me? Tabble did not show the slightest fear, but looked at the other party with a smile. What a big breath, in this vast universe, except for my father and my grandfather, no one has ever dared to speak to me like this. Aizer sneered. System, are you sure that Beerus will arrive soon? Tabble quickly asked. Back to the host, VES and Beerus still have 30 seconds to reach planet Vegeta. The mechanical response of the system. Tabble immediately took a reassuring pill, looked at Aize and asked, Your Highness Aize, you really shouldn't have come today. Oh? What do you mean? Aize smiled lightly, and then said with interest, It seems that you really have inflated self-confidence, and your combat power is 60,000. Indeed, to my surprise, it is already comparable to the members of the Kainuit team. However, do you know what my combat power is? 100,000. Tabble smiled. After hearing Tabur's words, Aizer suddenly felt panicked in his heart. Nima, the words let him say it, he felt that he was half pretended to be beaten back. It's just that what makes Aize feel puzzled is how did this kid know that his combat power was 100,000? Also, since he knew that his combat strength was 100,000, then with his 60,000 combat power, why did he dare to challenge himself? You must want to ask me, why do I only have 60,000 combat power, but I dare to challenge you, right? Tabble said coldly. Hee, you spoke my heart. Ezra smiled. I admit that my combat power is far inferior to yours, but if you think that we scions are good bullies, you are very wrong. Tabble shouted, we are a fighting people, we scions saddle up for you and your father Frisia, but you deliberately humiliated us on my brother Vegeta's birthday. So, I'm going to fight for our people. After hearing this, many scions present were all passionate, as if they had beaten chicken blood. Even King Pei almost raised his hand and shouted in joy. Yes, we are a fighting people, and we do not allow others to be bullied. We scions can fight to the death, but absolutely no one is allowed to insult us. Tabble snapped. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. This time, the system gave 3,000 combat power to Tabble at a time, and Tabble's combat power also rose to 66. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny, it's so funny. After Aize was stunned for a moment, he laughed, clapped his hands, and shouted loudly, yes, your wonderful speech makes me feel passionate, but wild monkeys are wild monkeys after all, then I will let you die as you wish. Saying that, Iser flew quickly in the direction of Tabble. Tabble was also ready to fight, and he wasn't sure if Beerus would stop Iser now, and if he didn't, he would have to fight hard. That Iser, you stop me! Just when Iser's fist was less than a centimeter away from Tabor, a voice suddenly sounded. Aize frowned. I don't know who is so bold and dares to call his name by name. However, Iser did not mean to stop, the punch full of energy. I believe that as long as it hits Tabble's head, it will definitely make him feel better. Snap! At this critical moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed Iser's arm. Aize felt a huge unshakable force rushing towards him, and his fist could no longer advance an inch. Iser was flabbergasted. What people? Who exactly? Why is it so much energy? Iser hurriedly looked back. Later, Iser saw an alien who looked like a cat and wore strange clothes. Who are you? Iser asked with a cold face. Little one, your situation seems to be very bad. Beerus said with a smile at Tabor, ignoring Iser's meaning at all. Ahem, Lord Beerus, you are here. Tabble smiled reluctantly. In fact, when Tabble was just saying something loud that made the scion crowd excited, he learned through the system that Ves and Beerus would arrive soon. At this critical moment, Beerus finally stepped forward to help himself. Hello, Mr. Weiss. Tabble waved at Weiss. Tabra is good. Ves still had the same smile for thousands of years, and waved at Tabble very friendly, and also smiled at King Pei. Hello King Pei, hello Prince Vegeta. King Pei was so flattered that he even forgot to bow down. But after thinking about it, didn't Lord Beerus say that he didn't have to kneel to him? You wild cat, do you know who you're talking to? Ezra broke free, and was furious at that time, pointing at Beerus and scolding his head and covering his face. Tabble's eyes widened and he looked stunned. Doesn't this idiot know the identity of Beerus? Didn't Frisia tell him? Ha ha ha, this product is estimated to be affected in a while. Are you the son of that idiot Frisia was? Sure enough, when Beerus heard the other party insult him as a wild cat, his eyes also flashed with killing intent. As soon as Beerus said this, most of the people present were also dazed. You know, Eisna is King Frisia's own son. Is this cat tired of living, and actually dares to insult the king and his son like this? Immediately, someone hurriedly used the detector to check the combat effectiveness of Beerus. What's going on? My detector seems to be broken. Can you quickly see what is the combat effectiveness of this cat? After the man pressed the detector, there was no value on the detector. Hey? Mine too, how did this work? The other muttered in surprise. You dare to call my father an idiot, do you know who my father is? Iser was also dumbfounded, and shouted at Beerus very arrogantly. Chapter 019. Oh? Who is it? Isn't it the idiot Frisia? How come there are other names? I'm curious, say it and listen. Beerus asked with interest. I tell you, my father is Frisia, not an idiot. It's the Cosmic Emperor. Ezer shouted, I am his own son Ezi. Now do you understand? If you want to find death, wait until I destroy this kid first, and then I will slowly clean you up. Oh. Beerus was a little confused. In this vast universe, except for the great priest and the king, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. What a rampant fellow, although it will be very productive in the future, but it is better to destroy you. After a brief silence, Beerus made up his mind. The next moment, Beerus aimed his hand at where Izer was. Snap! Just when Beerus was about to kill Izer directly, he suddenly saw Tabble rushing up and slapped Izer in the face. The sound of this slap was so crisp that everyone saw it with their own eyes. Beerus originally wanted to destroy Izer, but saw Tabble fly up and slap the goods hard. I don't know why, I feel that it is more than addictive, it seems that this is more than destroying him. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Wild monkey, you dare to hit me? I'll make you miserable. Aize was furious, and was slapped by this kid. He felt that his face had been lost, and if he didn't destroy this kid today, he would have no prestige in the future. Ugh! However, just when Izer wanted to make a move on Tabor, the god of destruction Beerus raised his finger, and a blue flame of light hit Izer's body in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Aize felt as if his energy was blocked, and at the same time, his whole body did not have any strength. This. What's going on? Izer's face changed color, and it was the first time he had encountered this situation. Snap! Tabble slapped it again. Bang! As soon as Aize jumped, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned, just looking at Eze, the son of the Emperor of the Universe, who was beaten on the left and right cheeks by Tabor. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Izer was filled with grief and indignation, staring at Tabble with a vicious expression. However, Ezer was more frightened, he really couldn't understand who this cat was. Why shoot yourself a blue flame of light, your combat power seems to be sealed. Boom! Tabble kicked Izer in the stomach. What? Ezer felt like he was about to squirt feces, and it hurt so much. This kick is for you to bully my father. Tabble said coldly. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Tabble kicked over again and kicked Izer on the spot. This kick was hit by you sabotaging my brother's birthday party. Tabble said coldly. Bang! This kick is for the throne you broke. Bang! This kick is for the palace you destroyed. Tabble snapped. Izer's combat power was sealed by Beerus, and the energy of his body could not be used, and he could only be beaten. Tabble gave him several kicks in a row, and the cargo almost fainted. The palace was not destroyed by me, it was. It's Dordoria. Aize said quickly, and there was already a bit of a begging for mercy in his words. This kick was disrespectfully beaten by you Lord Beerus. Tabble flew up again and kicked the cargo to a height on the spot. Bang! Izer came to a free fall, and when he fell, he felt that there were many stars spinning in front of him. And he almost fainted. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Tabble was so happy to mention, it was nice to have a great backstage. If you mess with Beerus in the future, there is no problem in dominating in this universe. However, Tabble then thought that he had to have a bigger goal, and it was good to follow Beerus, but his ultimate goal was to surpass Beerus and Weiss. I believe that Sun Wukong can do it, and he should not have any problems. At this moment, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. They still haven't figured out what's going on. Because ever since the cat appeared, they realized that something wasn't quite right. In addition, the blue light in this cat's hand flashed, and His Highness Iser completely became a sandbag, at the mercy of others. Mr. VES, Lord Beerus, you have come from afar, and I have prepared a gift for you a long time ago. Tabble clapped his hands, then came to the wash basin, washed his hands first, and said while washing, I'm sorry, I beat someone a little dirty just now, I'll go get the gift right away. Beerus smiled, feeling that this kid was too powerful, and the level of bullying was too good. Beerus glanced at Ezer, and sure enough, he found that his face was purple with anger, and his body trembled even more because of anger. After Tabble washed his hands, he quickly ran to the freezer, took out 2 boxes of bread, and handed them to Beerus with both hands, and then gave one to Weiss with both hands. Bread. Beerus was a little upset, but he had eaten bread. It's bread, and it doesn't seem to be the same as bread. Weiss was stunned for a moment, but said, You taste it first, eat it and then say if it's delicious. Tabble smiled slightly. Little one, let me tell you first, if there is no good food today, you know what the consequences will be. Beerus smiled at Tabble. I know. Tabble smiled slightly. Beerus, however, put his nose on the top of the bread and sniffed, and then took the bread up and down for a while. It's called bread ice cream, so you can taste it first. Tabble smiled slightly, 2 people come all the way over, the road is hard, it is more comfortable to eat this to cool down. Oh. Weiss nodded, took a bite of the bread, and tasted it silently. The next moment, Wes felt that the whole body was so refreshing, and the sweet taste made him seem to fly. Boom, it's so delicious, it's delicious. Weiss felt that he was old and happy, and his whole body seemed to be dancing. Weiss, pay attention to your image. Beerus said with some dissatisfaction, after all, there are too many outsiders here. It's just that although Beerus said so, after tasting the bread ice cream made by Tabor, he immediately danced and was happy. Chapter 020. It's delicious, it's delicious. Beerus couldn't help but shout. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at these 2 people going crazy there with a stunned look. This little milk, with a softener, and a little bit of Mayat planet rat poop like strange things, frozen at low temperature and placed in a piece of egg bread, is simply delicious. Weiss looked at such a small piece of ice cream and appreciated it. Beerus also nodded vigorously and ate happily. Soon, the 2 gods ate the bread ice cream with a fine meal. Didn't disappoint the 2 of you, did you? Tabble asked with a smile. Not bad, Beerus licked his lips and said with a smile, but Tabor, we came all the way here, and we can't send it off with 2 loaves of bread. You see, I helped you teach this idiot a lesson, you at least have to prepare a big meal for us, right? Don't worry, I still have a hard dish in the back. Tabble smiled mysteriously. Hard dishes? Is it a hard dish? Beerus asked, puzzled. I can't say that, it's a delicious dish. Tabble smiled slightly. However, just as Tabble finished speaking, he suddenly found that a flame of light rushed towards him. Tabble's face had changed color. Because this light flame contains extremely powerful energy, if you are not careful, I am afraid that it will be finished. Tabble reacted immediately, the person who can emit this flame of light, 8 achievements are Iser. Dangerous and dangerous, pay attention. The system started warning. At this critical moment, Tabble had no time to dodge, so he had to cross his arms, raise his energy, and protect his head. Boom! The next moment, Tabble was completely swallowed up by this bright red flame of light. Hey! Shout! Hey! Immediately afterwards, I saw Ezer shooting 3 red rays in a row towards the position of Beerus. Beerus frowned, he was too excited when he ate bread ice cream just now, but he didn't expect to untie the energy of this goods by himself. Seeing these 3 red rays coming quickly, Beerus just smiled lightly and ignored it. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly sounded. When I looked again, the place where Tabble was located had already been blown out of a bottomless pit. Beerus was also uncomfortable there, and it was also set off by layers of storms. Everyone looked in the direction of Tabble in surprise, and then their eyes widened one by one. Tabble was gone, completely gone. Ha 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 ha, the little monkey is dead, ha 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 ha. Aize laughed excitedly. In his opinion, if he hit his own energy bomb, it was strange that this kid could survive. Such a change made neither King Shell nor Vegeta have time to react. Now seeing that Tabble was shattered, the faces of the two were suddenly filled with sadness and indignation. It's just that they are more frightened, because Izer is too strong. If even Tabor is not his opponent, then how can the two of them do it? Immediately afterwards, Ezer swept in the direction of Beerus. Ha ha ha, you wild cat, now you know how good I am, right? Izer was facing the direction of Beerus, and the voice was more arrogant and arrogant. However, after saying this, Aize suddenly found that a figure was revealed step by step from the explosive dust. Looking closely, there was not a trace of injury on Beerus's whole body, and even the whole person's body did not have a little grey. Weiss, are Tabble all right? After Beerus appeared, he ignored Izer and quickly asked Weiss. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Weiss said with a smile. And after hearing Weiss's voice, everyone swept in the direction of Weiss. Suddenly, everyone present was also stunned. I saw that above the reddish sky, Tabble was safe and sound, and careful people could see that it seemed that Tabble was saved by this man named Weiss. Indeed, just now, Tabble was really saved by Weiss. Otherwise, Tabble would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. After all, even if Tabble used the Realm King Fist, it was only 76,000 combat power, which was not even a little worse than Aize. Moreover, Ezer should still transform, and if he changes again, then Tabble will not be his opponent even if he becomes a giant ape. Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Tabble quickly thanked him. Aize also glanced at Weiss with some shock at this time. He didn't understand at all. The speed of the energy bomb he released was so fast. Before this, Weiss was obviously far away from Tabble. How to flick their eyes, they ran to the sky. You idiot has made me unbearable, I'm going to destroy you. Beerus was angry, really angry. Wait a minute, Lord Beerus. Tabble suddenly spoke. Tabble, what do you want to do again? Beerus glanced at Tabble. Lord Beerus, I think that having Ezer here is also a driving force for my cultivation. Can you not kill him first and let him play with me for a few years? When the time comes, I will personally destroy him. Tabble said with a serious look. Tabor, I admit that you are the best in the world in terms of food, but I really don't like your kung fu. Beerus smiled softly. Do you know how big the gap between you and him is? I won't say anything else. He will come to a transformation, and one finger can poke you to death. Tabble did not speak, but looked at Beerus with determination. Oh? It seems that you have really decided. Okay, I can promise you, but you have to prepare at least 3 more delicacies for me, not counting the 2 for the birthday party. Beerus smiled and said, in other words, you only need to come up with 4 more delicious foods that satisfy me, otherwise, I will not only destroy that idiot of Ezer, but also destroy you. Tabble smiled slightly and quickly thanked him. Actually, Tabble knew very well that Beerus's words to sabotage himself were joking. In order to maintain the dignity of God, this commodity sometimes has to scare people. Lord Beerus, as you said, Tabor and Ezer are not a little bit different. If Ezer accidentally kills Tabor. You're right, I have a way. Beerus smiled, already having an idea, and then glanced at Dodolia, and directly ordered, that pink fat man, you are Frisia's little brother, right? Get in touch with Frisia immediately, give him 20 minutes, and roll over right away, no matter where you are. P.S. There is still a chapter at 8 o'clock in the evening, and it is too much to see a friend who has not collected it here. Chapter 021. Hey? Doria was stunned. That's you. Beerus smiled slightly. Dodolia was a little dazed, and quickly looked at Iser on the side. Iser nodded softly at Doria. Doria no longer had the slightest hesitation and immediately got in touch with Frisia. Although Doria had been scared by Tabor just now, the survivability of this cargo was still quite strong, but it did not die because of it. Humph! You still dare to let my father come to planet Vegeta, all of you must die today. Aize snorted coldly, how arrogant he was. Do you really want to use this idiot as an opponent? Beerus sighed helplessly. Lord Beerus, the more stupid a person, the higher the combat effectiveness, isn't it? Tabble smiled. You guys wait, when my father comes, you will die, I will make you laugh, and later there will be a time for you to cry. Iser was furious, but he couldn't figure out the cat. That cat was so terrible, the blue light flashed, and he lost his energy. Moreover, there is this white and clean guy with slightly light blue skin, which gives Aize a feeling a little haunted. Aize doesn't dare to act rashly now, since this cat wants to let his father come over, it is just what he wants. At that time, Iser felt that if he and his father joined forces, he would definitely be able to destroy the cat and have another planetary fireworks festival, which would be better than anything else. King Frisia, in Lower Dodoria. At this time, Doria had already contacted Frisia. Oh? Dodoria, are you looking for me? Frisia's somewhat harsh voice also came. This is King Frisia, can you move to planet Vegeta? Something has happened here, said Dodoria respectfully, opening the exterior as she spoke, so that she could pretend to be forced. What the hell is going on? Isn't Iser with you? Let him watch the decision. Frisia was a little upset. Hurry up and roll over for me, give you 20 minutes at most. Beerus shouted coldly. What people? Who is talking? Frisia apparently heard Beerus's voice and burst into a rage. Yes, Doria was stunned that she didn't remember Beerus's name, so she had to tremble and replied, it seems to be. What are you who's? What a mess! Frisia said angrily. It's Beerus. Beerus smiled faintly. Beerus! Frisia suddenly came to his senses after a brief scrutiny. Is it Lord Beerus, are you on planet Vegeta? The little one passes, 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes, please wait a moment. Doria originally wanted to let King Frisia pretend to be forced, but after hearing this voice, he was dumbfounded. Because it was open, everyone heard the respectful words of King Frisia and the grandson-like attitude. Everyone including Aize was completely stunned, and then looked at the cat with a stunned expression. Who is this guy? How could even King Frisia treat him with great respect? Especially Aize was completely stunned, and it was the first time he heard his father say such humble words. For a time, the broken palace was extremely quiet, only the sound of the past wind was still whistling. Tabul, hurry up and take out your specialty delicacies. Beerus said to Tabur. Good, right away. Tabul smiled and nodded, and in full view of everyone, took out 4 cucumbers. Snap! Tabul broke the 4 cucumbers and put them on a plate. Then, Tabul put a little garlic paste in the cucumber, poured a little vinegar, sprinkled with salt and message. And a plate of delicacies was born. As for salt and message, as well as vinegar, Tabul synthesized it overnight with scientists. Planet Vegeta's technology is very developed, and these 3 seasonings are still easy to achieve. What is it? Weiss and Beerus came over and looked at the small dish, a little confused. It's called shooting cucumbers, and it's definitely a refreshing side dish. Tabul said confidently. Refreshing side dishes. Weiss took a bite with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth to taste it. Then, Weiss stopped talking. How about Weiss? Is it delicious? Beerus asked. The unique fruits of the blue planet of the galaxy, with the spiciness of garlic, and the faint sourness, are indeed unexpected. Weiss said with a happy look. Beerus half believed a piece of cucumber and tasted it silently. Good, delicious. Beerus DC drool. Tabble was really speechless. Haven't these two great gods eaten anything delicious? I didn't expect to send them away with a copy of the cucumber. As for what to do with the next 3 dishes, Tabble really didn't prepare it. Lord Beerus, Mr. Weiss, there are still 3 meals, because I have to prepare some materials, and I can't make them for a while. Tabble explained. It's okay, just have a few more portions of the roast lamb shank you made yesterday, and we'll come back when you have prepared the ingredients in Tabor. Weiss smiled, the deliciousness of the cucumber made him feel comfortable. Yes, you just prepare the materials as soon as possible. Beerus also nodded, thinking that this cucumber was too delicious. Everyone was dumbfounded, they didn't even know what food these two were tasting. However, as long as you have some eyesight, you don't dare to provoke the two of them, let alone ask a word. Just as Ves and Beerus had finished shooting the yellow light, a huge circular spaceship landed in the distance. Ugh! Before the spacecraft stopped, a figure appeared on the scene. It was Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe. Frisia, meet Lord Beerus. Frisia hurriedly knelt in front of Beerus. Beerus ignored him and asked, Weiss, how long did it take him to get over? 4 minutes and 53 seconds. Weiss smiled. You're still punctual. Beerus smiled softly. Seeing that the first generation of Emperor Frisia actually knelt in front of this cat, everyone present was completely stunned. Obviously, how scary this cat is, they can be regarded as a real lesson today. The most shocking thing here was Frisia's son Ys, who couldn't understand that his father, a generation of cosmic emperors, would actually whisper so much to this cat. P.S. Friends who have the ability to tip, give a tip. Tipping is the greatest encouragement to the author. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 022. Frisia, I wanted you to come here to inform you of something. Beerus smiled slightly, looked at Frisia and said, from today onwards, you are not allowed to destroy planet Vegeta without my permission. But, Lord Beerus, you are not. Frisia had not yet figured out the situation, and after hearing this, he quickly raised his head and looked at Beerus with some puzzlement. However, after Frisia saw Beerus's gradually gloomy face, he couldn't help but snort and hurriedly shut up. This idiot is your son. Beerus pointed at Ezer. Yes, it's Iñigo. Frisia hurriedly nodded in response, and after speaking, he immediately shouted at Eze, it's not enough to pay homage to Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. What? God of destruction? Aize was obviously stunned, and then immediately came back to his senses. It turned out to be the god of destruction. I'll go. Aize almost crashed to death, this time, it was this great god who offended him. Iser had heard his father Frisia say that there were 2 people who must not be provoked, one was the god of destruction and the other was Majin Buu. It is said that Frisia's father, King Kurd, Ise's grandfather, also warned Frisia. It's just that Ezer only knows that the god of destruction cannot be offended, but he does not know that Beerus is the god of destruction. Poor fellow, Frisia did not name the god of destruction when he told Iser about it. In addition, Aize is still young after all, thinking that this vast universe, his own frozen demon family, is the king of the universe. He heard about the destruction of the god at that time, and thought that his father was just scaring himself. Ezer hurriedly rolled down and knelt in front of Beerus. Seeing that both Frisia and Iser father and son were kneeling, everyone present also hurriedly fell down and bowed down towards Beerus. King Bei hesitated and also planned to kneel. After all, it was not like that only he was standing. King Bei, I said that you father and son do not need to bow down to me. Beerus said suddenly to King Bei. Yes. King Bei quickly stood in awe. Frisia's eyes widened, a little dazed. When did King Bei get on good terms with Biruthra? You don't even have to bow down? Moreover, even his two sons do not have to bow down. What is the reason? For a while, Frisia was really confused. I don't know where the dog offended Lord Beerus. I also hope that Lord Beerus will forgive me. Frisia asked hurriedly. You let him say it himself. Beerus snorted coldly. If it weren't for Tabel's face, he would have died a long time ago. Tabel. Frisia was visibly stunned for a moment, and his mind quickly searched for this person named Tabel. Judging by the name, Frisia could determine that this Tabel was a scion. Only, who will it be? Why not have the slightest impression of him? Frisia was scratching his ears and cheeks, completely unaware of which scion could save his son. Lord Beerus, I didn't know Tarzan under my eyes, and I really didn't know that you were the god of destruction before. Ezra was about to cry, too pitied. If he knew that this cat was the god of destruction, what else did he make a scene? Apologize to Tabor. Beerus ordered lightly. I'm sorry, Prince Tabor, I was wrong. Iselin mentioned how he was suffocated, bowed to the god of destruction Beerus. He felt that there was nothing, after all, people were in the strength there. But apologizing to a scion wild monkey, the combat power was far less than his own child. He really felt that he was very rich. Seeing his son Iser bowing down and apologizing to a scion child, Frisia immediately recalled, isn't this kid the youngest son of King Bei, but also a low-class warrior of the scion? Why did Lord Beerus favor him? Calling you over, there are two things. Beerus nodded in satisfaction, and then ordered, first. What did I just say? You can't destroy planet Vegeta, Frisia said hurriedly fawningly. Well, good. Beerus nodded with a smile and continued, the second thing is not to harm Tabel's life. Yes, obey. Frisia hurriedly kowtow. Okay, you can take this idiot son and get out. Beerus said in a cold sweat. Yes, yes, yes. Frisia was so frightened that he sweated all over, and after hearing Beerus's words, he did not dare to stop for the slightest, hurriedly pulled Iser and disappeared. The next moment, Dororia also slipped away quietly, afraid that Tabel would take revenge on him. Anyone who doesn't have anything else can go. Beerus waved his hand. Under this wave, everyone bowed down again and left the scene in ashes. As a result, the entire banquet scene was left with only scions and some aliens who had settled on planet Vegeta. Next, Tabel smiled and entertained the two gods with a roast leg of lamb. The many scions present were extremely exciting. At the same time, they never imagined that in this vast universe, there was actually a god whose status and identity were far above Frisia. This ugly cat man is really terrible. Tabel, your bread ice cream and patted cucumber are delicious, and I'm looking forward to your next meal. After Weiss and Beerus had eaten and drunk, Beerus patted Tabel on the shoulder affectionately. I will be back in 3 days, I hope you don't disappoint me. Hey! The next moment, Weiss and Beerus turned into two colorful flames of light and disappeared in an instant. In that dark space, a huge circular spaceship is slowly moving. Inside the spaceship, from time to time came Frisia's angry voice. Idiot, don't you know he's the god of destruction? Frisia shouted loudly, I warned you a long time ago, we must not provoke the god of destruction and the demon Bu. Father, I really don't know it's him. Stupid trash. Frisia was furious. Today, in front of so many people, Frisia bowed down to the god of destruction, which can be described as a loss of face, and his image as the emperor of the universe has also plummeted. Especially what made Frisia unhappy in his heart was that the wild monkeys of the Scions today actually ignored their existence, which was simply hateful. Father, what do we do now? Aize also knew that he had broken into trouble, and asked with a guilty face. The mistakes you made yourself, what do you say yourself? Frisia said angrily. Iser stopped talking. After a short silence, Frisia's mood calmed down a little, and finally he couldn't help but ask, what is going on with that scion little Prince Tabor? P.S. Thanks to FKF for 2,000 prizes, your tips will be recorded in the history of this book and go to glory with this book. Chapter 023. Father, Tabel first injured Chu Yi, and then frightened Dodolia. So I had to teach him a lesson, who knew that the Lord God of Destruction came at the critical moment. I didn't know he had such a good relationship with the God of Destruction. But father, we should always watch out for that Tabor, he really has the potential to become a Super Scion as his father said. What? Super Scion? Frisia's face changed color, and then he snorted coldly, you're not mistaken, are you? Father, Tabor's combat effectiveness was once increased to 60,000. Iser said in a deep voice. 60,000. Frisia's triangular eyes were already narrowed, his tail trembled, and there was already a killing intent flickering out of his eyes. Father, we have to get rid of this Tabor as soon as possible. Iser lowered his voice. Get rid of? You think I don't want to get rid of him? Frisia said angrily, you don't know the horror of Beerus, since he has already said that you must not kill Tabol, we better not act rashly. Father, we didn't say we were going to kill him, but we can find a way to control him. Hey, hey, hey! A bad smile appeared on Ise's face, doing this doesn't go against Lord Beerus's original intention, does it? Oh, you mean, with the magic potion of Planet Tata? Frisia smiled strangely, and seemed to be in a much better mood. Prince Vegeta's 5th birthday ended in a boister and fight. After Weiss and Beerus left, and since much of the palace had been destroyed, the banquet could only end early. Vegeta was still in shock and dazed, he never thought that his brother's combat effectiveness would increase to such a high level. 60,000. Combat power 60,000. This strength is simply against the sky. At this moment, in the main hall of this royal palace, only Tabel and other father and son remained, and King Bei asked everyone else to retire first. Tabel, tell me, is your 60,000 combat power real? King Bei still can't believe this fact. After all, if this kind of thing is not seen with his own eyes, no one will feel real. Father, brother, it's not for me to hide it from you on purpose, because I've heard some gossip on that planet on the edge of the universe that Frisia plans to destroy our planet Vegeta, and the reason he did this is because he is afraid that Super Scions will be born among us Scions. Tabel said with a serious face, he now looks only 4 years old, but the way he speaks, he looks very mature. I have also heard about this before, and I originally thought it was a rumor. But seeing the attitude of Iser and Doria today, I think this matter should not be fake. King Pei nodded and asked again, but what does this have to do with your 60,000 combat power? King Bei, brother, it is precisely because my combat power is too high, it will definitely attract Frisia's attention when the time comes, and that will speed up his plan to destroy our planet Vegeta. Tabel said solemnly, so I don't dare to take risks, I can only hide my own combat power. So it is. King Pei nodded. Brother, I'm sorry, I actually don't want to cheat you. Tabel said sincerely to Vegeta. Humph, we Scions don't need to apologize. Vegeta snorted coldly, although the words were very domineering, but from the expression and meaning, he was already forgiving Tabel. So, the reason why you are showing your true combat power now is also because of the protection of Lord Beerus. Right? King Pei asked again. Yes, I didn't expect Lord Beerus to come to our planet, this is a great opportunity. Tabel smiled slightly. It's just that what makes me curious is, how did your combat effectiveness improve? King Pei asked. Father, brother, this is exactly what I want to say to you tonight. Tabble said with a solemn expression, I accidentally learned a very useful skill called double fist. What double punch? King Bei was stunned for a moment and asked. The so-called doubling punch means that you can quickly increase your combat effectiveness by 2, 3 times or even more than 10 times. Tabble explained that in fact, the doubling fist he said was the Realm King Fist, but after thinking about it, if he said the true name of this punch technique to King Bei and his brother, it would not be troublesome enough for others to know. Moreover, the king of the realm is also a god, and if this matter reaches Beerus, it is difficult to explain. What? Can combat effectiveness be increased by more than 10 times? If only he was transforming into a giant ape. King Bei's eyes widened, and his face became expectant. Yes, if you turn into a giant ape again, your combat effectiveness will increase tenfold. Tabble smiled. Tabble had already decided at his brother's birthday party today. He wants to make his father and brother stronger, and his brother Vegeta's future growth path is still very high, but his father King Bei's combat power of up to 20,000 is very good. Tabble planned to pass on the Realm King Fist to his brother and father, so that the father and son became stronger. Wouldn't everyone be happy? Moreover, in 2 days, Tabble will go to Earth, and planet Vegeta seems to be far from Earth, and it will take a year to sail. It's been a year since Tabble left. What if Frisia takes the opportunity to come and take revenge? Tabble was very uneasy about his father. It is believed that they have learned the Realm King Fist, and then through the gravity training room created by Dr. Gate, with the talents of King Bei and Vegeta, the combat effectiveness should also be rapidly improved. If nothing else, at least it can be done by training to surpass Team Canute. Father, brother, although my double fist is very powerful, it also has a great price. Once it exceeds the tolerance range of your body, the combat effectiveness is improved, but your body will also collapse because of this. Tabble explained, fortunately, I asked Dr. Gate to build us a gravity training room before this, and when the time comes, the cultivation will improve faster. Good, good. King Bei was excited for a while, and he had been eager to improve his combat effectiveness. Tabble originally wanted to teach King Bei and Vegeta the breath-holding technique, but this trick was bound to the system, and it seemed that he could only go to Earth in the future and find a way to learn from Sun Wukong. It's just that now Sun Wukong hasn't been born yet, and he still has a hair. By the way, Tabor, with your current combat strength, if you exert your full strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to defeat Ezzy, right? Also, you say that Izer's combat power is 100,000, is it really fake? King Bei thought of the confrontation between his son and Aize today, and couldn't help but ask. Chapter 024. It's true. Tabble said with a solemn expression, moreover, Izer's combat power is not only 100,000, according to my estimates, 10 million or even 100 million is possible. Hearing Tabble say this, King Pei gasped and almost fainted. Vegeta was even more frightened. Humph, Tabble, don't scare people, okay? You say that Izer's combat power is 10 million or even 100 million. If you say that he is 200,000, I believe, you want to say that the combat power is 100 million. You are purely raising the morale of others and destroying your own prestige. Vegeta tried to calm himself down and said coldly. Then do you know what the combat power of the Super Saiyans is? Tabble smiled slightly and asked rhetorically. How much? You know? Vegeta hummed. I really don't know how much, but as far as I know, the only thing Frisia is afraid of is the Super Saiyan, so the Super Saiyan must be far more capable of fighting than him. Tabble didn't say much, but explained it simply. After all, in the Dragon Ball world, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, the combat power value is not so important. Because everyone's combat effectiveness improvement is thousands, the detector simply does not have the ability to detect higher data, and the value can only be estimated. Super Scion, a super soldier that can only be born in 1,000 years. King Bei muttered, then touched Tabor's head and said with a smile, Tabor, you are the future of our scion, you will definitely become a super scion. Tabor smiled slightly and did not answer. However, just as King Bei finished saying this, he suddenly heard a shout in the distance, and the voice was extremely excited. What happened? King Bei frowned, called the guard in, and asked. King Bei, His Highness Tabor, His Highness Vegeta. It was the child of Paragath who was born, named Broly. The Scion guard hurriedly replied, invisibly having already called Tabor in front. Broly. Legendary Super Scion. Born? Tabor was slightly shocked in his heart. However, although Tabor was surprised in his heart, he did not show it on the surface. Born and born, what is the ghost called there? King Bei frowned, because Paraga's cry suddenly interrupted the conversation between himself and his son, making him very unhappy. King Bei. Because Broly's combat power after just birth is B. The guards didn't dare to say anything more, fearing that they would hit Prince Vegeta. How much? King Bei smiled lightly and asked. 10,000. The guard said truthfully. What, 10,000 combat power at birth? King Bei's face changed color slightly, and then he quickly used the detector to detect the direction of the nutrition room. Beep. Sure enough, in the direction of the nutrition room, there was a guy with a combat power of 10,000. On this planet Vegeta, there are few who have a combat power of more than 10,000. You go down. King Bei waved at the guard. And after that guard went down, King Bei's face gradually became gloomy. Let's go over and take a look. King Bei said in a deep voice. Father, don't worry, what are you going to do? Tabor hurriedly stopped his father. Because Tabor knew very well that King Bei was planning to destroy Broly. After all, according to the plot of the original book, Broly was destroyed by King Bei at birth, and later banished Broly and his father to the cosmic garbage dump, but the two did not expect to come back to life. The strongest scions are our royal family, as for others. King Bei let out a sneer. Father, I think that the existence of Broly is the goal of our royal family. Tabor smiled slightly, although he has a combat power of 10,000 as soon as he was born, no one knows what will happen to him in the future, as long as he is taught well, I think it will be more effective than anything. Oh! King Bei took a deep look at Tabor, and then made up his mind that he no longer had the idea of killing Broly. If King Bei thinks about it, Tabor was only 2 when he was born, and now, it has reached 60,000, which is much higher than his eldest son Vegeta. It can be seen that the cultivation of the day after tomorrow is also very important. Let's go, father, brother, let's meet this super soldier who has a combat power of 10,000 as soon as he was born. Tabor said with a smile. As soon as he arrived at the door of the nutrition room, Tabor was startled by a loud noise. Wow! Whoa! Whoa! The baby's crying can be described as endless, so that after Tabor heard it, he couldn't help but smile and ask, Brother, when I was just born, did I cry like this? That's of course, let you quarrel to death. Vegeta snorted. Brother, you were only 1 year old at the time, how did you know? Tabor asked. Scions can already know a lot of things when they are 1 year old, what's so strange about that? Vegeta hummed. As he spoke, Tabor saw Bardock come out of the nutrition room. Bardock's face was livid, and there was more disappointment. Tabor suddenly remembered that the Monkey King, also known as Kakarot, was born on the same day as Broly. It was precisely because of Broly's combat power of up to 10,000 that the Monkey King, who was still a baby, was so frightened that he couldn't help crying loudly. Tabor knew that it must have been the Monkey King who was born. Sun Wukong and Broly, 2 scions, Tabor is still very interested. See King Bei, see His Royal Highness the Grand Prince, His Royal Highness the Little Prince. Bardock quickly bowed when he saw King Bai's father and son coming. Bardock, what happened? You seem to be very unhappy. King Bai asked inexplicably. King Huayubei, the youngest son of his subordinate, Kakarot, has just been born, but unfortunately. Combat power too. Bardock shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Oh? What is the combat effectiveness? King Bai asked casually. It's only 2. Bardock sighed. Ready for the right planet. King Bai also shook his head slightly and asked again. It is ready to be launched to a planet called Earth in the distant galaxy, where there happens to be the moon, and I believe that by the time Kakarot is still a minor, he can completely conquer this planet. Bardock smiled self-deprecatingly and said to King Bai. Go check it out. King Bai smiled gently, and then patted Bardock's shoulder. Bardock, there are some things you need to look at. You see that Tabal's combat effectiveness when he was just born was only 2, but you look at it now. Ha 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 ha. P.S. Thank you FKF for rewarding again, accumulating 2,588 points. Your tip has once again been recorded in the history of this book, and you will go to glory with this book. Continue to ask for tips, even if it is a 100-point tip, it will be recorded in the history of this book, only 1 yuan. Chapter 025. King Bai is indeed very happy this time, especially the youngest son is so talented, he feels infinitely honored as a father. If Kakarot can really have the combat power of His Highness Tabor, he will be very pleased to be there. Bardock shook his head a little helplessly, obviously not thinking much of his young son. A super-inferior warrior with only 2 combat effectiveness at birth will be despised among the scions. And Tabal knows very well that not everyone may achieve the same strength as Prince Tabor. Earth, let's go. King Bai nodded and said to Bardock, I believe it is also a grind for Kakarot, right? Maybe. Bardock obviously couldn't lift a little spirit. Tabal was also slightly stunned, he knew that perhaps because of his appearance, he had completely changed the normal trajectory of the Dragon Ball world. According to the normal history of the Dragon Ball world, on the day Kakarot's son Goku was born, Bardock was seriously injured by Dodoria, and then ran to find Frieza to single out. Now that Bardock is safe and sound, Tabal guesses that 80% is because of his participation, which led to Bardock's survival. Ha 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 ha, great, great! I didn't expect my son to be a genius warrior. Suddenly, a rampant voice sounded, and then a burly man came out of the nutrition room, his face still full of excitement. Paragus, what makes you so happy? King Bai was a little uncomfortable with the arrogant attitude of this product. Ah! King Bai, your Royal Highnesses the 2 princes, please forgive your rudeness. Paragus quickly knelt on the ground. Father, seeing his father's angry face, Tabal quickly shook his head slightly at him, and stepped forward to say to him Paragus, Paragus, congratulations on your joy, I just heard that Broly's combat power has reached 10,000 as soon as he was born, and he is the pride of our scions. Yes, thank you for the compliment. Paragus bowed. Let's go in and see Broly. Tabal said with a smile. Yes, over here, please. Paragath quickly bowed to lead the way. Not long after, under the leadership of Paragus, Tabal finally met Broly, who was staying in the nutrition box. The kid was very handsome, with dark green hair, and was staring at Tabor. Tabal smiled kindly at Broly. As if sensing that there was no trace of malice in Tabor's eyes, Broly's face also showed a happy smile, and he waved at Tabal. Tabal waved at him as well. At the same time, Tabal learned through the detector that Broly's combat power was not only 10,000, but already reached 11,000. System, has Broly's combat effectiveness increased, or was it 10,000 before? Tabal hurriedly asked the system. Back to the host, Broly is a super soldier who only appears once in 1,000 years, known as the legendary Super Saiyan. This legendary Super Saiyan, his combat effectiveness will continue to grow every moment, and about half an hour has passed since he was born, and it is normal for his combat effectiveness to increase by 1,000. I'll go, boost 1,000 combat effectiveness in half an hour. Tabble was taken aback, a trace of killing intent flashed in his heart, and he quickly asked vigilantly, then if this situation continues, how long will it take him to surpass me? He won't overtake the host. The system responded. Oh? Why? Tabble was stunned for a moment. Because the host is also increasing its combat effectiveness every moment. The host is not stagnant. The voice of the system sounded, if the host stops cultivating and pretends from now on, it will take about a year for Broly to grow to the host's current level. 1 year. Taking so long? Tabble asked with some surprise. The legendary Super Saions have a slow energy boost in infancy, but when they reach adulthood, they are more rapid. The system answered. Tabble breathed a sigh of relief, at least for now, Broly was no longer the slightest threat to himself. Vegeta let out a cold snort, and there seemed to be a little unhappiness in his heart. Brother, as long as you practice according to the method I said, you will definitely become the king of our Scions in the future. Tabble whispered to Vegeta. Hearing Tabble say this, Vegeta looked deeply at him and did not speak. Looking at King Bei again, his face was also confident at this time. King Bei has already figured it out, even a god like Beerus, the god of destruction, favors his younger son, and Tabor's achievements in the future must be limitless, why should he not live with a baby? After thinking about this, King Bei's mood was also much better, and looking at Broly's eyes, there was no malice for a long time. After a brief greeting to Broly, Tabble continued to look towards the other incubator. Hey? Who is she? Tabble asked, pointing to a baby girl in the nutrition box. His Royal Highness Prince Tabor, she is also a child under him, and Broly is twin, her name is L'Oreal. Paragus quickly explained to Tabble, and then said with some disappointment, it's just that her combat power is not worth mentioning, just an ordinary medium fighter. Laurel? Tabble's mind quickly searched for the name of this female scion, but after searching for a circle, he couldn't figure out what connection the female scion in the Dragon Ball world had with her. Besides, Tabble never remembered any other sisters Broly had. Which of the two of them is older? Tabble asked casually. Laurel was born first, and Laurel is a sister. Paragath replied respectfully, for he knew very well how powerful the little prince was. 60,000 combat strength, that is not what Paragus can surpass now. If he offended people, Paragath believed that the little prince would give himself a second in a minute. Tabble nodded, did not speak, and continued to sweep towards the baby in the next incubator. Wow! Wow! The Monkey King lying in the nutrition box, that is, Kakarot, couldn't help but cry. Woohoo! After crying for a while, Sun Wukong sniffed, and the expression looked quite pitiful. Tabble smiled at Monkey King. Monkey King seemed to be frightened by Tabor's smile and couldn't help crying again. Chapter 026. Ha 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 ha, Bardock's son is quite interesting. Paragus couldn't help but sneer. Paragus, don't say anything without nutrition. Tabble said lightly. Yes, yes, His Royal Highness, be root under your feet. Paragus hurriedly bowed. Tabble ignored it, and after coming out of the nursing room, the division of labor among the three babies was clear. As Bardock said, Kakarot, the future Monkey King, as an inferior warrior, will be sent to a very distant planet, Earth. As for Broly, because he was a super genius, he was naturally left on planet Vegeta. And Broly's sister L'Oreal, who was just born with a combat power of more than 300, just met the basic requirements of the Scion, belonging to the type that was neither high nor low, and was also left on the planet Vegeta. Hey! The spaceship that Kakarot sent to Earth shot into space and flew away with his fate. In this regard, Tabble did not stop it, because only when Kakarot went to Earth, that would make the future Monkey King. Tabble has his own plans. He wants to wait until Sun Wukong is an adult, go to Earth to pretend, and if the system can give him a lot of good things. 3 days later, the two great gods, Ves and Beerus, arrived as scheduled. This time, Tabble prepared home-cooked food for them. One is boiled fish. Cats like to eat fish, even if it is a god. I am afraid that this habit cannot be changed. The other is sweet and sour pork ribs, and the other is sour and spicy shredded potatoes as a clear dish. Not to mention, these 3 dishes Tabble made very successfully, and the two gods ate how happy they were, and even drank all the vegetable soup, and the plate was shiny with oil. Tabble didn't know much about cooking, and he was just roasting meat. However, with this pretense system, these 3 dishes are still easy to make as long as they follow the instructions of the system, and they are particularly delicious. Tabor, your things are getting better and better, and these 3 dishes this time are very suitable for my appetite. Beerus changed his teeth and praised Tabble. As long as Mr. Weiss and Lord Beerus eat happily, I will be happy. Tabble smiled. Table's mouth is really sweet enough, chewy. Weiss said with a smile, and after speaking, he glanced at Beerus and asked, Lord Beerus, since Tabor is doing so well, do you want to tell him about it? That's fine. Beerus smiled slightly, and said seriously, Tabble, it seems that Frisia is looking for some scientists to study a magical potion. Once you take it, you will become his lackey. You have to be careful. What? Magic potion? Tabble's face changed color. Because Tabble didn't know that there was such a potion that turned people into puppets in the Dragon Ball world, it can be seen that through what happened last time, Frisia is already trying to target himself. Seeing that Beerus gave himself a death-free token, he actually thought of such a vicious strategy. Lord Beerus, Mr. Weiss, how can I resist this potion? Tabble said with some concern. After asking this, Tabble also hurriedly asked the system if there was a solution. The system can't make a judgment until it sees that magical potion. The system gives the answer. Hehe, in order to repay you for these 3 delicacies, I specially asked Weiss to go to their laboratory, and I have already stolen the basic materials of that potion, so you don't need to worry. Beerus said with a smile. After speaking, Beerus stretched his waist, couldn't help but burp a full, patted his chest, and waved his hand towards Weiss. Is this leaving? Ves is still the same smile that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. Gone, eat and drink, it's time to go back to sleep. Beerus yawned, seemingly dozing off a little. Tabble was slightly stunned in his heart. Could it be said that after Beerus went back this time, he would sleep for 20 years at a time? At least according to the basic historical development of Dragon Ball, it is indeed true. By the way, Tabble, when will there be something good for us next time? Beerus asked before leaving. Feel welcome. Tabble replied. Okay, go back to sleep first, and when I wake up, I'll come and find you something delicious. Beerus started yawning again. Let's go, Tabor, good luck. Weiss waved his hand. Hey! The 2 great gods turned into 2 colorful streamers, and disappeared in a flash. Looking at the direction in which the 2 great gods disappeared, Tabble's face showed solemnity. It was nice to have the protection of the great god, but Tabble knew that the 2 of them would not be able to protect themselves for the rest of their lives. As long as you cultivate hard and wait until you become a Super Saiyan, there is nothing to be afraid of. That evening, Dr. Gates' gravity training room was finally developed. Tabble went over and looked first. The entire gravity training room was a circular room. There was a control console in the middle of the room, and there were even 5 buttons on the control console. And the 5 buttons say 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Simple and clear, it is a multiple of gravity at a glance. Tabble then tried to turn on triple gravity. Suddenly, a huge sense of oppression rushed over, Tabble snorted, and his body involuntarily fell to the ground. I go, triple gravity is really unbearable. You know, the gravity of planet Vegeta is 10 times that of the Earth, and the 3 times the gravity here is equivalent to 30 times the gravity on the Earth. However, 30 times is really not very high for Tabor. He only rested for a while, and he was already able to adapt. After all, his combat power was there, and he fell down all of a sudden just now because of the sudden appearance of triple gravity, which caught him off guard. His Royal Highness the Little Prince, are you all right? Dr. Gate asked with concern outside. It's okay. Tabble smiled at Gate. Dr. Gate breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the little prince would be hurt because of this. Okay, you come first. Tabble turned off the gravity switch and beckoned to Dr. Gate. Dr. Gate walked in cautiously. This gravity training room is very well done and deserves to be rewarded. Tabble nodded and complimented. Thank you His Royal Highness the Little Prince for your compliment. Dr. Gate quickly thanked him. It's just, sighed Tabor. Hearing Tabor's sigh and the look of disappointment on the look of His Royal Highness the Little Prince, Dr. Gate's heart couldn't help but tighten. P.S. Today's 2 changes, seeing that there are no friends who have not collected here is too much. Continue to collect and ask for tips, friends who really have no money to reward, even if it is a 1 yuan tip, now 1 yuan money, I am afraid that no one will ask for it if it falls on the ground. Chapter 027. His Royal Highness the Little Prince, how do I need to improve? I'll do it right away. Dr. Gate said with a hurried bow. Only 6 times the gravity, it feels a little small, so, this gravity training room is reserved for the time being, and you can make a gravity training room with a maximum of 20 times. Tabble ordered. Hey? 20 times gravity? Dr. Gate's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at Tabble with some incredulity. After making the gravity training room, Dr. Gate also tried it himself, and the double gravity effect, he felt that he was already a little overwhelmed, and the triple gravity was even more difficult to think about. As for 20 times the gravity, Dr. Gate felt that if he accidentally went in, he would definitely be crushed into meat puree on the spot. You know, planet Vegeta's 20-fold gravity training room is equivalent to 200 times that of Earth. This gravity is not something that ordinary people can withstand. If Tabble could withstand 20 times the gravity, then after his Realm King Fist was displayed, his combat effectiveness would increase by 20 times. Now Tabor's combat power is 38,000, and 20 times the Realm King Fist is displayed, that is 760,000. 760,000 combat strength, although it is far from dealing with Frisia, but it is enough to have fun with him. Moreover, Tabor's combat effectiveness is still improving. If another great ape transforms in its current state, that would be 7.6 million. Is there a problem? Tabble asked rhetorically. No problem, no problem, please ask His Royal Highness the Little Prince to give me 7 days. Dr. Gate said hurriedly. Okay, then give you 7 days. Tabble nodded. After Dr. Gate left, Tabble called his father King Betty and brother Vegeta. Oh? This is the gravity chamber? Dr. Gate did a good job. King Pei looked at it for a moment, feeling more satisfied, then looked at the button on the console and muttered, how about we try it with double gravity first? Humph, it's only twice as much, if you want to come, you will come 3 times. Vegeta hummed. Ha ha ha, worthy of my son. Then let's triple up. King Pei nodded in satisfaction and pressed the triple gravity button. And the moment the button was pressed, King Betty and Vegeta fell down at that time, a little breathless by the powerful gravity. The two were then surprised to find that Tabble was standing there straight as if he were a nobody. You guys do triple gravity at once, it's a little uncomfortable, I think it's better to start with double. Tabble smiled slightly and replaced the gravity with double. In this way, King Shell and Vegeta obviously felt much better. After about 10 minutes or so, the two finally adapted to twice the gravity. I have to say that King Bei and Vegeta father and son are also very talented, but think about it, it's just twice the gravity, and it's really not a difficult thing for them. After an hour, father and son smoothly got used to triple gravity. At least under triple gravity, the two can move freely. Another 3 hours or so passed, and Tabble adjusted to quadruple gravity, while King Shell and Vegeta were a bit hard at quadruple gravity. The night passed quickly. After this night of cultivation, Tabble could already withstand 6 times the gravity, while King Pei and Vegeta could barely withstand 5 times the gravity. Tabble, it's really yours. You're so adaptable. King Pei said to Tabble with a smile. Father, because I cultivated earlier than you, I can adapt to higher multiplier gravity faster. Tabble said with some modesty, and father, brother, in fact, my talent is not as good as yours, and the reason why my combat effectiveness has improved so quickly is also inseparable from my continuous diligent cultivation. I believe that as long as my father and brother spend the same amount of time as me to cultivate, they will definitely far surpass me. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. System, is this also called pretending? I just wanted to encourage my father and brother. That being said, Tabble was happy inside. The combat effectiveness has increased by another 1000, which is really good, and now it is 39. Father, brother, there is something I want to tell you. Tabble was already planning to go to Earth, and he felt that it was more appropriate to go to Earth as soon as possible. If Beerus did begin to hibernate, sleeping for 20 years, Tabble really had to think about himself, for his father, for his brother, and for all the scions on planet Vegeta. Nowadays, simply cultivating through the gravity training room, although the combat effectiveness has indeed improved, but it is far from enough. If you want to defeat Frieza, you must at least transform into a Super Saiyan. If you go to Earth now, you can fix the system failure through Dragon Ball and learn more skills. If you can learn the destructive skill of destroying God, it will be awesome. What? You said you were going out? Where to go? King Bei hurriedly asked. It's hard to say where to go, simply put, I want to go out and experience in order to obtain higher combat effectiveness. Tabble said seriously. Well said, we scions are determined to go everywhere, no matter where you are going, I support you. King Pei took a deep breath and then smiled at Tabur. Well, then I'll leave tomorrow. Tabble smiled and nodded. Tabble, how long are you going to go out? Vegeta asked suddenly. At least 2 or 3 years. Tabur mused. Humph, that's great, when you come back, my combat power will far surpass you. Vegeta smiled slightly. Well, I'm looking forward to my brother being able to surpass me soon. Tabble replied with a smile. After Tabble said this, his expression suddenly became solemn, and then he took a deep look at King Beta, and then at Vegeta. Tabble, what is your expression? King Pei asked with some puzzlement. Father, brother, the most powerful fighting power of our scions is anger. Anger can inspire all the energy of us scions. Tabble lowered his voice and said, of course, the prerequisite for anger is that the combat effectiveness has been increased to a certain height, and it can withstand at least 10 times the gravity. What do you mean? When King Shell and Vegeta heard Tabur's words, they were a little dazed, and they didn't understand what he meant by this. P.S. Thanks to Azura Afeng for rewarding 588 points. Thanks to Tenryu for the 100 points. Your tips have been recorded in the history of this book and will lead to glory with this book. Chapter 028. You'll see what I'm talking about later. Tabble smiled slightly, not explaining much. After all, if the secret of the Super Saiyan is told now, instead of helping them in the slightest, it will make the father and brother try to take shortcuts, which will have the opposite effect. Humph, I just know how to pretend to be mysterious. Vegeta snorted coldly. That night, the whole family had a meal together, and early the next morning, Tabel stepped on the spacecraft and launched in the direction of space. The moment Tabor's spacecraft was launched into space, he quickly changed the spacecraft's route with the help of the system. Hey! The circular spacecraft streaked a trail through space and turned in the direction of the Milky Way. There is a planet that Tabor is familiar with Earth. There are the ideals and aspirations of Tabel. Tabel's eyes were about to flash little stars. Earth, I'm coming. Tabel smiled. Originally, Tabel planned to cultivate and go to Earth again, but he always felt that if he continued to cultivate, the growth rate would still be too slow. It is better to repair the failure of the system first, and then go to cultivate, and you can also obtain the forcing value, which is much better than the blind cultivation now. As for the gravity training room that allowed Dr. Gate to study the latest research, Tabel had already told his father and brother. Let the two of them cultivate well on planet Vegeta first, and then improve their combat effectiveness with them when they return. I'm going, I forgot a very important thing. Tabel suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but say something out loud. What's going on with the host? The system asked. I should have asked Dr. Gate to help me transform the spaceship into a gravity chamber that can be cultivated. Tabel looked at the spaceship he was riding on. It was really small and pitiful. This spacecraft can't do anything other than sleep in it. Moreover, even if you sleep and rest, you can only lie halfly. System, immediately return the spacecraft to planet Vegeta. There will be a year from here to Earth. I don't want to sleep for a year. Tabel said quietly. Good host. The system answered. Immediately afterwards, the system began to operate the spacecraft alive. However, just when Tabel thought that the spacecraft was going to return, the system spoke again. Be vigilant, be vigilant, be vigilant. The system beeps an alarm bell. What? What's wrong? Tabel quickly asked. The spaceship control system has been invaded. This person has higher authority than me. The system cannot control it. The system is uncontrollable. The system quickly answered. I'll go, you're the most powerful pretense system in history, why can't you control it? Tabel quickly asked rhetorically. I am a pretend system, not a hacker system, and the permission I applied for to return home has been rejected by the General Control Center. System interpretation. Check immediately, who operates the main console? Tabel frowned and asked. The main console is on planet Frisia planet XXXVIII. The system said, the spacecraft has now gone off orbit and is approaching Frisia planet 52, and it is expected that it will reach Frisia planet 52 in 6 hours. Tabel had actually guessed that Frisia's people had done it, and I believe that only Frisia could do such a thing. Tabel didn't have anything to worry about. Frisia had brought himself to his 52nd planet in order to give himself that magical potion? So that I can control myself because of this. This guy really can't wait. I'm afraid Beerus hasn't fallen asleep yet, and this product is starting to move. Tabel shook his head and suddenly thought of a very terrible thing. System, can I survive in space? Tabel quickly asked. The host is a scion, and scions cannot survive in space, that is, in an environment without oxygen. The return of the system machinery. I'm going. It's miserable. I don't seem to have the advantage. Tabel was speechless for a while. Compared with Frisia, Tabel feels that the scions are a little weak. If Frisia directly destroys the planet, he is a super scion and has a hairy use. System, is there an option to survive in the universe in the reward? Tabel asked. The system can do anything. The system replied. That's good, that's good. Next time you pretend to be successful, just send me a cosmic survival skill. Tabel said with a smile. Good host. The system answered. I'll go, did you say yes? Tabel asked. Good host. System duplication. What do you mean? Tabel does not understand the system, what is this about? Good host, good host. The system started repeating again. Don't, it's a breakdown again? This is in the universe, you don't have a 3 long and 2 short. Tabble said a little depressed. No glitches, no glitches. The system answered. It's fine if it doesn't, Tabble breathed a sigh of relief. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. As soon as Tabble finished speaking, the system began to give away combat effectiveness for free again. It's called no glitch, Tabble was speechless for a while. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Tabor stopped talking. Sometimes he thought about it, if this system malfunctioned and suddenly exploded in his body, what would happen to him? Tabble couldn't help but snort. However, the 2,000 combat power that the system gave away for no reason, Tabor still smiled, and now his combat power has reached a high of 42,000. Hey! About 6 hours later, through the spacecraft's transparent titanium window, Tabble saw a fiery red planet ahead. System, this planet is Frisia Planet 52, right? Tabble asked. Yes, host. The system answered. Scan and scan immediately, what kind of high-level combat power guys are on this planet? Tabble said. The system is scanning, the system mechanically replied, back to the host, the highest combat power on this planet is Frisia, and his son Ease, and the rest of the people are not as good as the host. Sure enough, it's Frisia and Ezerhuit. Tabble smiled softly. Boom! The next moment, Tabble's spaceship landed on the fiery red planet. P.S. Thank you for the 1,000 points rewarded. Thank you to the Rotten Man for the 1,000 rewards of 1,000 points. Thanks to International Plaza for rewarding 100 points. Thanks to Z for tipping 100 points. Thanks to Eoifjaf for tipping 100 points. Thanks to the Ice Dragon for rewarding 100 points. Thanks Murphy for tipping 100 points. Every tip you give will go down in the history of this book, and you will go to glory with this book. Friends who have not yet rewarded, hurry up and write it into the annals of this book. Chapter 029. Snap! The door of Tabble's spaceship opened, and he walked out step by step from the inside. As soon as Tabble appeared, he saw 2 people walking in front of him, and fixed his eyes. Wasn't it Frisia and his son Iser? Looking at the faces of the 2 again, they seemed to be very friendly. Little Prince Tabor, I miss it very much, welcome to Frisia Planet 52. Frisia said kindly. Okay, there is something to say, it's okay to cool down and go. Tabble knew exactly what Frisia's intentions were. Isn't the biggest purpose of this product getting himself to this planet to make himself drink the magic potion they developed so that he can control it as a puppet? He, little Prince Tabor, your temper is really not small. Frisia was not angry, because he had already thought about it. Anyway, this kid was about to become his own puppet, and it was really not worth being angry with such a little monkey. What the hell is going on? If you do it, I'm leaving. After Tabble finished speaking, he turned and left. Don't worry, don't worry. Frisia quickly stepped forward to stop Tabble with a smile, and said with a smile, actually, it's not a big deal, I called you over, mainly to settle my previous suspicions with you. If you say that you already know Lord Beerus, I won't deliberately target you. After all, we are all doing things for Lord Beerus, right? So. Well, since you mentioned Lord Beerus, let's let go of it. Tabble thought about it, he is not Frisia's opponent now, in case Beerus really falls asleep at this time, Frisia and Ezer make a desperate bet and destroy themselves, then who to reason with? Aren't these 2 just trying to drink some magic potion for themselves so that they can control themselves? Then, according to their wishes, just drink this magic potion, so that they can feel at ease. Although he thought so, Tabble was also secretly praying, hoping that Weiss would actually change their materials. If not, he would have finished playing. But if you think about it, since Weiss said so, there is definitely no problem. After all, Ves is a god, and as a god, it is impossible to make such a low-level joke with himself. Okay, I'll wait for the little prince's words. Frieza laughed, and then made an invitation to Tabor. Since we have reconciled, why does the little prince of Tabel have to go in and have a drink at the bar? How bad it is to come and just leave. Yes. Tabel nodded quickly. Then Tabel jerked his head up in Izer's direction. Sure enough, Tabel saw that Izer's face was full of sinister and smug smiles, and it was clear that he thought he had hit the mark. Aize never expected that Tabel would suddenly look at him, and hurriedly changed his expression in a hurry, allowing himself to change his face. Tabel smiled at him and said with interest, Your Highness Izer, I'm really sorry that I beat you last time. If your Highness had told Frisia about the relationship between Lord Frisia and Lord Beerus earlier, I would not have beaten you. Don't get in the way, it doesn't hurt anyway. Aize hurriedly answered, but he hated this wild monkey in his heart. This guy really doesn't mention which pot, and the matter of hitting the face is actually said like this. Aize was angry in his heart, but he did not dare to show it. Ezer and Frisia wanted Tabor to drink the magic potion. And the best thing to do was to make him drink it voluntarily, and if he was forced to do it, it would be difficult to explain it in case Lord Beerus knew. Oh? Does it really not hurt? Tabel looked concerned. Aren't you talking nonsense? How can I feel pain when you hit me with this bit of combat power? Izer smiled, shrugged his shoulders and said. Snap! As soon as Aize's words fell, he heard a crisp slap sound. Izer was stunned at the time. Frisia's eyes widened too, a little unable to believe what he saw. Because, Tabel actually slapped his son Izer hard in front of himself. This face hits, too loud. What are you doing? Are you wild monkeys looking for death? Aize shouted angrily, and while saying this, the energy couldn't help but burst out. Eyes! Calm down! Frisia hurriedly grabbed Izer's arm. Flassa then gave Izer a look, meaning to tell him not to act rashly. Hee, it's okay, I said it doesn't hurt, ha ha ha. Aize rubbed his cheeks, feeling hot and unspeakably uncomfortable. Of course, the pain is only secondary, and the key problem is that this naked slap in the face makes him feel very uncomfortable and annoyed by the humiliation he has received. However, in order to get Tabel to drink the magic potion later, he had to endure it. Anyway, when Tabel drinks the magic potion, he will be controlled by himself, and at that time, he can torture him as much as he wants. Strange, I thought my combat power was enough to make you feel pain, it seems that I still can't. It's not a little bit different from you. Tabel silently tilted his head and said with a smile. That's, but your combat effectiveness is already excellent. Aize smiled and said awkwardly. Snap! However, as soon as he finished saying this, Izer's other face was also slapped hard by Tabor. You! Ezer was furious. Does it hurt this time? Tabel asked with a grin. Oh! It doesn't hurt. Aize gritted his teeth and popped out these words from between his teeth. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Okay, let's go in then. Tabel accepted it when he saw it, and he knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely beat the goods. Hearing Tabel's words, the Frisia father and son breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. This guy was finally willing to enter, and their wish was about to be fulfilled. After entering Frisia's palace on this planet, Tabel looked over, and in the center of the hall, there was a long dining table filled with food. Tabel silently walked over and found that the food here was similar to that of the Scions, all of which were either boiled or steamed, without adding any ingredients, absolutely original. P.S. This book is changed 2 to 3 times a day during the public period, and 15 chapters broke out on the day it was released. Chapter 030. Tabel had nothing to fault with eating, so he immediately found a random place to sit down, let go of his hands and feet and started eating. Come, little prince of Tabor, King Ben toasts you. Frisia picked up his glass and said with a smile at Tabor. The wine in the glass is dark red, similar to a type of red wine. However, Tabor knew that I was afraid that this drink should have been mixed with a magical potion that could control others. System, can you see if there is a problem with this drink? Tabor hurriedly asked the system. No problem, just ordinary drinks. The system replied affirmatively. Since the system said that it was just ordinary drink, then Tabor naturally had nothing to be afraid of, and immediately took a small sip and tasted it. Not to mention, the food of Frisia and the Scions is not very good, but the wine is excellent. Tabor drank a lot of good red wine in his previous life, but when compared with Frisia's wine, it was 108,000 li worse. How does it taste, Tabor? Frisia asked with a smile. Well, it's good, it tastes great. Tabor said with a smile. Oh, this is specially prepared for you by King Ben. Frisia smiled, and then lowered his voice and said, I hope that the next time Prince Tabor meets Lord Beerus, he will have a few nice words in front of him. No problem. Tabor nodded. Tabor drank a pound of red wine, feeling refreshed, and his head was a little dizzy. I go to the system, how can I still get drunk if I'm a scion? Tabor asked a little depressed. Scions are also people, and if they are not drunk, they are drunk. The system replied. Forget it, you can't drink it anymore, I'm afraid you will faint here if you drink it again. Tabor said to the system. The system did not call back. Okay, let's go here today, I'm also full of food and drink, you don't have to keep me, I have to go. Tabor said to Frisia and Ezer. Okay, then we won't keep it. Frisia smiled softly and got up from his seat. Little Prince Tabor, is this good wine? If you like it, just bring a few bottles to drink on the road. Aize also smiled, and then ordered his subordinates, don't prepare good wine for the little prince. Yes. About a minute or so, his men came over with a large case of red wine and handed it to Tabor with both hands. Tabor roughly counted, and this large box of red wine was only 6 bottles. System, immediately scan the red wine ingredients to see if there is anything in it that can control other people's minds. Tabor ordered. Host, there is nothing wrong with the drink. The system gives the answer. No problem. Tabor breathed a sigh of relief, and since the system said there was no problem, he was relieved. Immediately, Tabor took the red wine very cheerfully. Bang! Just as Tabor was putting the red wine into the spaceship, he flew up sharply and kicked Izer away. Izer didn't even come to his senses, and he didn't understand why Tabor suddenly attacked him. By the time Aize came back to his senses, his body had already fallen heavily to the ground, his face rubbing the ground, making his whole head very embarrassed. Such an amazing scene made many of the Frisia disciples present witness it with their own eyes, and their eyes widened one by one, and they were more surprised and surprised. Snap! Izer jumped up and looked at Tabor with a vicious expression. I. What did I just do? I'm really sorry. Your Highness I seem to be drunk, I have a problem, that is, it is easy to hit people when drunk, I really didn't mean it just now. Tabor quickly pretended to be apologetic and said to Izer. Aize's face was extremely ugly, and his body trembled with anger. Boy, I see that you clearly did it on purpose. Aize said coldly. It really wasn't intentional. Tabor shook his head. You must have done it on purpose. Ezer snapped. Well, I did it on purpose. Tabor nodded vigorously. Izer was stunned all of a sudden, not at all. Frisia was also stunned, he didn't expect that this Tabor was so arrogant. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. The sound of the system kept ringing. 45,000. Tabble was thrilled. However, at this moment, the wind in the sky was loud, and for a while the clouds were thick. The next moment, patches of red clouds appeared in the sky. What is the situation? Frisia looked up, his face changed color slightly, and he muttered in a low voice, "Is this planet about to explode?" Boom! A thunderbolt the thickness of a bowl fell from the sky and bombarded it in the direction of Tabble. Ah! Tabble let out a scream, and the whole person was swallowed up by this red thunderbolt. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at such an amazing scene without blinking. Wow! What? When he looked again, red electric arcs flashed on Tabbour's body, and after he stood firm for about 10 seconds, he fell to the ground with a bang. This is not all, I saw a stream of blue smoke coming out of Tabble's body, which looked as if it was burning. This situation made everyone not come to their senses. A red lightning bolt fell from the sky and slashed the scion little Prince Tabble. This kid must have done a lot of bad things and was struck by lightning, right? Ha 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 ha, this idiot, an idiot with no one in sight, now you know the end of pretending, right? Ezra originally wanted to do it himself, but now he saw that the red thunder and lightning split Tabble on the spot, and how excited he was. No, if he dies, Lord Beerus thinks it's our hands and feet. Frisia suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly ordered his men to carry the dying Tabble to the treatment room. The moment Tabble entered the treatment room, he suddenly opened his tired eyes and instructed the 2 aliens who were carrying him, "I'll go in by myself, you can retreat." Yes, the 2 were startled, they never expected that Tabble would suddenly wake up. The 2 quickly left the scene and went to report to Frisia. What? Still alive? Frisia was slightly stunned, and then smiled gently, "Just let him, as long as he can't die." "Father, what is this red thunderbolt? Is there such a thing on our planet?" Ezra asked curiously from the side. "P.S. Continue 2 changes today, insist on persistence, it is not far from the explosion." This book is expected to be on the shelves in chapter 55 with 120,000 words, and after it is on the shelf, 4 changes are guaranteed every day, and 1 chapter is added for every 10,000 book coins rewarded. Chapter 031. Never seen, never seen. Frisia frowned, he couldn't understand how the red thunderbolt appeared. Moreover, after this red thunder and lightning appeared, it seemed that it had deliberately come to split Tabbour, and after splitting Tabble, it disappeared all of a sudden. "Forget it, leave him alone." Frisia waved his hand. Tabble is now ecstatic. This time he was struck by lightning, and the system actually gave him the skill of survival in the universe. That is, from now on, Tabble can live in the universe without oxygen. "System, you are amazing," Tabble said happily. "The system is omnipotent, the system is invincible. The system is also very proud to answer. Except for that cosmic survival skill, didn't you give away a little combat power?" Tabble asked again. "Host, before being struck by lightning just now, didn't you have 3,000 combat power?" The system replied. "Well, my combat power has reached 45,000, and I can withstand the 6-fold Realm King Fist. Quickly help me calculate, what is the combat power I get with the 6-fold Realm King Fist?" Tabble quickly asked. 270,000. The system gave the answer right away. 270,000. It's not enough. Tabble mused. The system did not answer. "By the way, the system, immediately check whether the treatment room is monitored." Tabble asked. "Back to the host, the monitoring here has been broken, the host can rest assured." The system answered. "Broken? How can a good one be broken?" Tabble asked casually. "The system destroyed the program of the monitoring device on its own, and it has lost its effect." The system replied. "I'll go to the system, you can, didn't you say that you are not a hacker system?" Tabble asked rhetorically. "The monitoring equipment here is relatively simple and the system can be hacked." The system gives the answer. After resting in the treatment room for a while, Tabel swaggered open the door and strode out. After seeing Frisia and Ezer father and son, Tabel smiled embarrassedly at the two and explained, "I'm really sorry to trouble you." "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay if you're okay," Frisia and Ezer quickly answered. "Then I won't bother, bye." Tabel waved his hand. The next moment, Tabel safely left Frisia Planet 52 under the send-off of Frisia's father and son. Not long after Tabel left, the Frisia father and son were excited. "It's done, it won't be long before this kid will become our puppet," Aize said with a look of excitement. "Hehe, you can repair him however you want this time, the humiliation you received before must be doubled back," Frisia said coldly. I'm going to make him look good." Ezer's face also became gloomy, because he suddenly thought of being slapped in the face by Tabel before. "You, immediately bring me Team Kinnet." Frisia pointed to a younger brother and commanded him. "Yes, King Frisia." About 20 minutes or so passed, 5 circular spacecraft descended from the sky and landed on Frisia Planet 52. "Hey!" The next moment, 5 combinations of different images and heights appeared in front of Frisia. "Kainu. Likum. Guys. Bart. Gerdo. Team Kinnet, see King Frisia, His Highness Ezer." While saying this, the 5-person group put on a magical pose. "Okay, Captain Kainu, don't put on this disgusting pose next time. Now I'm going to give you a task." Frisia waved his hand at Captain Kainu, and his expression became serious. "King Frisia, what mission are you talking about? What do we need to do?" Captain Kainu asked respectfully. "Have you heard of Tabul, the youngest son of King Bay of the Sion? 30 minutes ago, he had just left on a spaceship and was heading for an uninhabited planet, and now you immediately take your crew with you to take a look," Frisia ordered. "Follow along? King Frisia. Shall we just follow along?" Captain Kainu was stunned for a moment and asked rhetorically. As for the matter of Tabul, Captain Kainu has already heard about it. It is said that this kid is very rampant, even His Highness Ezer dares to fight. "Yes, just follow and see, and then, when you are only about 50 meters away from him, you shout a spell at him, and he will obediently obey your orders," Frisia said to Captain Kainu. "King Frisia, what spell?" Captain Kainu asked with some curiosity. "It's simple, just say hallelujah to him, and then you quickly see his expression change," Frisia explained. "If you can manage to control him, bring him back for me." "What if you can't, King Frisia?" Captain Kainu asked rhetorically. "If you can't? Of course this is impossible. But since you asked so, I will tell you well, you give me a good repair of him, of course, before repairing must find a reason, as for what reason, you think for yourself." Frisia mused, "But there is a premise, don't let him lose his life, got it?" "Yes, King Frisia," Captain Kainu hurriedly answered. "Go, I'm waiting for your good news." Frisia waved his hand. The next moment, 5 spaceships quickly chased in the direction of Tabur. Tabel traveled some distance in space by letting the system check its course. Back to the host, the destination of the spacecraft now is an uninhabited planet called Dront, which is equivalent to the primordial Earth, which contains abundant water resources and enough oxygen. The system gives the answer. Planet Dront? So, it must have been arranged by Frisia. Tabel shook his head, guessing the result. "Be vigilant, host, there are 5 people speeding towards this side, and their spacecraft is more than 3 times faster than the host's." The system suddenly issues a warning. "What people? Investigate their combat effectiveness now," Tabel said. "Their combat strength is 120,000, 48,000, 46,000, 45,000 and 300 respectively," the system says. "Understood, they should be Frisia's Kinnet team." Tabble smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth hooked an evil arc. It turns out that the host knows about them. The system answered. I've heard of it, especially that Captain Kainu. It's really not very simple. Tabber mused. P.S. Thanks to Z002614 for tipping 100 points. Thanks to Chinhao433 for tipping 200 points. Thanks to Little Q for tipping 100 points. Every tip you give will go down in the history of this book, and you will go to glory with this book. Friends who have not yet rewarded, hurry up and write it into the annals of this book. Chapter 032. While Tabble was chatting with the system, he suddenly found that the 5 spaceships had surpassed his own spacecraft in a flash, and landed on the planet called Trond. Tabble smiled. He was a little bored these 2 days. Frisia was really interesting, just sent a guy who was not much different from his own strength to send him to death. Bang! Not long after, Tabble's spacecraft also landed on the planet Trond. The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Tabble calmly walked out, and he saw the 5-man combination of the Kinnett team from afar. Hello! Tabor waved at the 5 guys, looking friendly. Captain, he's saying hello to us. Guys whispered from the side. I know, I saw it and heard it, you don't need to talk nonsense. Captain Kainu glared at Guys, disgusted him for talking too much, and then ordered, Bart, your speed is known as the first in the universe, you go over and shout a spell that Lord Frisia taught us to see what he is. Yes, Captain. Bart nodded, and after the words fell, it turned into a stream of light, and disappeared in a flash. Ugh! The next moment, Bart's figure appeared in front of Tabor. Who are you? Judging by what you're wearing, you're from Frisia, right? Tabble asked with a smile. Hallelujah! Bart whispered tentatively to Tabor. Tabble frowned, not understanding what this product wanted to do, so he was obviously stunned. Seeing Tabble with such an expression, Bart waved at Tabble to see if he really looked stunned. Not to mention, Bart waved his hand and found that Tabble really looked like a wooden one. Ugh! In the next second, Bart immediately returned to Captain Kainu. Bart, how's it going? How did he react? Captain Kainu hurriedly asked. Captain, it seems that there is no big problem, I shouted Hallelujah at him, and I saw that he was stupid, really. Bart said with certainty. Oh, so amazing, the potion that King Frisia studied succeeded. Captain Kainu smiled happily, and then, looking over from a distance, he found that Tabble was motionless 300 meters away from him. Captain, that's how we finished the mission. Guys hadn't had enough of it, and finally helped His Excellency Frisia with the task, but it was just a run, and it was not enjoyable to think about. Guys, don't talk nonsense, but I heard that this little prince of the Scion has a combat power of 60,000. Captain Kainu said in a deep voice, as a captain, I'm fine, and a few of you are in danger. Captain, I still don't believe that his combat power is 60,000, it must be that the detector is faulty, right? Guys shook his head in disbelief. Don't forget, that Dodolia was almost scared to death by him, and Chu Yi was also killed by him on the spot, which proves that even if his combat power is not 60,000, at least it is not much different from yours. Captain Kainu said in a deep voice, so, the 4 of you better not act rashly. The 4 team members stopped talking, and one by one they played silent. In the distance, Tabble was also communicating with the system. So in the eyes of Team Kainuit, Tabble seemed to be stupid there. System, you mean to say, what Hallelujah he just said is a spell to control me? Tabble was a little upset. Yes host, if there is no wise to help the host replace the materials of the magic potion, I am afraid that it will be controlled by the 4 of them now. The system responded. It's so despicable, Tabble was really upset. He didn't want to be controlled. The next moment, Tabble's face was already filled with killing intent, but then he grinned, but he had a plan. Hey? He seemed motionless. Guys looked in the direction of Tabble and suddenly said to Captain Kainu, "It's really not moving, it seems that it should take effect." Kainu nodded, and then ordered, "You guys let him come and see how he reacts." "Tabor, come right now!" Guys ordered loudly. "Yes." Tabble answered, and then stepped forward step by step. When Tabble got closer, the 5 members of the Kainuit team looked him up and down, and found that he really looked dull, and his eyes were no longer looking. "Tabul, kneel to Laodza!" Gordu suddenly shouted at Tabor. And after saying this, Gerdo stood in front of Tabor, waiting for him to bow down to him. Tabble suddenly grinned, and then kicked Gerdo hard in the head. Bang! Guldo was caught off guard, and his head was separated from his body at that time. Bones! Guldo's head was like a football, rolling on the land. Kainu and the others were dumbfounded, they never expected that Tabble would destroy this guy Guldo. However, they were just a little surprised by Guldo's death, and there was nothing worthy of their sympathy. After all, Guldo's combat power is too low, and he can mix in this team because he has special abilities that can make time stop for a while. In fact, what Kainu and others don't know is that it is precisely because Tabra is afraid of this special function of Guldo that he destroyed this product as soon as he made a move. Because the system has also reminded that this guy named Guldo is not very easy to deal with, especially when the time stops, the slightest mistake will make himself a miserable. Taking advantage of Guldo's lack of attention and destroying the goods at once, Tabble still has a sense of accomplishment. He is not controlled. Captain Kainu reacted immediately. "What control? What are you talking about?" Tabble asked with a smile. "Nothing, nothing, we were just passing through, we were just passing through." "Hee, hey, hey." Captain Kainu suddenly remembered that His Excellency Frisia had given an explanation, and he must not take Tabor's life. If that's the case, then how to fight? If one accidentally beats him to death, it's not fun. So Kainu thought about it and thought it was more appropriate to start early. "Really passing by?" Tabble smiled and asked. "It's really just passing by, don't lie to you." Captain Kainu quickly answered. "But if I accidentally killed your companions, don't you take revenge?" Tabble asked. "P.S. 3 changes today, ask for a tip." Chapter 033. He's not our companion, he's just here to make soy sauce. Captain Kainu hurriedly explained. "Captain, you lie, I'm your teammate." Gerdo wasn't dead yet, staring with a look of resentment. Bang! However, as soon as Gerdo finished speaking, he was thrown by Captain Kainu with an energy ball and exploded. Poor Guldo, who doesn't know anything, is so completely dead. "Humph, look," Captain Kainu smiled. Yes, he just came to make soy sauce, we don't know him." Before Captain Kainu could speak, Guy suddenly took a step ahead and answered. "Is it? That's really bad luck for him." Tabble smiled slightly and couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. "This unlucky child, it's so pitiful." Guys nodded and said with a smile. "What about you? What are you going to do?" asked Tabble with a smile. However, before Tabble finished speaking, he suddenly found that Guys released a huge flame of light towards where he was. Tabble frowned, and then felt a powerful heat wave rushing towards him, and in an instant, his hair seemed to be curled up by this heat wave. Boom! The next moment, Tabble was swallowed up by this heat wave. For a time, the scene was full of gunsmoke, so it was not lively. When I looked, I saw that the small half of the planet had already been blown up by Guys. As for Tabor, it seems that he has disappeared. "Guys, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Captain Kainu shouted sharply. "Ha ha ha ha, he was destroyed by me," Guys said excitedly. "I ask you, what are you doing?" Captain Kainu asked angrily. "Captain, I destroyed him, what's wrong?" Guys instead looked at Captain Kainu with a puzzled expression. Captain Kainu wanted to scold the street. After a brief pause, Captain Kainu grabbed Guys by the collar and said angrily, "You idiot, do you know that King Frisia personally explained to us, don't hurt this kid's life?" "What? When was it said?" Guys's face changed color slightly. "Idiot, idiot, just when he assigned us a task. What are your ears for?" Captain Kainu shouted hysterically. "Hey? Did King Frisia really say that?" Guys felt like his brain was a little short-circuited. When King Frisia ordered the mission before, Guys seemed to be distracted, so he didn't hear it at all that he should not hurt Tabul's life. "You idiot, when you go back to see Queen Frisia, let King Frisia deal with you properly," Captain Kainu said angrily. Guys was frightened and weakened, but he knew exactly what the consequences would be if he offended King Frisia. The muscles on Guys's face jumped a little, and he muttered, "You say, he won't be alive, right? The small half of the planet is gone, and it's still alive," Captain Kainu shouted. However, just as Captain Kainu's words fell, only a voice was heard coming from the sky. "As you wish, I am alive." It was none other than Tabor who spoke. After hearing Tabul's voice, the faces of the 4 people present changed color. Others don't know, but as teammates, they know very well the power of Guys's move just now. It seems that even Captain Kainu does not dare to contact this big bombing of Guys head-on. Now, the big bombing that came out of Guys's sudden attack was actually avoided by Tabor, which is a bit strange. "Ha ha 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 ha, it's great that you're still alive." After a brief stunned moment, Guys quickly laughed. Snap! Tabul fell from the sky and landed in front of Captain Kainu and the other 4, with a smile on his face. "This guy is so fast," Captain Kainu said in a deep voice. "Bart, his speed seems to have surpassed you, right?" "It's impossible, my speed is the first in the universe." Bart snorted coldly, and the purple skin was also a little contracted. "Ugh!" After Bart said this, he flashed his eyes and appeared behind Tabor. Bang! However, just when Bart had just stood firm, he suddenly felt a small fist constantly enlarging in front of his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Bart Danjua felt a huge energy rushing towards him. Ah! With a scream, Bart was punched in the nose by Tabor. The next moment, Bart's body flew backwards, and the whole person rubbed the ground, leaving a deep mark on the ground. "What a terrible guy," hit Bart with one punch. Captain Kainu was also taken aback, and then muttered, "It seems that the rumors are correct, the combat power of this wild monkey is really around 60,000. Except for Captain Kainu, the rest of the people present were stunned. As Captain Kainu said, if Tabor's combat power is really more than 60,000, then Guys, Liam and Bart are in danger. After all, the combat power of the 3 of them has not reached 50,000. Wild monkey, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful combat power at a young age, it is indeed worthy of my attention." Captain Kainu snorted coldly, and then looked at Tabul with a smile. The corner of Tabul's mouth evoked an evil smile, and the row of white baby teeth was also exposed, which looked so innocent and cute at this time. "Laughing at what? Do you think that if you have 60,000 combat power, you can challenge me?" Captain Kainu snorted coldly, "Haven't you heard your father say it? Mess with no one, don't mess with Captain Kainu." "I'm sorry, I really haven't heard my father say anything like that." Tabul rubbed his nose. "It's okay, I'll tell you now for your father what will happen if you offend Captain Kainu." Kainu smiled softly, then pointed at Liam and ordered, "Take off your detector and give it to him." "Yes, Captain Kainu." Liam nodded, quickly took the probe off, and threw it in the direction of Tabul. Bang! However, just when the probe was about to fly in front of Tabor, Tabul waved his hand, and the light flame in his hand flashed, and the detector was destroyed at that time. "What are you doing?" Captain Kainu shouted angrily. "What for?" What else do I have to ask you for? What are you throwing this thing for? Tabble smiled. P.S. There is another one in the evening. Friends who have the ability to tip, remember to give a tip, even if it is 100 book coins. Chapter 034. Stupid, this is the latest detector, which can detect more than 100,000 combat power values. Your old-style detector will explode on the spot after sensing my combat power. Captain Kenaya shouted. You said it earlier, how do I know if you don't say it? I thought you threw a dark weapon. Tabble smiled lightly, and then added, also, my detector has been modified, you can show all your combat power, don't hide it. Oh? You are really arrogant enough, and I will let you know in a while that arrogance has no good results. Captain Kainu smiled coldly, and the aura on his body suddenly burst out. Suddenly, Captain Kainu's combat effectiveness suddenly increased to 120,000. How about the Tabra wild monkeys? Has your detector already seen my combat power stats? Captain Kainu asked with a smile. See, 120,000, it's really powerful. Tabble nodded. Oh? You don't seem surprised? Captain Kainu was a little surprised to find that Tabble looked calm. His own combat effectiveness has reached a high of 120,000, and this kid actually behaves so calmly and calmly. Pretend to be it. Yes, it must have been pretended. He only has 60,000 combat strength, and when he encounters himself with 120,000 combat power, he must be scared and about to pee his pants? With this thought, the smile on Captain Kainu's face was even greater. Tabra wild monkey, if you obediently lie down, let us teach you a good lesson, this matter will be settled today, if not. Humph, you know what the consequences will be. Captain Kainu smiled softly and began to threaten Tabor. What consequences? Say it and listen. Tabble smiled. Of course it destroyed you. Kainu said with a smile. Are you sure? Pretending to be surprised, Tarbal asked rhetorically, did Frisia ask you to destroy me? Great, I'm worried that I won't have a chance to deal with him. After saying this, Tabble pretended to have dialed Beerus's phone and said into the air, Lord Beerus, it's me, just now Frisia. This specific thing. Bang! As soon as Tabble was halfway through speaking, the instrument in his hand was shattered by a flame of light from Captain Kainu. Want to snitch? No way! Captain Kainu snorted coldly, that being said, he was actually so scared that he was almost heartbroken, it was terrible, and just a little carelessness had sold King Frisia. Fortunately, Kainu secretly rejoiced, thanks to his faster reaction, he destroyed the communicator of this wild monkey at once, otherwise it would be bad. It's a shame. You broke my communicator. Tabble shook his head and looked at the shattered instrument in his hand. In fact, this instrument is just a small item that Tabble brought from Frisia Planet 52, and he still doesn't know how to get in touch with Beerus and Weiss. Tabble, do you think that with Lord Beerus's backing, you can do whatever you want? Captain Kainu snorted coldly, humph, Lord Beerus said that he can't kill you, but that was only to Frisia, he didn't say it to me. In this way, it is easy to understand, the reason why Lord Beerus did not say more about you is because there is only one possibility. Tabble smiled. What is possible? Guys interjected, curious. That is, you can't beat me. Tabble cracked his mouth and smiled a little brightly. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. System, I said that my mouth is dry, why don't you give me more combat power? Tabble asked a little unpleasantly. The system judged that it has not yet reached the level of pretending. The system answered. Well, anyway, there is nothing complicated in dealing with this guy, just destroy him. Tabble smiled slightly, and while saying this, he looked at Captain Kainu without blinking. How? This look of yours means that you are going to provoke, right? Captain Kainu teased. Take your detector and feel my amazing combat power. When Tabble said this, he suddenly burst out his breath. Boom! Suddenly, the powerful air current, as if rolling up 1,000 layers of huge waves, raged on this planet. A vast storm, like a shock wave, swept the entire planet in an instant. Tabersk exhibited twice the Realm King Fist, and his combat power also soared directly from 46 to 92. What? Combat effectiveness 92,000? Captain Kainu was taken aback. Looking at Guise and Leakum, as well as Bart who had just gotten up not long ago, one by one, they were stunned and looked at Tabble in a daze. 92,000. It's terrible, the captain is only 120,000, muttered Guise. Tabble, you really impress me, your combat power will actually reach 90,000 taels. Captain Kainu couldn't help but chuckle after a brief shock. Just 90,000 combat strength, he is 120,000, it is more than enough to deal with this kid. Is it? If you take a closer look at your detector, is my combat power really 92,000? Tabra grinned. Speaking of this, Tabble suddenly unleashed the Triple Realm King Fist. And Taber's combat effectiveness also soared from 92,000 to 138,000 on the spot. What? 138,000 combat strength. Captain Kainu's face was a little uncalm. Don't worry, the good show is still to come. Tabble smiled lightly, and the Quadruple Realm King Fist was unleashed again. 184,000. Captain Kainu was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Looking at them again, they are already completely dumbfounded. They never thought that Table's combat power would actually be as high as 180,000. 180,000, what a terrible number. System, isn't it pretending just now? Tabble is a little puzzled, all pretending to be like this, for the Mao system still not give away combat effectiveness? Although it is only a gift of 1,000 combat power each time, it is still very cool that the Tabor Realm King Fist can be increased by 6,000 at once. There is no fault in the system, there is no fault in the system. The system repeated. Tabble was still waiting for the system to say the following, but after the system said this, it stopped talking. Generally speaking, after the system says that there is no failure, it will give 1,000 combat power to express it. This time it turned out to be nothing. System, are you still alive? Tabble quickly asked. P.S. Keep asking for flowers, asking for evaluation votes, asking for tips, asking for comments. Chapter 035. The system will not die, new version v0.98 found, ready to upgrade, ready to upgrade. Shutting down. It's shutting down. Before the system finished speaking, Tabble suddenly heard a familiar shutdown sound. I'm going. Windows XP shutdown sound? Tabble was speechless. Your system won't be so old, will it? It's all Windows 10 now. However, there was nothing to answer to Tabor, and the system seemed to be down and did not react at all. System, don't play like this, you are so bad to say something. Tabble was anxious, and I didn't know if it was really upgraded, or hope it's an upgrade. It seems that this failure of the system is really not small. Here, Kainu and the others have not yet recovered from the shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible, the detector must be broken. How could a scion have 180,000 combat power? Guys muttered in shock. Humph, nothing is impossible. Captain Kainu calmed down instead. The detector is the latest model, and the value detected by your detector is 180,000, and mine is 2, which proves that his combat effectiveness value is real. But he's just a scion. Guys still couldn't believe it. Maybe like us, suddenly mutated or something, and it's normal for the combat effectiveness to increase as a result. Captain Kainu smiled and said with a wide grin. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Captain Kainu threw an extremely heavy punch towards his chest. Click! Suddenly, Captain Kainu's chest was punched with a big blood hole by himself, and purple-black blood also flowed from the position of his chest, oozing all over his hands. "Captain, you?" asked Guys and the other three hurriedly and with concern. After saying this, the three suddenly noticed the captain's evil smile. The three suddenly realized, and smiled very tacitly. "You're going to be out of luck, boy." Guys pointed to Tabul. "Isn't it just like exchanging bodies with me? Do you think I don't know?" Tabul smiled slightly. Hands on, Captain Kainu's side had already taken a pose. It's just that Captain Kainu almost choked as soon as he shouted a word. Captain Kainu never imagined that Tabul would know his magical skills. It is said that this skill is unknown to even Prince Iser except for King Frisia and his own team. How did this Scion wild monkey know? Want to exchange bodies, hey? It's a pity that you don't have a chance anymore. Tabul grinned, and his figure shook, already appearing behind Captain Kainu. Boom! Tabul pointed at the body of Captain Kainu and released a shockwave full of explosive energy on the spot. Ah! I saw Captain Genie's face and body twist rapidly. Ugh! The next moment, Captain Kainu turned into powder in this big bombardment, leaving nothing behind. 180,000 versus 120,000, it was too easy for Tabul to destroy Captain Kainu. Seeing that his captain disappeared all of a sudden, not even a bone was left, Guys and the other three were frightened at that time, their bodies trembled violently, and their legs couldn't help but tremble. The next moment, the three people let out a cry, and immediately after, the three goods divided into three different directions and fled quickly. Among them, Bart was the fastest, and he had flown thousands of meters away in an almost blink of an eye. Tabur's speed is faster, though. Tabul seemed to turn into a streamer, and in just 1 or 2 breaths, he was already easily catching up with Bart, who was known as the fastest speed in the universe. Bang! Tabul flew up and kicked the cargo to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Tabul quickly caught up with Legis and opened a big foot at him. Hey! Guys cut an arc in mid-air, and his body was smashed heavily to the ground, leaving a bottomless pit. After seriously injuring Guys, Tabul smiled slightly and caught up with Likum, who was fleeing while turning his head to observe back. When he saw that Tabul easily beat down his two companions, Likum's face became more ugly and ugly, of course, more than endless fear. The next moment, when Likum found that Tabul was chasing him quickly, he gritted his teeth and his mouth opened all of a sudden. Likum flash cannon. I really don't know how Likum's mouth opened so wide, how this voice came out. Boom! The flash cannon released by Likum bombarded aggressively in the direction of Tabur. Tabul sneered and slapped the killing light cannon sharply. Snap! This slap of Tabul contained a lot of energy, which directly changed the trajectory of the flash cannon. Hey! The flash cannon bombarded a high mountain in the distance. Suddenly, the tall and handsome mountain set off a huge mushroom cloud on the spot, and when I looked again, the entire mountain was flattened by this powerful energy. Likum's eyes widened, not because he was surprised to flatten the mountain, but because Tabul just slapped his trick away. This, Likum stammered. Boom! Tabul would not be polite to Likum, and then released a powerful shockwave and killed the goods on the spot. Tabul is a little anxious now, he has to hurry to Earth and get the Dragon Balls together first. Today, the system is still not at all responsive, shouldn't it be a complete shutdown? After killing Likum, Tabul levitated high in mid-air, flashing with light in his hand, penetrating Guys and Bart, who were still struggling. System, upgraded, right? Hurry up and turn it on. Tabul took a deep breath and quickly tried to contact the system. It's just that no matter how Tabul calls, the system just doesn't say a word. I'll go, Tabul's heart sank, this system has been upgraded for too long, right? I don't know if I can further improve my combat effectiveness without the help of the system? Tabul clenched his fists, his expression was full of fighting spirit. You can't rely on the system for everything. However, Tabble still wanted the system to wake up as soon as possible, and then tried several ways to get the system to turn on. Even later, Tabble shouted code words to the system called "Open the door Sesame" or something, but it still had no effect. P.S. Thank you for the Moon Shadow reward. Today's 3 changes, continue to ask for tips. Chapter 036. Don't care, go to Earth first. Tabble gritted his teeth. This system is too unreliable. Even if you want to shut down and upgrade, at least say hello. Well, this broken system upgrade is too slow, as if the power was cut off by Tabur, and then it stopped all of a sudden. Tabble immediately couldn't care about this, and quickly got on the spaceship. However, when Tabble stepped on the small spaceship, he froze on the spot. It seems that the main console of this spacecraft is on the planet Frisia, and now that there is no system, he has no idea where the spacecraft will fly. And, for some reason, from the moment Tabble left planet Vegeta, he could no longer get in touch with his father and them. Tabble thought about it. All this is the ghost of the Frisia father and son, otherwise this probe can get in touch with planet Vegeta even if it reaches Earth. Tabble hated the Frisia father and son, but now he is not an opponent of others, and it is not too late to wait for his combat effectiveness to improve before taking revenge. Since he didn't know how to get to Earth, Tabble had to press indiscriminately in his spaceship. It's just that this spacecraft and system have a virtue, and no matter how Tabble operates, it has never moved. Tabor, is he going to be trapped on this planet where there is no one? The only good thing is that although there is no one on this planet, there are still plants, and even some wild fruits and so on, which is enough for Tabor to fill his hunger. However, Tabble didn't want to be stuck on such a planet where no one thought about it. He was aiming at the universe, what was going on in such a broken place. Just when Tabble was in ashes, Tabble's eyes suddenly lit up. Didn't the 5 of them come together on 5 spaceships? Maybe if you get on their spaceship, you can leave this ghost place. If you're lucky, these 5 T's combinations directly set their destination to the planet Adraith. Then it's also good to learn teleportation. Thinking of this, Tabble held the idea of trying his luck and randomly picked a guy's spaceship. Before leaving, Tabble thought that the red wine given by Frisia was very delicious, so he brought the 6 bottles of red wine with him. After entering the spacecraft, Tabble pressed a few times at random. Boom! The next moment, the spacecraft soared into the sky and went straight to the vast space of space. It's done, it's done. Did you see the system? Tabble couldn't help but cheer. It's just that after saying this, there was nothing to answer to Tabble, and there was a very silence around, just like this silent space, the endless darkness, which made Tabble very uncomfortable in his heart. Forget it, you wait for the system, I will find a way to go to Earth to let you upgrade as soon as possible. Tabble took a deep breath. Meanwhile, on Frisia Planet 52, an alien reports the latest news from Tabor to Iser. What do you say? Kainu, have they lost contact? Ezer frowned and asked a little uneasily. Yes, Your Highness Eyes, Kainu, 5 minutes ago, there was no news. The younger brother replied. Where is their spaceship now? Ezer thought for a moment and asked. The spacecraft is still on the planet Trond. The little brother reported, and as soon as he finished speaking, a message was transmitted, so he had to quickly add, Your Highness, I just received news that Guy's spaceship has entered space. What? Guy's came back alone? Iser was stunned for a moment. It's not Iser, it's Tabul. It's Tabra who is back. The little brother quickly corrected. Snap! As soon as this little brother finished speaking, he was hit by the red light flame in Aize's hand. The next moment, this little brother was already controlled by Aize and suspended in midair. His Highness Aize, spare his life! His Highness Aize, spare his life! The little brother shouted loudly. Humph! I don't like people who speak badly. Aize sneered, and the corners of his mouth hooked an evil angle. Boom! With a loud noise, the little brother who had just reported the task was blown to pieces on the spot. All the little brothers on the planet were terrified, and no one dared to make contact with Izer's vicious triangular eye. "Is it Tabul?" Ezer asked another younger brother. "Your Highness Izer, according to the influence coming from our front, the person on the geese spaceship is indeed Tabor, and the orbit that Tabul is sailing is the star Atlant. The star of Atlanta is our recently developed planet, and the indigenous people on it have been completely wiped out." That little brother was afraid that Aize would destroy himself, so he said a lot in one breath. "Art's star? Humph, hum." Ezer's face was full of resentment, and after letting out a terrible cold snort, he waved and ordered, "Prepare a spaceship for me immediately, I am going to the planet It." "But His Highness Izer." Before leaving, King Frisia said that whatever happened to Tabor, leave him alone. A little brother hurriedly dissuaded. "Do you think I'm going to take care of Tabor? Idiot, I want to travel to planet Atlanta, go around there, got it?" Ezer shouted angrily, but did not immediately kill this subordinate, because he was the younger brother of King Frisia. "Understood." The little brother was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he hurriedly answered. The next moment, Izer stepped on the spaceship. The spaceship that Io was riding on was also the kind that was small, for one person only. Ezer had already planned it, and he was going to humiliate Tabul while his father was away. Izer felt that he had lost faith in Tabor, and if he didn't teach him a lesson, this kid would definitely not know the sky. Moreover, Ezer had another plan not to say to his father Frisia, that is, he really wanted to destroy Tabul. Because he knows very well that even Captain Kainya was killed by Tabor, then if this kid is allowed to continue to grow, he will definitely become a Super Saiyan in the future, and it will be difficult to destroy him at that time. Although doing so will offend Lord Beerus, but it is a death anyway, it is better to pull this kid on the back. Besides, Lord Beerus valued Tabor mainly because he made delicious food, and Izer had already sent his men to find the chef in the universe. At that time, as long as you impress Lord Beerus with good food, you may still survive. P.S. There is still a change in the evening, and friends who have not yet collected it will collect it as soon as possible. By the way, ask for a tip, even if it is a 100-point tip, it is a great motivation for the author. Chapter 037. Hey! Ezer's spaceship streaked through space and headed straight in the direction of Tabor. After Tabul got on the spaceship, the spacecraft could not be changed because it set up an automatic route, and there was no system to help, so it could only be taken one step at a time. After about 2 days in space, Tabul still didn't wake up the system. "I'll go, your system is too rubbish, so let's go up to the level of Mao." Tabul muttered a little depressed. Beep. At this moment, the detector worn by Tabul flashed an energy reaction. Tabul fixed his eyes, and suddenly his heart froze. Izer. Tabul quickly recognized that the energy reaction that appeared was none other than Frisia's son Ezer. What is this guy running here for? Tabul quickly thought about the purpose of the other parties coming here, and at the same time, Tabul felt a little more uneasy in his heart. It seems that this goods ran to their vicinity, they must be uneasy and kind. Only, did this goods dare to openly disobey Lord Beerus's orders? Tabul muttered in his heart. Right ahead, little monkey of Tabor, I'm here to fix you. Aize smiled grimly, and after saying these words to himself, he flew up sharply and kicked the hatch of the spacecraft open. The next moment, Aize flew out of the spaceship and stood firmly on the circular spaceship that was moving at speed. Tabul, do you hear that? Izer shouted in the direction of Tabul. Tabul ignored it, but looking at the situation, the other party was gradually closing in with him. It is believed that in less than a minute or so, the two spacecraft will meet on the same level. Tabul, you can definitely hear it, don't say you don't know anything. Iser smiled softly and squinted at the spaceship in Tabble in front of him. Tabra still ignored it. However, Tabble was anxious in his heart, and tried to shout the system again, hoping that the system could wake up quickly, or pretend to improve his combat effectiveness. Tabble's current combat power is only 46,000, even if he casts a six-fold Realm King Fist, it is only 270,000. 270,000. Too little. 270,000 seems like a lot, but it is far worse than I's. Tabble believes that Aize's combat strength after transformation will definitely increase a lot, and it will definitely far exceed his 270,000. How is this good? Just as Tabble was shouting the system again, I's spaceship was already traveling side by side with Tabble's spaceship. Ezer slapped his big foot on his spaceship, and his spaceship, which was faster than Tabor, suddenly slowed down and kept him in a straight line with Tabor, and then, Ezer smiled at Tabble and said, "How? Tabble, aren't you going to show up yet?" Looking at Tabble again, there was still no reaction. "Oh, I suddenly forgot, you Scions don't seem to be able to survive in space, right?" Aize smiled and said, "By the way, you don't seem to know how to contact me, then I'll tell you, there is a green button in the spaceship, as long as you press to speak directly, you can spread the voice." "Okay, Ezzy, you just say what are you doing here?" Tabble smiled softly, and his voice immediately floated out of the spaceship. Although this is the vast space of the universe, how the sound is propagated, Tabble is not clear. It is said that in a vacuum state, sound cannot be transmitted. But thinking about it is not a big deal. With Frisia's level of technology, it should be easy to get sound to travel in space. As long as the sound is converted into the form of an electromagnetic wave, it can really make the sound emit out. Finally spoke, "Ha ha ha ha." Iser laughed. "Something to say, nothing to hurry up and get out, I'm busy." Tabble drank angrily. "Tabble, you are in such a situation now, do you dare to talk to me in this tone?" Iser was not angry this time, because in his eyes, Tabble was already a dying man. Aize thought about it for a long time along the way, and felt that it was more appropriate to destroy this little monkey as soon as possible. This Scion little monkey is only 4 years old, and he already has more combat power than Captain Kineas, and if he is left unchecked, I am afraid that he will really become a Super Scion in many years. Super Scion. This super soldier terrified the Frozen Devil clan. "How? Have you forgotten Lord Beerus?" Tabble smiled coldly, and had to look forward to moving Beerus out and making this guy retreat. "Ha ha ha ha, Tabor, don't be funny." Ezer chuckled, "As far as I know, Lord Beerus has already gone back to take a nap, don't you know? Lord Beerus usually takes a nap, and we will be here for a decade or two." Tabble was slightly startled in his heart, but he didn't expect that Ezer really knew a lot about Beerus. "I'm afraid that when Lord Beerus wakes up, he will have forgotten who you are, right?" Aize said with interest, and while saying this, a red ball of energy suddenly flashed in his hand. Tabor's face changed color slightly, and it seemed that today's battle was inevitable. "Also, if I create the illusion that your spaceship accidentally hits the hardest ore in the universe in the process of traveling, when the ship is destroyed and killed, even if Lord Beerus wakes up, where will he pursue it?" Aize smiled slightly, and then slammed his hand, and the bright red light flame in his hand shot towards a meteorite in front of him. Snap! The next moment, this huge meteorite, which was more than 10 times larger than Tabor's spaceship, was wrapped in a red flame of light shot out by eyes. Phew! Immediately afterwards, Tabble found that Iser beckoned to the meteorite. When he looked again, Tabble's eyes widened. Because his spaceship is speeding towards that meteorite. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, Tabble's spaceship collided with the huge bright red meteorite. Poof! In the middle of the whiskers, Tabble's spaceship exploded on the spot like a soap bubble, turning into debris. P.S. continue to ask for tips, for collections, for flowers. Chapter 038. See you, little monkey of Tabul, you're dead today. Ezer smiled softly, and his eyes immediately locked on where Tabul's body was. Ugh! Ezer quickly appeared in front of Tabor. How about wild monkeys? Do you feel that it is difficult to breathe? The difficulty is normal, because you scions are lower creatures that cannot survive in the universe, but we frozen people can soar in the universe, just like I am now, without feeling the slightest discomfort. Ezer smiled slightly and looked at Tabul with interest, with a playful look on his face. Looking at Tabul again, it seems that he is really a little breathless, and he is struggling desperately in the universe. Look, I didn't do it, it was your own spaceship that crashed into King Kong and died. As he laughed, if you have any last words now, you better say them as soon as possible. Ooh, it looks like you can't talk. Tabul didn't speak, still struggling. It is really a memorable thing to be able to witness your tragic death, and I will spend my life mourning your death. Ezer looked at Tabul with a smile, his greatest pleasure was watching his enemy's face twitch to death. However, just as Ezer was excitedly admiring Tabor's death, he suddenly found that Tabul was grinning at himself. Ezer rubbed his eyes, a little unable to believe what he was seeing. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Tabul smiled slightly, looked at Ezer and said. How? Can you speak? This. How is this possible? Aize was surprised and stunned. Aren't you surprised? Just be surprised, do you think that only you can live in space? Tabul looked at Ezer with disdain, then chuckled and pointed to his nose, I can too. Ding dong! The system is booting. The system is booting. Just as Tabul finished saying this, he only heard a familiar voice suddenly come from his mind. Exactly the system. System, you want to kill me, you are finally back. Tabor felt a warm current in his heart, and the system was finally returning. The system is booting. The system is booting. However, the system kept making a sound of starting, but nothing else changed. I'll go, you tease me, the system, started quickly. Tabul quickly said with concern. System upgrade. Failed to load file, failed to start, the sound of the system sounded again. Tabor's heart sank. Does this thing also come with loading files? Also failed to start. Tabul didn't know how to describe it. Upgrade successful. Startup failed, trying to repair the loaded file, the mechanical voice of the system came to Tabul's mind again. I go, why did the upgrade fail to start? Hurry up and succeed. Tabul prayed secretly. Failed to repair file, system is shutting down, system is shutting down. I'll go, don't, you're so bad to start. Tabul was speechless for a while, how this system is becoming more and more unreliable. However, after the system said what he just said, there was no sound. System, you're here to tease me, aren't you? Tabul didn't know what to say, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment, that's the truth. Tabul originally thought that the system upgrade was restarted, but who knew that it was started for half a day and shut down on its own. Tabul now has no time to take care of the system, and he has to quickly find a way to solve Ezer's problem. In front of him, Aize is already opposite him. Although he has obtained the systematic cosmic survival skill, but if he is calculated according to combat effectiveness, he is not this guy's opponent at all. Impossible. No way. Even super scions can't survive in the universe. There are simply not many races that can survive in space. Ezer is still in shock. Is it? Actually, I want to tell you secretly that I am not a scion. Tabul suddenly lowered his voice. What? What did you say? What are you not from? Ezer was stunned for a moment, and Tabul deliberately said the last sentence very lightly, causing Ezer not to hear it very clearly. I mean, I'm not a scion, Do you understand? Tabel smiled slightly. You're not a scion? Who are you? Ezer was dazed, and then looked at Tabel from top to bottom. This kid is obviously a scion, with a long tail and blood unique to scions flowing on his body. Aize won't be at all, a little confused. Just when Aize was a little dazed, he saw a layer of white light flash on Tabel's body. The next moment, Tabel's body sped towards him. Bang! The detector worn by Aize's eyes also suddenly exploded at this time. Izer was taken aback, because at the moment when the detector exploded just now, he seemed to have found that Tabel's combat effectiveness had increased to more than 200,000. 200,000! Izer's eyes widened, and he looked at Tabel, who rushed up in disbelief. Bang! That's what Tabel wanted, and he knew very well that with normal combat, he couldn't defeat Izer anyway. Tabel must sneak up and see if he can deliver a fatal blow while Izer has not yet transformed. Boom! At that time, Tabel burst out all his energy, and at the same time, he directly cast the six-fold Realm King Fist. The next moment, Tabel aimed at Ezer's body and released the flash cannon on the spot. At this time, Tabor's combat power has reached a high of 270,000, I believe it should be easy to deal with Izer, who has not yet transformed. Not good. As if sensing the coming of death, Izer's face suddenly changed color. Immediately afterwards, Ezer saw that Tabel had appeared directly in front of him, and released the flash cannon towards him. Aize's face turned purple at that time, and in a hurry, he hurriedly held up a protective cover. Snap! However, as soon as Izer's protective shield touched Tabor's flash cannon, it shattered on the spot and disappeared. Aize's body trembled violently, and it was too late to dodge at the critical moment, because the energy would also produce a certain attraction when attacking. Aize's face was full of stunned, and he knew that if he was attacked in his current state, he would definitely die. Chapter 039. Snap! Aize made a decision immediately, and his body changed decisively. Just as Izer's body was getting bigger, that is, when his first transformation began, Tabel's flash cannon also came into contact with his skin. This thing. Not good. Ezer shouted loudly, it was clear that it was a little too late to transform. Boom! Izer's body had just grown larger, and it was not yet hot, and Tabel's flash cannon swallowed half of his body on the spot. Ah! Izer let out a scream and disappeared with the flash cannon released by Tabor. Tabel looked in the direction where Izer had disappeared and took a deep breath. Hey! The flash cannon released by Tabel seemed to have completed the mission, cut a beautiful arc in this space, and disappeared without a trace. Tabel knew that Izer couldn't just die, and his face was full of vigilance. Just now, Tabel saw with his own eyes, just when the flash cannon was about to completely swallow Izer's body suddenly became larger. What caused Tabel the most headache was that Ezer's body became larger and grew from his feet upwards. Previously, Tabel's attack position was the upper body of Izer's waist, and the power of the flash cannon was condensed into such a small range. Who knows, Ai's body suddenly became larger, and Tabor's attack position automatically changed, changing to swallowing Izer's lower body on the spot. At the most critical moment, Ezer underwent a transformation, just like Frisia, and his body suddenly increased several times. Of course, his combat effectiveness has also improved a lot. Tabel knew very well that Izer was probably not dead. Because Tabel remembers that in the history of Dragon Ball, when Son Goku and Frisia fought in Namex, Frisia's body was cut in half by the Chi-Yu and chopped by himself released, and the result was still alive and well. Of course, regeneration is impossible, but at least it can't die. After a short pause, Tabel looked at where Izer was. At this glance, a combat effectiveness value suddenly jumped out of the detector. Izawa, Frozen Demon Clan, the first change, the combat power is 380,000. Combat strength of 380,000. Tabal's heart sank slightly. He now cast a six-fold Realm King Fist, and his combat power was only 270,000. In the first layer of Aizawa's transformation, his combat effectiveness increased from 100,000 to 380,000, which is unscientific. Fortunately, what relieved Tabal was that now Aizer only has the lower upper body, only half of his body, so it should not be difficult to deal with. Okay Aizer, don't pretend, I know you're still alive. Tabal smiled and said in Aizer's direction. Originally, Tabal wanted to make another sneak attack, but after seeing Aizer suspended motionless in space, Tabal couldn't help but smile softly in his heart. Tabal himself likes to play this kind of intrigue. He knows that Aizer is not dead, and the goods are pretending to be seriously injured, and Tabal can see at a glance that the goods are deliberately trying to lure himself over. Sure enough, after hearing Tabor's words, Aizer suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Snap! Aize clapped his hands, his face gloomy, showing malice. Not bad Tabal, your sneak attack worked very well, I was almost killed by you. When Aize said this, he wiped the cold sweat on his face. Just now, for Aize, it is indeed very dangerous. If Aize does not transform immediately, I am afraid that this will really be killed on the spot by Tabor. You seem to be getting bigger. Tabal asked knowingly, pretending to be surprised. Yes, I did get bigger, but it's not just that my body has gotten bigger. Aize smiled lightly and squinted at Tabor. I'm afraid you don't know yet, right? The horror of our frozen demon clan. What do you say? Tabal smiled slightly. Our frozen demon clan, like many aliens, can transform. Aizer explained with a smile, just like you scions can become monkeys, we frozen demons can also change. Hey? So amazing? Tabal pretended to be surprised. Every time I transform, my combat effectiveness will increase exponentially, and at present this is the first transformation, and my combat effectiveness is at least 400,000. Aizer chuckled, his face full of excitement. Oh? How many more changes? Tabal asked with a smile. You seem to know very well, you actually know that I still have several layers of transformation. Aizer smiled, then stretched out his finger and gestured, and said to Tabal with a smile, then I'll tell you the truth, this transformation can be changed 6 times. You must be desperate right now, right? Ha 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 ha, do you really think that our frozen demon clan is a bully? 6 times. Tabal was visibly stunned. How can there be 6 transformations? Isn't it only 3 times? This time, Tabal was a little dazed, because as far as he knew about the Dragon Ball world, Frieza only had 3 transformations, of course, the golden Frieza behind did not count. But don't worry, I only have 3 transformations now, so you don't need to be nervous. Aizer smiled proudly and added to Tabor. Only 3 times? It scares me to death. Tabal patted himself on the chest. Humph, now even my father can't perform the 4th transformation, but let me tell you, my uncle Gula can have the 4th transformation. When Aize said this, he was so shocked, especially his tail, he couldn't help but up. Your uncle Gura? Your uncle, right? Tabal mused. You don't know yet, do you? I have a very powerful uncle. Uncle. His name is Gula. Aize explained very proudly, but you can rest assured that my uncle is in charge of the southern universe, and he usually does not come. That's good, that's good. Tabor breathed a sigh of relief. Also, you scions will give birth to super scions, but we frozen demon clan will also give birth to golden demons. Aize sneered, if our frozen demon clan really gives birth to a golden demon, even if you are a super scion, it is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. The golden demon I am talking about here is the 6th transformation of our clan. Hearing Aize's words, the image of Golden Frisia in Resurrected F suddenly appeared in Tabur's mind. Could it be that the sixth transformation mentioned by Ezer is not the transformation of Golden Frisia? Chapter 040. That's all I have to say, Tabul. I admit you're excellent, but I'm telling you, you're still tender compared to me. When Aize said this, his face also became gloomy. Tabul smiled and silently looked at Izer's half of his body. It seems that this guy seems to be quite confident. Can he defeat himself with half of his body? My combat power in this transformation has reached 400,000, which is much more than your combat power. Aize smiled and continued, but I see that you seem to have a good heart. Is it because I only have half my body? Maybe. Tabul smiled. Although I am only half of my body now, my energy has not decreased much, and I can still deal with you. Aize said with great confidence, in this way, I will let you see how I use half of my body to beat you all over the ground to find teeth. Yes, I really want to see it. Tabul smiled coldly. Ugh. The next moment, Tabul no longer had the slightest hesitation, and immediately flew quickly in the direction of Izer. Bang! Tabul threw a powerful punch at Izer in the face. However, when he saw that this punch was about to hit Aize, Aize grinned, raised his hand, and grabbed Tabur's fist on the spot. Bang! Izer sneered and suddenly slammed his head into Tabul's head. Hey! Tabul turned into a streamer, and was knocked upside down by Ezer and flew out. Izer's smug laughter came, and then his body shot in the direction of Tabur. Almost in the blink of an eye, half of Izer's body appeared in front of Tabul. Tabul now feels a little dizzy in the head. Malgobes, is this guy's head made of steel? It's really sturdy enough. Just now was hit by Ezer with his head, and Tabul was a little uncomfortable. Also, Tabul also found that although this guy only had half of his body left, his combat effectiveness really hadn't decreased much. At least, Izer's current combat strength has reached a height of 380,000, which is 90,000 higher than Tabur. The gap in combat effectiveness of 90,000 is not a small number. Tabul looked left and right, trying to find a planet that could make the moon. If you want to build an artificial full moon, you must need oxygen and your own energy to mix, and space is almost in a vacuum. Naturally it is impossible to make a moon. It's just that Tabul searched for a moment, plus without the assistance of the system, this vast space really does not know which planet will have oxygen. It seems that there is no way. I can only break through the limits of my body and bring the Realm King Fist to the extreme. Tabul's expression became serious. At present, if you want to kill Aize quickly, you can only increase your combat effectiveness to the level of surpassing him. Aize's current true combat power is only 46,000, and if he casts a tenfold Realm King Fist, it will be 460,000. 460,000, compared to Aize's 380,000 combat strength, it is only about 80,000 more than him. Tabul estimated a little. I am afraid that using the tenfold Realm King Fist is not enough to give Izer a second. Since the tenfold Realm King Fist can't work, then come to a 12-fold. In that case, Tabur's combat effectiveness will increase to a little more than 550,000. 550,000 against a 380,000 combat strength and only half a body of ice. Tabul estimated that the odds of victory were relatively large. This time, Ezer will be destroyed no matter what. As for the higher multiple Realm King Fist, Tabul is not completely sure. After all, when Sun Wukong fights Frisia in the Dragon Ball script, he can withstand the tenfold Realm King Fist, but he also casts the limit of 20 times the Realm King Fist at most. Of course, there are 30 times, or even 40 times later, and that is only a sudden outbreak when forced to helpless. After Sun Wukong used the Realm King Fist at that time, he felt that his body was already in pain, and it can be seen that the Realm King Fist that exceeded the limit was still injured to a great extent. Tabul still has to go to Earth. He doesn't want his body to be hurt greatly. Don't accidentally hang up on the road before the Earth arrives, then it will be tragic. How? You don't seem to have anything to say, do you? Ezra looked at Tabble with a smile. You must regret provoking me now, right? Humph, you are really daring. Are you hitting me in the face very comfortably? Lord Beerus? Why are you here? Tabble suddenly looked behind Iser with a look of surprise. What? Aize was so frightened that his whole body couldn't help but snort. Then, Aize quickly looked back. Under this look, Iser found that there was Beerus behind him. It is clear that there is nothing. Not good. Fooled. Iser reacted immediately, hurriedly twisted his head, and swept in the direction of Tabur. Immediately afterwards, Aize's eyes turned a little green. I saw that Tabble was shot out like a cannonball, and the speed was completely beyond Iser's imagination. Aize just widened his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he felt a huge force rushing towards his body. Bang! Ezer was hit the chest by Tabur's head. The next moment, the upper half of Aize's body flew out upside down on the spot, and at the same time as flying out, purple-red blood sprayed out of his mouth, which was how spectacular the situation was. Super Flash Cannon. Tabble didn't have time to rest at all, gritted his teeth, and released a huge energy on the spot with his hands. Suddenly, the powerful energy quickly bombarded in the direction of Iser, who was still flying upside down. At this time, Izai's whole body was trembling, and he was hit hard by Tabble just now, which made him feel unprecedented pain. Aize felt as if his body fell apart, unspeakably uncomfortable. Aize felt a huge fear for the first time. This is his first change. His combat strength has reached a level close to 400,000, why was he seriously injured by this kid? Aize was terrified in his heart. At this moment, Aize felt that something was not quite right, and hurriedly swept forward. Iser's eyes were about to jump out, and he found an extremely huge flash cannon rushing towards him. P.S. Today's 3 changes. Recently there are fewer people speaking in the book review area. I hope that all friends will actively speak and correct mistakes. Chapter 041. This time, the flash cannon released by Tabble was very huge in both volume and energy, large enough to swallow Iser's body and make Iser completely disappear from the universe. Not good. That's not true. Aize's eyes became frightened, and there was no blood on his face. Boom! With a loud bang, the next moment, Tabur's super flash cannon completely swallowed Iser. Boom! This time, the super flash cannon released by Tabble was very large, so large that after annexing Iser, it had not completely disappeared, and it still flashed bright flames of light in this vast space. Haha! Tabble was now exhausted and panting, and of course, the physical pain was even more unbearable. It turned out that the Realm King Fist, which exceeded the range of his body, was so uncomfortable once it was unleashed. Tabble felt as if he had been pricked by needles all over his body, and he felt the pain of drilling his heart if he moved his body slightly, and he really wanted to sleep well. However, Tabble knew that he could not sleep, and if he fell asleep at this time, I was afraid that he would not be able to sleep for a long time. Wild monkey, you are really not simple, my little life is almost gone. Just when Tabble wanted to rest in the spaceship for a while, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the side. Tabble's eyes widened and his face looked stunned. Iser is not dead. He's alive. Tabble was extremely shocked in his heart, but he did not expect that the super flash cannon he released with a combat power of 540,000 did not destroy this goods. Tabble hurriedly swept in the direction of Ise's words, and sure enough, a shadow gradually flickered in the smoke-filled position. Immediately afterwards, Aize's voice emerged little by little. Tabor fixed his eyes and found that Ezzy's body had changed. Now Aize, I don't know if it is a forehead or an organ on his head, it is as long as a head. In addition, barbs have grown in many places on his body, giving people the feeling that he is completely a monster image. How about Tabble? Take a good look, now I have a new change, this is my second change. Aize smiled lightly, looked at Tabble and said with a smile, and then a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, I see, you have just released energy that is difficult to withstand your own pressure, and you have been seriously injured without me attacking, right? Tabble sneered and did not speak. Tabble, your wishful thinking has failed, do you think you can destroy me by improving your combat effectiveness? Aize sneered, although my first change is only 400,000 combat power, but let me tell you, my physical fitness is here, do you think that if you forcibly increase your combat strength, you can cause substantial damage to me? Also, do you really think that half of my body cannot be recovered? Tabble sighed secretly, this guy deserves to be a monster. Ezer is like this, and his father Frisia is probably even more terrifying, right? This is miserable, using the 12-fold Realm King Fist, still can't beat people, it seems that his little life is about to be explained in this vast universe. Tabble, where is your previous confidence? But thanks to you, or Lord Beerus would have destroyed me. Ezer said with a smile. That's right, anger. Wrath. At the critical moment, how did I forget such an important thing? Tabble suddenly thought of the key to Super Saiyan transformation, which requires anger as an introduction. Also, Tabble feels that his combat power has broken through to the limit, and as long as the anger value is enough, he will definitely be able to transform into a Super Saiyan like Sun Wukong. It's just that Tabble fantasized about scenes that made him angry in his mind, but he was never able to reach the state of extreme anger. Tabble, are you already stupid? Oh, that's normal, because you're frightened by my terrible changes, and my second change of combat power, I think it's at least around 3 million. It is impossible to count the exact amount, but it is more than enough to clean you up. Aize sneered and suddenly raised his finger. Hey! The next moment, a bright red streamer went straight to where Tabble's body was. Poof! The bright red streamer, almost unimpeded, penetrated Tabble's calf. Tabble couldn't help but let out a scream. Wrath! I'm going to be angry. Tabble associates Izer as an object of anger to see if he can push his limits and transform into a Super Saiyan. I just don't know why, Tabble always feels as if he is still close to something, and he can't successfully become a Super Saiyan no matter what. Ha 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 ha, Tabble, you can't do it, right? Ezer laughed, his face distorted because of the excited smile. Ugh! Aize's body turned into a stream of light, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Tabble. The next moment, Izer's big hand grabbed Tabble's head. Ha 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 ha, Tabor, how about we have some fun? Izer laughed wildly, and while saying this, he dragged Tabor's head and suddenly increased the speed of flight. Looking at it from a distance, Tabble was held down by Ezer and dragged quickly in the universe. Bang bang! Izer was super fast, and he didn't dodge, pulling Tabble and crashing away from the meteorites that blocked him. Tabor felt that his whole body fell apart completely. Tabble suddenly felt a roar in his ears, and the whole person was spinning. Wow! Tabble's blood spurted out at once, and his face became more pale and pale. Immediately afterwards, Tabble found that Ezer's hand seemed to be loose, and the other party's face was also full of shock. What is this place? What's going on? Aize was stunned for a moment and muttered to himself. P.S. Is there a tip? 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 Chapter 042. Tabble tried to remember for a moment, and suddenly remembered that when he was dragged by Ezer to fly at extreme speed, he seemed to accidentally enter a strange black hole. After passing through this black hole, Tabble felt a buzzing in his ears, and his head was a little spinning. Tabble fixed his eyes at this time and found that he seemed to have changed a space, and the changes around him were also very huge. Just like now, what appeared in front of Tabble was a huge purple planet, and from a distance, the scale of this planet was really not small. In addition, near this purple planet, there is also a star that glows purple. Perhaps it is precisely because the sun here is purple that the planet is illuminated the same color. What planet is this? How have I never seen it? Aize was stunned for a moment, and frowned a little incomprehensibly. Immediately afterwards, Iser glanced at Tabble again and said to him, "Hey, wild monkey, you are not dead yet, right? I ask you, do you know what place this is?" "I don't know." Tabble also shook his head a little dazedly. How did he know where this place was? "That purple planet, immediately report your coordinates, as well as the name of your person in charge." After a brief silence, Iser shouted at the purple planet in the distance. However, after the words fell, there was no movement on the planet. "I can sense life on this purple planet, how about you? Wild monkeys?" Iser smiled, then glanced at Tabor. "Isn't this planet a colony of your legion?" Tabble also asked a little surprised. "Not like." Aize shook his head slightly, and then let out a sneer. "Little monkey of Tabul, although it is a little early to destroy you, I still kill you." Speaking of this, Ezer stretched out his right hand and aimed it at the location of Tabble's body. Tabble now has almost no energy in his body, and I believe that as long as Iser releases the flame of light, he will completely dissipate and turn into cosmic dust. "System, hurry up, start quickly." Tabble's face changed color. Ding dong. Perhaps hearing Tabor's anxious call, the system made a sound of activation. "Repair file successful, restarting." "I'm going." "You're going to start?" Tabble was anxious in his heart, and hurriedly urged, "Hurry up, system, don't you see that he is going to destroy me?" Successfully started, current version v0.98, vigilant and vigilant, dangerous and dangerous. The system has just started and the alarm sounds. "Hurry up and give me a solution." Tabor was speechless. "The system is analyzing, analyzing, analyzing." The system repeats this phrase repeats continuously. Tabble really can't take the system at all. It seems that the system upgrade is upgraded, and the restart is also restarted, but this version does not seem to be as good as before. "Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power." 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 Just when Tabble sensed the danger brought by Iser, the system suddenly increased his combat power by 10,000. It's only 10,000 combat power, even if he casts a 12-fold Realm King Fist, it only increases by 120,000. Compared with Aize, whose combat strength has reached more than 300, this 10,000 combat strength is simply a drop in the bucket. "System, quickly treat me and let my body recover," Tabble urged. "Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power." However, after the system gave another 1000 combat power, it immediately sounded an alarm. "Little monkey, are you dancing for me to admire before you die?" Aize had already had a light flickering out of his hand, but then he saw Tabble dancing there, his whole body was trembling, and he couldn't help but look at it a few more times. "System, don't make trouble. Just know to raise an alarm." Tabor continued to urge. The system, attempting a reboot. The mechanical voice of the system sounded again. "Your uncles." Tabble couldn't help but shout. Did the system see that there was danger, and temporarily retreated? "You dare to scold me? Wild monkeys, it's all this time, your mouth is not clean yet?" Aize sneered, and the killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Immediately afterwards, the light flame in Aize's hand flickered out again. Tabor's face changed color again. "Hey!" Tabble suddenly smiled coldly, and then raised his hand, and in the direction of Izer's eyes, a beam of energy was shot. Ah! Izer let out an exclamation and quickly closed his eyes. Hee, this is my last bit of energy, I can make you bear a little pain, I am also satisfied. Tabble smiled gently, if you have the ability, kill me, anyway, Lord Beerus will avenge me. Is it? It's all this time, you still moved Lord Beerus out to scare me, do you think I was scared? Ezer rubbed his slightly red and swollen eyes, and the fierce look in his eyes flashed, intending to kill Tabble on the spot. Stop! However, just as Aize was about to make a move, he heard a childish voice floating from a distance. Ugh! The next moment, a figure flickered and appeared near Tabble and Izer. Tabble fixed his eyes on a child with purple skin all over his body, who looked about his age. It's just that at a young age, this child wears a set of clothes similar to a trench coat. At the same time, the child's hands were in the pockets of his clothes, giving people the feeling of a small adult. The purple-skinned child suddenly appeared, making both Tabble and Ezer visibly stunned. Tabble always thought the kid looked a little familiar, but it was a little difficult to tell who it was. Looking at Aize again, he was also a little puzzled at this time. That purple-skinned guy, who are you? Izer asked. Are you Frost's friend? The child asked suddenly. Frost? Who is it? Ezer was stunned again, he had never heard of the name Frost. Oh? Aren't you? Aren't you all frozen? The child also frowned, and couldn't help but ask again. Frozen? Is that Frost you are talking about, a member of the Frozen Demon clan? Aize understood this time, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. Chapter 043. It's a frozen family, and there is no word demon behind it. The child corrected. Tabor's eyes lit up at this time, and he finally knew what was going on. Let me go, is this the 6th universe? Unknowingly, he actually came to the 6th universe with Aize. So, this kid in front of you. Could it be? Tabble suddenly thought of someone. Take a closer look, sure enough, it's him. That's right, Tabble is sure that this kid is Hit. Tabor never imagined that he would come to the 6th universe and meet the killer Hit. You know, Hit is very powerful when he becomes an adult, even if Sun Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan Blue, the aura close to God, it is only a tie with Hit. And Hit has a lot of killing moves, I believe it should be easy for him to destroy the Monkey King. I also don't know what the current Hit is, at what level of strength it is. Okay, I don't care what Frozen or what Frost you are, I just want to ask you, what are you doing here? Are you trying to intervene in the matter between me and this wild monkey? Izer asked with a cold face. Yes, I advise you to stop immediately. Hit said coldly, his hands still in his trench coat pockets as he spoke. Ha 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 ha, what are you? You still advise me to stop? Do you know who I am? I am the most powerful warrior in the universe. Ezer, son of Emperor Frisia. Have you heard of the Cosmic Emperor? Brat. Izer laughed, his laughter full of pride and arrogance. Haven't heard of it. Hit shook his head. Aize froze for a moment, and he couldn't say anything about the rest of the words. Aize felt panicked in his heart, pretending to be like this, he felt too failed. Little brat, I'm too lazy to talk to you more, this purple planet is your home, right? You look, I immediately made the planet disappear. When Ezer said this, he pointed his hand at the purple planet. The next moment, the light and flame in Izer's hand flickered, intending to destroy the purple planet. Hit's face suddenly turned cold, and his brows were tightly wrinkled. Immediately afterwards, Hit's right hand trembled slightly. Ah! Aize let out a scream, and the whole person's body flew backwards, and his face twitched for a while. As for the energy flame in Aize's hand, it also completely disappeared at this time. Tabble was surprised to find that Hit had hardly made any movement just now. Then, Iser flew out upside down just like that. Looking closely, there was already an extra fist mark on Aize's chest, and the location of the fist mark was just in the heart part. This is the key blow? Tabble suddenly remembered that there is an episode in Dragon Ball Super where Sun Wukong invites Hit to assassinate him, and Hitra uses this trick to strike the most. I didn't expect Hit to perform such a terrible trick at such a young age. However, Hit probably does not know that Ezer's heart is not his fatal injury. Sure enough, after Aize screamed miserably, he quickly came back to his senses and stared at the purple-skinned child in front of him. Not dead yet. Hit was not surprised, but smiled faintly. It seems that you, like Frost, are the kind of race that does not have a fatal part. You. Who are you, exactly? How shocked Ezer's Hitty was. This kid was so powerful, he didn't see how he punched at all, and then he was unfortunately hit. Why? Why are there such powerful warriors in this universe? Iser was at a loss. My name is Hittite. Hit said lightly, you can go, I have no interest in you. Ha 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 ha. Iser laughed, you said I could go, and you weren't interested in me. You underestimate me so much. Hit smiled softly and did not speak. I'll tell you, I haven't brought out all my strength yet. Do you think I'm just that little bit of combat power? Aize said coldly. Then you'd better release all your combat power as soon as possible, lest you be killed by me later. Hit said with a flat expression. Okay, you wait for me. Aize snorted coldly, and the breath on his body suddenly burst out. Immediately afterwards, Aize's aura continued to expand, and his combat effectiveness also increased rapidly. It is clear that Ezer intends to undergo a transformation, which is his final transformation so far. Bang bang! However, just when Izer's body was constantly changing, Hit suddenly made a move. I didn't see how Hit acted, anyway. Tabble just heard several muffled noises coming from Izer's body at once. Then, Tabble saw that Izer's transformation had been interrupted at that time. When he looked at it again, there were several more fist marks on Aize's body, and even some marks had penetrated deep into his body. Ize's face became hideous, and he never thought that this kid named Hit would make moves when he transformed, and these tricks were completely used to interrupt his transformation. Aize was so angry that he looked at Hit's eyes and became fierce. You are not my opponent. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave for me. Hit said with a cold face, for Frost's sake today, I won't kill you. Frost, who exactly? Io asked a little surprised. After all, the kid had already mentioned this person's name several times. Hit just sneered and didn't mean to answer. Look, is that Frost? Iser suddenly widened his eyes and pointed behind Hit. Hit was slightly stunned and turned around and swept back. Ha ha ha, idiot, you are deceived. Ezer grinned, and suddenly rushed to Hit's side, and an extremely huge ball of energy suddenly released in his hand. Boom! The energy ball completely swallowed Hit at that time. Looking at Iser again, how proud he was, and he glanced at Tabble with a smile. Tabble did not speak, because he knew very well that Hit should not be killed by Iser. By doing so, Iser would only anger Hit. Is this your all-out attack? Sure enough, just as Ezer was laughing extremely happily, Hit's voice came out from within the blinding flame of light. Ezer choked at that time, his eyes widened, and he couldn't say anything. Chapter 044. Hit's figure gradually revealed, and he looked at Iser with a smile. You. Who are you, exactly? Hit's body was shaking violently from fear. I told you, my name is Hit. Hit snorted coldly and slowly took out his hands in his pockets. Bang bang! Hit didn't mean to be polite with Ezer anymore, and cast a set of combination punches at him. It took Ezer 10 minutes to torture Hit as if he were relieved. Boom! The flame of light in Hitter's hand flickered, and a red beam hit Izer's body on the spot. Ah! Iser let out a scream, and was knocked backwards by the beam of light and flew out. Snap! At this moment, Tabble saw a flash of light on Iser's body, and then disappeared completely. Tabble was slightly stunned and looked back and forth at Iser's figure. It's just that no matter how hard Tabble tries, he can't capture where Iser's body is. Hit was also obviously stunned, looked left and right, and was a little overwhelmed for a while. A good person, how can it be said that if there is none, there will be none? Ugh! Just as Tabble and Hit were looking for Iser's figure, a figure suddenly appeared next to Hit. After seeing this person, Hit quickly bent down respectfully and called, "Master." Tabble's eyes widened, he didn't expect that Hit had a master. Tabble quickly looked at the middle-aged man who came over. This person looked a little similar to the adult Hit, his eyes were like torches, and he was bright. Tabble just glanced at the middle-aged man, and couldn't help but fight a cold war. It's terrible. This middle-aged man is terrible. It was as if there was an invisible killing intent on his body, hundreds of times more terrifying than that Frisia. At least, since crossing over from Tabor, he has never encountered such a terrible guy. But think about it, even Hit was so awesome when he was a child, then his master was naturally very powerful. I'm afraid that Hit's master's strength is already above the Monkey King Super Saiyan Blue transformation in Dragon Ball Super. You're a Saiyan? The middle-aged man spoke, looked at Tabble and suddenly asked. Yes. Tabble quickly nodded. Well, your breath is not the same as Gabe's. The middle-aged man stared at Tabor, as if to see through him, and then asked, Tell me, where are you from? I'm from planet Vegeta. Tabble did not hide it and told his origins. Planet Vegeta. The middle-aged man fell into deep thought. There was silence for a minute or so, and then the middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and smiled at Tabor, as if he knew something. Master. The one who is very similar to Frost. It's gone. Hit explained from the sidelines. I see, he is not from our universe, just now you punched him back to his own universe. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and said to Hit. Not people from our universe. Hit was visibly stunned, a little confused about the situation. You'll find out later. The middle-aged man smiled, obviously not wanting to explain too much, and then said to Tagble in a friendly manner, My name is K-God, what do you call the little guy? Tabble. Tabble smiled slightly. Tabble, you don't belong here, you better go back and forth from where? After a moment of silence, K-God said to Tabor. But Elder K, I don't know how to go back. Tabble scratched his head. Hit, Tabble is not lightly injured, take him to heal his injuries first. And after healing him, send him to the gate of the universe. After K-God said this, he disappeared in a flash. Hit was stunned for a moment, and then bowed in the direction of K-God, that is, his master. Let's go, Tabble. Hit said to Tabor. Thank you, Elder. Tabble nodded and smiled kindly at Hit again. And under the leadership of Hit, Tabble came to their planet. Originally, Tabble thought that there should be many people who looked like Hit on this purple planet, but to his surprise, the inhabitants of this planet can be described as varied, all kinds of people. For example, what Tabble now sees is a superb beauty with only a thin shirt on her body, walking barefoot on the street. What Tabble can be sure of is that this superb beauty is definitely not an Earthling, and it seems that in the sixth universe, the Earth does not exist. Tabble blushed, and from time to time he secretly glanced at the superb beauty. The superb beauty seemed to sense Tabble's eyes, and her flowing eyes swept towards him. Oh, this little brother is so cute. The best beauty said, walked over, picked up Tabor, and hugged him in his arms. Tabble was dumbfounded, and was at a loss for a while. He, does the little brother think the big sister is very beautiful? Ouch, my face is red. The beauty said with a grin as she looked at Tabble. Tabble became even more shy, and his head couldn't help but hang down. Tabel has never had close contact with women. In his previous life, he was just an otaku, and he had no girlfriend, so he unfortunately crossed into the world of Dragon Ball. It can be said that the alien beauty in front of her is the first woman who has had such close contact with Tabor. It's just that just being hugged by this beauty, Tabel feels like a pinprick all over his body, where is there a little bit of enjoyment? Previously, Tabel forcibly used the 12-fold Realm King Fist, which caused his body to be unable to withstand it, and his body was seriously injured. Put it down. Hit said suddenly with a cold face on the side. Ah. Yes. It's Mr. Hitter, I'm sorry. After seeing Hit's face clearly, the beauty quickly and carefully put Tabel down, and then waved her hand in horror and left quickly. Tabel smiled, thinking that this Hit really couldn't understand the style. Then, led by Hit, Tabor came to a round cabin. To Tabor, this log cabin is a bit like a sauna in his past life, and it is very warm and humid. This is the treatment room, and in about an hour or so, your body will be completely fine. Hit explained to Tabor, relax. Thank you, Hittite. Tabel nodded. P.S. There will be instructions later on how Hit was 1000 years old or a child. Of course, this is fan fiction, and the original book does not introduce Hit much, so I hope it is not too true. Chapter 045. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Hit immediately turned around and closed the door. Tabel sat down on the ground, trying to calm himself. Sure enough, in the next moment, Tabel found that in this log cabin, there seemed to be a healing elixir or something like that, which was nourishing his wounds. Speaking of which, this log cabin is a bit like a scion healing room, except that the scion healing device is in the form of a liquid, and this log cabin is in the form of air. Little by little, Tabel's injury finally completely improved. It can be said that this time Tabel can also be regarded as resurrected from the near-death situation, and his combat power has also increased from 56,000 to 80,000. This is the magical physique of the scion, and every time he is resurrected from near-death, his combat power will increase significantly. It's just that the combat power of 80,000 did not make Tabel feel the slightest bit happy. It's just that it is only 80,000 combat power. Even if Tabel casts a 10-fold Realm King Fist, the combat power is 800,000, and he is still not Aize's opponent. Also, after Tabel came to the 6th universe, he learned that there were people outside of people, and there was heaven outside the sky. I didn't expect that Hit of the 6th universe would be so powerful at such a young age, and he had far surpassed Aizer. Tabel's heart was still surprised, and at the same time, his heart was also full of waves. In addition, the system still has not reacted much. After the previous upgrade was started, it gave away 10,000 combat power for no reason, and then suddenly stopped. Tabel has to find a way to fix the system quickly, and although Tabel also wants to transform into a Super Scion, he can't be angry anyway. This Nima is tragic, and Tabel can't push his anger to the limit, and he can't become a Super Scion. If you can't become a Super Scion, you are not Aizer's opponent at all. It was not Ezer and Frisia who worried Thor the most, nor Hit, but Hit's master, K-God. This middle-aged man is really not simple, Tabel guessed. He may already know that he is from another universe, otherwise why would he say that he does not belong to this world? Kurgod, who is it? Tabel has never seen this person from Dragon Ball Super, and he has never heard of it. Tabel took a deep breath and walked out of the room. Are you Tabor? I heard you're a scion, right? Just when Tabel came out, he saw a child of the same age as himself quickly step forward, looking at himself with some excitement. Are you? Tabel was stunned for a moment. The kid in front of him had black hair and looked cool. However, Tabel did not know who the child was. You call me Gabe, I'm a scion too. The child looked Tabel up and down, and said with some curiosity, it's strange, why have I never seen this dress of yours? Also, why have I never heard of you on the planet Sherida? Planet Sherida, Gabe. Tabble suddenly reacted. It turned out that this kid was Gabe, a scion from the 6th universe. It's just that what makes Tabble a little dazed is that from the plot of Dragon Ball Super, Doubling is obviously several years younger than Vegeta. According to this 6th universe, even if Gabe is born, it should be less than a month or so. It's just that now it seems that this Gabe's age is similar to his own, both around 4 years old. In addition, Gabe seems to have known about his own coming here. I heard you're from planet Vegeta. Where is that planet? Gabe asked Tabble curiously. In a galaxy very far away. Did you say you came from the planet Sherida? It just so happens that I've never been to the planet Sherida. Can you show me around? Tabble asked amicably. After asking this, Tabble pretended to be very ordinary and pressed the detector to check Gabe's combat strength value. 160,000. Did I make a mistake? Tabber was surprised. This Gabe looks about the same age as himself, only 4 or 5 years old, and his combat effectiveness has reached a high of 160,000. If Gabe were to put it on planet Vegeta, it would be an absolute super genius. Of course, Tabble was surprised, but only surprised by the other party's talent, and the rest was nothing. Yes, no problem, very welcome. Gabe quickly nodded, and when he said this, he suddenly saw Tabber's furry tail wrapped around his waist, and turned around with some curiosity and asked, "What is this? Tails? Do scions have tails? How? You don't have a tail?" Tabble asked rhetorically. Yes, I heard that long ago those uncivilized scions grew tails. Sorry, I'm not talking about you, don't be weird. Gabe said halfway and quickly apologized. It's okay, I personally feel that it is better to have a tail. Tabble didn't have anything to be angry about, just smiled slightly. Then let's go, I'll take you to play on our planet Sherida, Gabe said and said to Hit, "Hit, come with you." Nope. Hit suddenly spoke. Hit, why? Gabe looked at Hit and asked rhetorically. My master said, after Tabble recovers, he will immediately send it to the gate of the universe. Hit said with a flat expression. I said Hit, don't be so dead-eyed, okay? I'm just taking Tabber on a trip to planet Sherida, and I'll send him back right away, no more than 2 hours before and after, how do you see? Gabe said with a grin. Gabe, I have already said what should be said, if you are persistent, don't blame me for being unkind. Hit's face turned cold, and he looked at Gabe and said lightly. Okay, if you don't go, then let me accompany you to the cosmic gate, so it's always okay, right? Gabe smiled slightly, did not force it, and then lowered his voice and whispered to Tabber, Tabber, don't look at him so small, this guy is older than us, a complete old monster. He's almost 1,000 years old now. Hey? 1,000 years old? Tabble was taken aback, why is it so small? At this point, Tabble suddenly remembered that Hit's age was indeed mentioned in Dragon Ball Super, and he inadvertently forgot it. I don't know about that. Maybe it's a special kind of cultivation. Gabe shrugged and smiled. Gabe, don't say anything more if it's useless. Hit glanced at Gabe expressionlessly, then said to Tabber, let's go. How to get there? Tabble asked. Fly over. Hit pointed to a spot in the sky where purple flames flashed and explained, that place is the cosmic gate, and you can go home through the cosmic gate. Okay. Tabble nodded. Originally, Tabble still wanted to stay here and cultivate for a while, but since Hit's master did not welcome him, then why should he be annoyed? Chapter 046. The most important thing now is that repairing the system is the first priority at present. The system cannot be started, and Tabble is a little lonely. Not to mention, it's still very interesting to chat with the system when it's okay. Tabble just wanted to go to Earth immediately, gather 7 Dragon Balls, and quickly fix the system. The next moment, Tabble and Hit soared into the air and quickly flew towards the position in the sky that emitted purple flames. Hey, wait a minute, wait a minute. Gabe was anxious in the back and hurriedly chased after him. Gabe, what's wrong? Tabble asked with a smile. Are you sure you're going to fly over? Gabe asked. How else can that pass? Tabble asked rhetorically. Of course, you have to make it clear that you are a scion, and we scions cannot survive in the universe. Gabe explained. Oh. But I have no problem. Tabble smiled. Hey? You have no problem? How did you do it? Gabe's eyes widened and he asked in disbelief. I don't know, maybe I was born like this. Tabble didn't explain much. It's really amazing, all our scions can't survive in the universe. Could it be that all of your scions on planet Vegeta can survive in the universe just like you? Gabe asked with some surprise. It seems that I am the only one who is special. Tabble smiled. In this way, my heart is much more balanced, hee. Gabe smiled slightly. Gabe, don't make trouble here, you better go back. Hit commanded to Gabe. At this time, the altitude that the three people flew was already far away from the atmosphere. As a result, Gabe's breathing is a little difficult, and he can't survive without oxygen after all. Tabble, take care. Gabe waved at Tabble with some reluctance. Gabe, we'll see you again. Tabble smiled at Gabe. The next moment, Tabble and Hit flew farther and farther under Gabe's gaze. Looking at the back of the two leaving, Gabe took a deep breath, and then muttered in a low voice, Is this the scion of the seventh universe? It's so awesome, I really hope to compete with them one day. We have to speed up, and at this speed, it will take at least 3 days and 3 nights to reach the gate of the universe. Hit flew for a moment and said to Tabor. Good. Tabble nodded. I hope you can keep up with me. Hit smiled softly, and after saying this, he suddenly increased his speed to the extreme. Hey! Hit was so fast that he disappeared from Tabble's eyes almost in a flash. Tabble was taken aback suddenly. This guy's speed is really not covered, at least with his current speed, it is far from him. However, Tabble would not easily admit defeat, and immediately directly unleashed the six-fold Realm King Fist. Suddenly, Tabble's combat effectiveness was also quickly increased by him to a height of 480,000. Hey! Tabble quickly chased after him. Hit was stunned, and when he saw that Tabble had caught up with him, he suddenly felt that he had underestimated him a little. However, Hit did not exert all his speed, he just glanced back at Tabble with a smile on his face. Ugh! Immediately afterwards, Hit increased his speed again, and in a flash, he disappeared in front of Tabble. Tabble gritted his teeth. If he admitted it now, it would only make the people of the sixth universe laugh. Tabble slammed into the sevenfold Realm King Fist. Hey? My body seems to be all right? Tabble suddenly realized that his body seemed to be able to withstand the sevenfold Realm King Fist. It can be seen that this battle with Iser still has a lot of receipts. Since he is only competing with Hit for speed, it is naturally impossible for Tabor to play with his life for victory. So far, he does not know what the Cosmic Gate is. In case there was something sinister inside the Cosmic Gate, it wouldn't be fun, and Tabble felt it would be better to retain some energy. Immediately after, Tabble tried to cast the Eightfold Realm King Fist. Eightfold Realm King Fist, Tabble feels a little hard. All aspects of the body's functions obviously decline quickly. If it continues to be performed in the long run, I am afraid it will cause great damage to the body. In this way, Tabble felt that his use of the sevenfold Realm King Fist was just right. It's just that it is difficult for Tabble to catch up with Hit with the sevenfold Realm King Fist, which makes him feel painful. In order to unleash a higher multiplier Realm King Fist, Tabble believes that he may be able to catch up with Hit, but he will also pay a heavy price for it. Tabble and Hit have no life and death feud, just a comparison of speed, and there is really no need to play with their lives. Just when Tabble was secretly thinking, he suddenly found that the purple light in front of him was getting stronger and stronger. From a distance, the purple light flame seemed to be a burning flame, giving people an extremely shocking feeling. Looking at it, Tabble suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Plop, plop. Tabble noticed that his heart beat a lot faster and faster and faster. Even after only 3 or 5 breaths, Tabble found that his heartbeat had reached at least 300 per minute, or even 500. If this were an ordinary person, they would have burped long ago. Am I going to die? Tabble was shocked, and his heart was beating faster than he expected. After all, in the past, Tabble's heartbeat rate was about 70 per minute, but now it is 500 a minute, and there is an upward trend, which is a tragedy for Nima. Just when Tabble was a little shocked, he suddenly found that his speed was increasing rapidly, and his own energy had become vast. The next moment, Tabble could already see Hit's figure. Ugh! Immediately afterwards, Tabor found that he was flying faster and faster. In just a blink of an eye, Tabble suddenly surpassed Hit and flew ahead. Hit's eyes widened and his face looked incredulous. Immediately afterward, Hit muttered, this. Who is this guy? No wonder Hit was so shocked, because he suddenly discovered that Tabble had actually transformed into a huge ape, more than 10 times larger than himself. At this time, Tabble finally figured out the condition of his body, and it turned out that he had unknowingly transformed into a giant ape. P.S. Thank you DENG1999 for tipping 588 points, your tip has been recorded in the history of this book, and this book is going to glory together. Chapter 047. Is this the transformation of a great ape? Since Tabble learned the skill of making the moon, he has never had the opportunity to use it, and at this time, I don't know what the reason is, he actually turned himself into a giant ape inexplicably. Feeling the surging and vast energy in his body, Tabble felt that he had endless strength. Is this the effect of achieving 5.6 million combat effectiveness? Tabble felt a burst of excitement in his heart, feeling that his strength had really increased tenfold. Now that Tabble has unleashed the skill of the sevenfold Realm King Fist, coupled with the transformation of the giant ape, the combat power has increased to at least 5.6 million. 5.6 million combat strength, if according to AIZE's own description, can defeat the second transformation of him. As for whether he can defeat the third transformation of Iser, Tabra is not very clear. After all, after the combat effectiveness exceeds 1 million, it is basically not easy to compare. Moreover, the detector worn by Tabali, after the system transformation, can only identify the combat effectiveness below 1 million, and if it is high, it will not be displayed. Just like the current hitter, the opponent's combat effectiveness value cannot be seen from the detector at all. Roar! Tabble couldn't help but pound his chest and let out an earth-shaking roar. The loud sound shook Hit dizzy at that time, and his face was full of stunned. Immediately afterwards, Hit's face was full of vigilance, as if he was afraid that the great ape would attack him. Hit, is that the cosmic gate? Tabble pointed to the huge round burning purple flame in front of him and asked Hit suddenly. When Hit heard Tabble speak, he suddenly came to his senses, and nodded hurriedly, and replied, not bad, just jump directly into the purple flame, rest assured, the flame will not cause harm to the human body. Okay, then let's leave it at that. Tabble grinned at Hit and waved his paw. Hit looked embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Because Hit never expected that Tabble would become such a behemoth. And Hit knows very well that Tabor's strength has surpassed himself, and if he really fights with others, he is afraid that he will be tortured to death on the spot by this giant ape. Tabble was about to enter the purple flame of light, when suddenly, the detector he was wearing on his eyes suddenly jumped out of value. Combat strength 150,000? Who is it? Tabble noticed that an unfamiliar combat power value appeared beside Hit, and out of curiosity, he turned around and swept back. At this glance, Tabble can be described as very red-eyed. Eyes. Are you still here? Tabur was excited. Isn't the man who appeared in front of Tabal, who was Hit's side, none other than Frisia's son, Ezer? Moreover, this guy is only in the most primitive state now, and his combat strength is only 150,000. Tabal believed that he would easily get this goods to the second. However, what surprised Tabal a little was that how could this normal combat power be 50,000 more than before? What Ezer? The man was obviously stunned, and looked at the behemoth of Tabal with some puzzlement. I was just going to settle the score with you. Tabal sneered, and the next moment, the huge claw stretched forward, and suddenly squeezed Ezer in his hand. Ah! Ezer let out a scream, and his face changed color. Wait Tabur, he's not Ezer. He's Frost, you've recognized the wrong person. Hit reacted suddenly, and hurriedly shouted at Tabur. Oh? Not Ezer? Tabal fixed his eyes, and sure enough, many parts of the guy in front of him were different in color from Frisia and Ezer's. Some parts of Frisia and Ezer are purple, while the color of this cargo is blue. Just now, under the purple light flame, this guy's positions showed light purple, and Tabal subconsciously thought that he was Ezer. Since this goods was not Ezer, Tabal slowly let go of him. I'm sorry, I recognized the wrong person. Tabal smiled at Frost. Tabal is the man who knows Frost, and this guy is the typical hypocrite type. Of course, Tabal had no grudges with him, and it was impossible to destroy him as Ezer. The sixth universe has the laws of life in the sixth universe, and Tabal feels that as long as people do not provoke themselves, it is better to go with the flow. It's okay, who are you? It's so powerful. Frost smiled in a friendly manner, not getting angry about it. It's just that Tabal looked like a torch, and when he saw a trace of killing intent flashing in Frost's eyes, of course, it was just a flick of an eye, and this killing intent disappeared all of a sudden. Goodbye, Hittite. Tabal just glanced at Frost, and there was no need to talk more nonsense to him, and then flashed and disappeared into the purple flame of light. Watching that behemoth enter the door of the universe, Frost quickly wiped the cold sweat that broke out on his face. What a terrible fellow, who is he? Frost asked a little nervously. His name is Tabal. Hit smiled softly and clenched his fists. Hitten never imagined that in this vast universe, there was another person who was the same age as himself, but whose strength had far surpassed his own. This man, and also a scion. A scion from the seventh universe. Tabal? What is the origin? Frost hurriedly asked. I sensed a huge energy here from just now, so I quickly came over to take a look. I didn't expect him to be so terrible. As for the origin, I don't know. Hit smiled, then stopped talking nonsense, turned around, and disappeared. Not long after, Hit came to the room where Master Kagaard was and knelt on the ground. Master, 1,000 years have passed, can the energy of my seal be unlocked? Hit said with a solemn expression. At the same time, Tabal had already fully entered the gate of the universe, that is, the purple flame of light. At the moment of entering the cosmic gate, Tabal's body suddenly returned to its original appearance, and the giant ape transformation completely disappeared. I'll go, here. Which direction should I go? After seeing this dark space, Tabal was suddenly a little overwhelmed. Hit's master is also too pitted, right? Brought yourself to the door of the universe, and don't tell yourself where the direction of the seventh universe is, you can't walk aimlessly like this, right? P.S. Thank you Empire Zia for rewarding 1000 points, your tip has been recorded in the history of this book, and you will go to glory with this book. Chapter 048. After a short silence, Tabal planned to go back and ask, but who knew that when he looked back, there was also a dark space behind him. The so-called gate of the universe has disappeared. I'm going, it's too pitted, how can this Nema let people go? Tabal couldn't help but complain. At this moment, Tabal suddenly found that there was a place in front of him, and a bright light suddenly flashed. Is this going in that direction for me? Tabble was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and flew in that direction. About 5 minutes or so, what appeared in front of Tabble was a white passage with no end in sight. In addition, the two sides of the passage are as white as jade, and it is roughly estimated that the width of the passage is about 3 meters. Tabble couldn't figure out what the passage was for. Could it be that this is the corridor leading to the seventh universe? Tabble thought to himself, and in the end, there was really nowhere else to go, so he had to step on this white passage. The next moment, Tabble walked forward step by step. After about 20 minutes of marching, a familiar voice suddenly appeared in Tabor's mind. Ding dong, the system is booting, the system is booting. The sound of the system was like a sweet spring, and after Tabble heard it, he couldn't mention how excited he was. However, Tabble was a little nervous again. This system failure is not small, the devil knows whether it will start successfully. Started successfully, started successfully. System, are you sure you started? Tabble asked tentatively. The host, the system has repaired most of the failures on its own after 20 years, and the current new version is 0.98, normal startup and daily work is no problem. The system's voice responded mechanically. That's good, Tabble breathed a sigh of relief. However, immediately after, Tabble suddenly felt that something was not quite right. The system just said that it took 20 years? 20 years? Where did this come from? The host unknowingly stepped into the time tunnel and different dimensional space, and must leave quickly, otherwise the host will die here. The sound of the system sounded again. What? What time tunnel is a different dimensional space? Tabble was slightly stunned. The host can look at its own body first. The system answered. Tabble quickly looked at his body, and under this look, he was immediately stunned. I saw that my body had become a lot bigger, and the immature little hand before was also replaced by the mature big hand now. At the same time, the rest of his body has also grown several times. Now Tabble looks like he is still 4 years old, and he is clearly in his early 20s. No wonder just now Tabble felt that the armor on his body was a little tight, it turned out that he had become bigger. What's going on? Tabble was stunned. This is the time tunnel in a different dimensional space, and 1 minute here is equivalent to a year in the outside world. The voice of the system sounded, the host must leave immediately, or it will waste time here and die. The system said quickly. I'll go. Where is the exit? Tabble couldn't help but snort. It's too pitted, 1 minute here is equal to 1 year in the outside world, and there is such a peculiar place in this vast universe. But think of the hut of spirit and time on earth, where a year is equal to a day outside. Is just the opposite of here. The only difference is that this time tunnel and different dimensional space are actually counted together with the time of the outside world. The exit is directly ahead, and the host can raise the energy to the extreme and fly over quickly. The sound of the system sounded. Tabble did not dare to delay any longer. If he became an old man in this place, then Nima would be tragic. Tabble immediately burst out all his energy and sped straight ahead. Sure enough, as the system says, Tabble really saw an exit ahead, and the exit was dark. Snap! Tabble quickly entered the exit, and then he felt that there was a change around him. Tabble looked around and found that he was already in the vast cosmic space, and it didn't seem to be inside the cosmic gate. System, where am I now? Tabble asked. The host is now located near the planet Salara, about 1300 light-years from Frisia Planet 52. The system responded. Finally back, Tabble breathed a sigh of relief. When the host fought with Iser before, he accidentally triggered the cosmic gate and entered the sixth universe. The system says. You know. Tabble was stunned for a moment and asked. The system knows everything, the system is extremely powerful. Okay, just tell me honestly, are you still faulty? Do I need to find Dragon Ball to fix you? Tabble asked directly. The system fell silent at once. After about 3 seconds, the system replied this time, back to the host, the system has repaired itself for 20 years, although most of the problems have been fixed, but the new version still has certain failures. You need the host to gather 7 Dragon Balls, summon the dragon to completely eliminate the system failure, then the system may be officially upgraded to version 1.0, it will become more powerful. No, you and I are both in a different dimension, why did you repair it for 20 years, you should be 20 minutes, right? Tabble was stunned for a moment and asked. The other dimension is only useful for living things, not for the system. The system responded. Well. Then you tell me, your current version. Will you still send me combat power or something? Tabble hurriedly asked, he was more concerned about this question, if he didn't send combat power, he would be a little unhappy. Back to the host, the combat power is still a gift. The system answered. Well, everything else is the same as before, right? Tabble asked again. The same, the system replied. You seem to have something to say. Tabble heard it, and the system seemed to stop talking. Although the failure of the early stage of the system has been fixed, the 0.98 version is very unstable. The system can go back to sleep at any time. The system said. I'm going. Do you mean I have to put together Dragon Ball to help you upgrade to 1.0? Tabble said helplessly. Yes, host. The system answered. What about version 0.99? When was it developed? Tabble asked again. Unknown. Okay, I'll go to Earth now, but you'll have to find me a spaceship. Tabble said, I can't fly over, can I? The host can travel in the direction of the fiery red planet over there, which is the planet Trant that the host has been to before. The system says. Tabor fixed his eyes, and sure enough, it was the planet Trant that appeared in front of him, which was the location of his battle with Captain Kineas. No wonder it felt a little familiar here just now. It turns out that this is the planet Trant. P.S. Some readers may question the problem of Frisia's full power of 120 million combat power, and I also have some doubts, this has an official data to see. Although I think it is indeed outrageous. Chapter 049. After the host and the Kinet team have fought, there are still 5 spaceships left on this planet, and the host can travel to Earth on one of the spaceships. The system says. Got it. Tabble responded. The system doesn't understand why the host goes to Earth? Why not go straight to Namesing? The system asked suddenly. Tabble was stunned for a moment. It seems that after successfully waking up from this system upgrade, he actually took the initiative to ask himself questions, and he used to like to play silent. Let's go to Earth first, I have a hunch that my brother may be on his way to Earth. When Tabble said this, his heart sank, and he quickly asked the system, by the way, how long did I stay in that space-time tunnel in a different dimensional space before? 24 minutes in total, which is 24 years in the outside world. The system responded. So? I'm 28 years old? Tabble didn't know what to say. This is a typical wasted time, right? 24 minutes, 24 years passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that he had grown into an adult, Tabble was a little uncomfortable. But Tabble thought about it, it's good to become an adult, at least see beautiful women or something, you can say hello to them. At the same time, the Scions are not old at all, although Tabor is already 28 years old, but it is similar to the image of a 17 or 18-year-old boy on Earth. Tabble struggled to calm himself down. Tabble fell into deep thought, reminiscing about the Dragon Ball world. I don't know what my brother was doing when he was 29. I don't know what the Earth looks like now. Tabble doesn't know much about the time in the original Dragon Ball, but thinking about it, Vegeta is about 30 years old, can't it be the time when Frisia came to Earth and the artificial man was about to come out? Or was it the time when Vegeta and Nappa had just arrived on Earth? As for exactly when, Tabble could only go to Earth to take a closer look. Also, after more than 20 years of cultivation, my brother's combat effectiveness should have improved by leaps and bounds, right? There is also his father, King Bei, who believes in his own combat effectiveness, and has reached a very high height. In addition, Tabble is not sure if planet Vegeta still exists. In case Frisia has a brain twitch and destroys planet Vegeta, then it will be. Tabble did not dare to think about it, and with a movement in his heart, he quickly asked the system if it could investigate some news about planet Vegeta. Host, the system is currently unable to obtain information about planet Vegeta. The system answered. Then forget it, let's hurry to Earth. Tabble nodded. Subsequently, Tabble accelerated its speed and flew quickly towards the planet Dront. Finally, Tabble landed on the planet Trond, and based on his previous memories, found the spacecraft on which the four Kainu and others were riding. The system is right, the outside world has really passed 20 years. If nothing else, from the fact that this spacecraft is covered with moss and other green plants, you can see the vicissitudes of the years. Tabble planned to find a suit in his spaceship that would fit his current figure. After all, this suit is too small now. Don't look at the spaceship is very small, in fact, there are a lot of things used in it. At the same time, it will take at least a year to go to Earth from here. No, if you take their spaceship in Kainu, I believe that more than 3 months will come. For this reason, Tabble also has to prepare a little food. Can't sleep all the time on the road, right? Thinking of this, Tabble hurriedly flew in the direction of his spaceship. And when approaching his spaceship, Tabble was stunned at once. I saw that directly above the spacecraft, a behemoth appeared, and Tabble came to look at each other. Tabble was stunned for a moment, and also looked at the behemoth intently. Dinosaurs? Did I make a mistake? Tabble can't help but be happy. There are actually dinosaurs on this planet? The system has detected before that this is an uninhabited planet. When the host fought with the Kinnet team, it stimulated the trajectory of the planet Trond, and the blood flowing brought fresh blood to the planet, and this dinosaur was just born in the last 20 years. The system explains. How many more dinosaurs are there? Tabble asked. Back to the host. There are more than 300 dinosaurs on the planet Dront, divided into 2 types, carnivorous and herbivorous. The system replied. Roar. Appearing in front of Tabble was a Tyrannosaurus Rex-like dinosaur, and when it found that Tabble, a little buddian who was provoking his authority, he couldn't help but be furious, and after letting out a roar, he opened his blood basin and bit down towards Tabble's position. Snap! Tabble lightly flicked his finger on the tooth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Click! The next moment, this terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex, the upper and lower rows of teeth fell out on the spot. The Tyrannosaurus Rex widened its eyes, looked at this flying guy in horror, and after a short silence, hurriedly turned around and ran away. Tabble smiled. It seems that his combat power is still the same as before, and he has not changed because he entered the space-time tunnel and different dimensional space. By the way, system, what is my combat power now? Tabble opened the spacecraft's hatch and took out the 6 bottles of red wine. The host's combat power has been increased to 83,000. The system replied. Don't I remember that I am 80,000 combat power? Where did these 3,000 come from? Tabble couldn't help but ask. Because the host is already an adult, it has an extra 3,000 combat power. System interpretation. I grew from 4 to 28. Only 3,000 combat effectiveness has been increased? Tabble was stunned for a moment and asked. Because the host has not cultivated during this time, the increased combat power of 3,000 is the growth of the basic quality of a scion. The system said mechanically. Well, 3,000 is 3,000. Let's leave for Earth right away. Tabble got the right suit to change into, and quickly entered the spaceship of one of the Kainu members. System, don't tell me that you can't change the course of this spaceship. Tabel said. The system is omnipotent, the system is the first in the universe, the system replied, is trying to change the course of the spacecraft, change the success. The destination Earth, the host presses the start button to immediately go to the Earth. Tabel took a deep breath and quickly pressed the start button. Boom! Like a cannonball, the spacecraft was suddenly shot into the dark space and sped towards the direction of the galaxy. P.S. A small number of readers may think that these 20 years have passed a little fast. The original plot of Dragon Ball in this process from 5 to 20 years old is too little. Most of the words written are original, or 20 years of fighting with Frisia Ming, 2 water. It's better to grow up early, or take your sister early. Chapter 050. This time, everything went relatively smoothly, and it seemed that the people of Frisia's legion did not find out about Tabel's whereabouts. But think about it, more than 20 years have passed, and it can be said that Tabel has disappeared for 20 years. After disappearing for so long, many people have long forgotten about Tabel. In addition, the spaceships left here by the Kinnett team are probably forgotten with their deaths, just like their people. Hey! Tabel's spaceship streaked a long trajectory through space, carrying his dreams, and marched mightily. According to the analysis of the system, the spacecraft really had to travel for 3 months to reach Earth. Fortunately, 3 months was not a very long time, and when Tabel was idle, he took a sip or two of the red wine that Frisia had given him. Not to mention, after more than 20 years of silence, the taste of red wine is getting better and better. Before you know it, 3 months have passed in a flash. Host, ahead to Earth, looking for a landing location, looking for a landing location. The voice of the system suddenly came out at this time. Okay, find a place where there is no one. Tabel thought about it, and after all, there was no malicious intention to destroy the Earth. System received. The system answered. Boom! With a loud bang, Tabur's spacecraft landed near a remote mountain village. When Tabel flew out, he found that there was no one nearby, not even an animal. It's finally here, Earth. The corners of Tabel's mouth hooked an arc, suspended in mid-air, looking around the Earth's environment. The image of the Earth is very similar to Tabur's previous life, with little change much. Forget it, now is not the time to sigh, let me first find out where the guys with relatively high combat effectiveness on this planet are. Tabel said, and pressed the probe to find a guy with a certain combat power on the planet. Beep. The detector suddenly made a sound. I really found it. Tabel was pleased, and then looked at the value on the detector. Combat power 1480, 2800, 4005, 3005, muttered Tabur, what is this mess? What's going on? Immediately afterwards, Tabel carefully looked at the combat power values on it, and determined their location through the detector. These people are all gathered. Could it be the time when my brother and Naba came to Earth? Tabel's eyes suddenly lit up, thinking that this was really possible. However, immediately after, Tabel's face suddenly changed color. As Tabel soon recalled, Vic would be killed by Naba in this battle. Vic is not distressed, but once Vic dies, the immortals of the Earth will disappear with him, and at that time, the Dragon Ball will be gone. In this way, Tabel's wish was completely frustrated. No, Bike, you must not die. Tabel suddenly burst out with breath and galloped away in the direction of the battle between the two sides. At least 100,000 kilometers away from Tabur, Vegeta smiled at Bike, Son Gohan, and Klin, and said coldly, 3 hours have passed, it seems that Kakarot, the coward, will not come, and your good luck will end here. Bike, Son Gohan, and Klin are like great enemies. Your Highness Vegeta, please allow me to teach them a good lesson. Naba came up excitedly. Looking at Vic and the other three. His face couldn't help but ooze cold sweat. At this moment, Vic seemed to have suddenly sensed something, quickly twisted his body, and swept towards a position in the southeast. Immediately afterwards, Klin also looked in the direction that Vic sensed. What a powerful breath! It's Sun Wukong, it must be Sun Wukong back. Vic said with some excitement, and while saying this, cold sweat couldn't help but slip down his face. Oh? Are you talking about Kakarot that coward? Is he really back? Naba smiled softly. Is it? They can actually sense the existence of combat power without passing through the detector. Vegeta was stunned for a moment, and then picked up the detector placed on the ground. Let me see if Kakarot is coming. At this point, Vegeta put the probe on his eye. Beep. Bang. However, just when Vegeta had just put on the detector and was about to detect the combat power value of the incoming person, the detector suddenly exploded. What's going on? His Highness Vegeta. Naba was stunned, not understanding what was going on. Vegeta rubbed his eyes and snorted coldly, maybe the detector is faulty. Naba, don't you have any extra detectors there? No, His Highness Vegeta. We only have these 2 probes left, and my one was destroyed by the Nemesis during the fight. Hey, is that person you're talking about Kakarot? Vegeta asked Vic and the others. That's right, it must be him, it must be Sun Wukong. Vic affirmed. However, after Vic said this, Klin lowered his voice on the side and corrected, Vic, something is not right, that is not like Goku's breath. You shut up for me. Vic shouted angrily. Klin quickly covered his mouth with his hand. However, immediately after, Klin suddenly swept northwest. At the same time, Klin's eyes were also visibly bright. It's Goku. This breath must be Goku's, right? Klin said with some excitement. Well, yes, that breath over here should be Sun Wukong's, but who is that powerful breath over there? Enemies or friends? Vic said through gritted teeth. I hope it's a friend, Klin smiled bitterly. Your Highness Vegeta, they say it seems that there is another person on the other side, this person is Kakarot. Naba was also a little puzzled, and couldn't help but relay Bike's words. What? Who was that person before that? Vegeta's brows furrowed tightly. What about His Highness Vegeta? What needs to be done? Naba asked. Kill them at once. I seem to have a sense of foreboding. Vegeta mused. What about the Dragon Ball thing? Naba asked puzzled. Don't worry, I have my own way. Vegeta smiled softly, we can go to Namek, the Dragon Ball there will definitely be better. Originally, I thought it was just a legend, and since Kakarot has been resurrected, it proves that the Dragon Ball thing should be unfake. Chapter 051. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta. Naba grinned excitedly. Uncle Bike, Uncle Klin, you guys run away, the farther away the better, I'll take care of the rest. Son Gohan said in a hushed voice. Vic took a deep look at Sun Wuhan and smiled slightly, humph, say anything big. And you want to block them too? Humph, son of Kakarot, let me teach you a good lesson. Naba smiled gently, and then his rough body rushed in the direction of Sun Gohan. Not good. Bike's face changed color and he chased after him. At this moment, Sun Gohan suddenly burst out his breath, and flew up and kicked Naba's face on the spot. Naba snorted at that time, and he disappeared into a nearby stone mountain on the spot. Vic widened his eyes. Boom! The rocks collapsed, and piles of rocks tumbled down. Naba's body tumbled several times in midair and landed steadily on the ground. It's just that Naba's face already has an extra shoe print, which was naturally kicked out by Sun Wuhan, and at the same time, Naba's head is also oozing blood, which looks a little hideous. Boy, you've completely angered me, I'm going to kill you. Naba's face was distorted, and he was beaten like this by a child who was only 5 years old. What face did he have? And while saying this, Naba's hand was already condensed with a white lightning flame, and he grinned. Go and die. Naba sneered, and then threw the flame of light in his hand towards where Sun Gohan was. Sun Gohan is the kind of child who grew up in a greenhouse, where has he experienced such a thrilling scene? At that time, I was so frightened that I was dumbfounded, and my body was even more motionless, obviously already at a loss. Not good. At this critical moment, Vic shouted and hurriedly rushed forward. As for Klin, because he had a small fight with Naba before, he was unfortunately injured and could not move. Boom! The corners of Naba's mouth turned up happily, and the light flame in his hand shot towards Sun Wuhan without any scruples. With a loud bang, Sun Gohan suddenly found that there was an extra person in front of him, and this person blocked Naba's attack for himself. It was none other than Vic who blocked Naba's fatal blow for Sun Gohan. It's just that Vic is also a little puzzled now, because just when he thought he was going to die, he found that there was also an additional figure in front of him, and this figure blocked the fatal injury for himself. At this moment, the smoke gradually dispersed. In the direction of the explosion, 3 people were revealed. The leader looked to be 18 or 19 years old, wearing Scion armor and a furry tail wrapped around his waist. This teenager's face is beautiful and his appearance is handsome. Exactly to Bull. Wu, finally caught up. Tabble breathed a sigh of relief. If he had come a little later, I am afraid that Vic would have braided on the spot. Fortunately, at this most critical moment, Tabble blocked Naba's attack for Bike. As for Naba's attack strength, Tabble didn't put it in his eyes at all. Naba's combat power was less than 5,000, and he only needed to move his fingers to deal with him. The sudden appearance of Tabble left Vegeta and Vic and the others present at a loss. Because, no one knows who this person who appears? Even Vegeta didn't figure out the situation. For Tabur, it was just 3 or 5 days before and after, but for Vegeta, Tabble had been away from him for 25 years. 25 years later, Vegeta had even forgotten about Tabble's younger brother. What are you? Naba looked at Tabble and asked, his face full of vigilance. Being able to easily resist the big moves he unleashed, Naba knew that this teenager should not be simple. The tail. Tail. His Highness Vegeta, he is a Scion. Naba then noticed the tail wrapped around Tabble's waist and called out to Vegeta. Vegeta was also obviously stunned, and quickly rushed over, looking Tabble up and down. Looking at Bic and the other 3, after hearing Naba's words, it was like falling into an ice cave, and their faces were earth-colored, very ugly. Originally, Vic and the others thought that there would be a savior, but the person who appeared was actually a Scion again. Who are you? I haven't seen you. Vegeta said to Tabble with a cold face. Vic, have you noticed that this boy and the Scion named Vegeta seem to be quite similar? Klin tried to get himself to his feet and whispered to Bike. Vic did not speak, sweeping in the direction of the other breath. Don't worry about Bike, this is a good opportunity, even if this teenager is an enemy, but just to buy us time, right? Klin said with a smile. Also, they don't seem to know each other, and Goku came when they talked to each other. I'm afraid. Even if Sun Wukong rushes over, he may not be the opponent of this teenager. Vic said in a deep voice, I can sense the vast energy in this young man's body. It won't be. Goku will definitely do it. He cultivated at the Realm King. Klin's face immediately turned bitter, and he smiled bitterly. I hope so. Vic's voice was a little muffled. Why did you come to Earth? Tabble asked with a frown. Because Tabble felt that it didn't make sense for his brother and Naba to come to Earth. If planet Vegeta still existed, they wouldn't have come to Earth to pick up an inferior warrior back. So here's the problem. Could it be that planet Vegeta has been destroyed? What are you? Just because you dare to question His Highness Vegeta like this? Naba got angry and yelled at Tabur. Snap! Tabble suddenly reached out and pinched Naba's neck. Suddenly, Naba was like a grasshopper, plopping hard in place, but no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to break free. Bang! Tabal slapped Baba and knocked Nappa to the ground. The next moment, Naba seemed to be a puddle of mud, and it felt as if his whole body was falling apart, and it was difficult to move. P.S. Thank you QQ810020 for tipping 588 points, a total of 1176 points, thank you very much. Your tips have been recorded in the history of this book, and we will go to glory with this book. Chapter 052. Seeing that Tabal just put down this big tall scion at once, Klin and Vic and Sun Gohan were stunned. You know, in order to deal with this big tall Naba, they struggled to deal with this big man, and even died 3 companions. Now seeing that the teenager just easily beat Naba to death, Klin and Sun Gohan couldn't help but secretly cheer and shout for Tabor. Vegeta's face also changed color, and he couldn't figure out which horn this boy came from. You don't want to say it, do you? Forget it, then I have to repair you first, anyway, you will say it sooner or later. Tabal originally wanted to tell Vegeta who he was. However, Tabal thought about it and suddenly changed his mind. 25 years have passed, and Tabal is eager to find out, how is his brother's combat effectiveness progressing. After all, when Tabal left planet Vegeta, his father and brother could already withstand 4 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, and I believe that no matter how well the two of them cultivated, after more than 20 years of accumulation, it should be no problem to withstand 30 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. 30 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, then you can cast 30 times the Realm King Fist. In this way, even if the combat power of the elder brother Vegeta is increased to about 20,000, even if it is raised to the level when he came to Earth according to the original Dragon Ball, that is, the combat power of 18,000, combined with the 30-fold Realm King Fist, the combat power can reach 540,000. Tabor's current original combat strength is 83, which can withstand the 7-fold Realm King Fist, and should have some advantage. Of course, Tabal also thought about it, in case he really couldn't beat his brother Vegeta, it was a big deal to say his identity. After all, his brother Vegeta had been cultivating for 20 years, but he had passed in a flash in these 20 years. Ha ha ha, what do you say? You want to fix me? I didn't hear you wrong, right? Vegeta laughed. Of course I heard it right, I'm serious. Tabal smiled lightly and quickly asked the system to check Vegeta's combat effectiveness again. Host, your brother's combat power is 18,000. The system replied. Aren't you able to look at the hidden combat power at a deep level? Tabal asked. Yes host, your brother Vegeta's highest combat power is. The system still doesn't say anything. The host fights him and knows as soon as he fights. The system answered. Okay. Tabal also doesn't want to detect his brother's real combat power through the detector now, so it seems that there is no fun to fight. Boy, I don't care where you're from, I don't care if you're Scion or not, in short, I'll let you know how strong I am. Vegeta snorted coldly, and while saying this, he quickly rushed towards Tabor. Bang! Tabal looked at Vegeta's body and kicked it. Hey! The next moment, Vegeta was like a football, and was kicked by Tabal. Boom! Vegeta fell heavily to the ground and was smashed at that time. Vic and Klin and Sun Gohan, you look at me, I look at you, but I didn't expect such a result. Ha ha ha, great, they started fighting. Scions and Scions fought. Klin said with a grin, how happy he was. Bang! The moment Vegeta landed, he was immediately stunned, and then rushed into the sky. Phew! Vegeta was fast and sped in the direction of Tabor. At the same time as Vegeta flew, dozens of energy projectiles suddenly shot out of his hand, shooting towards the location where Tabal was. Snap! Tabal's brows frowned slightly, and then he slapped them one by one, and easily slapped these dozen energy bombs away. Vegeta was visibly stunned, then gritted his teeth and blasted a powerful punch at Tabal. Snap! Tabal raised his hand slightly, and then easily blocked Vegeta's attack. This. That's impossible. How so? Who are you, exactly? Vegeta suddenly felt that his self-confidence had been hit hard, and his whole body trembled because of shock, and he even stuttered a little when he spoke. After all these years, what have you done? Is that all you are good at? Tabble asked with a cold face. What do you say? What do you mean? Vegeta was visibly stunned again, and couldn't help but ask. I ask you, what are you doing? Tabble said coldly. Tabble also felt very angry at this time. When he left, his brother Vegeta's combat power reached about 1313, this is the past 25 years, his combat power has only increased by 5,000, this Nima said. Tabble felt ashamed. As for the reason why Vegeta has been slow in the past 20 years in the original Dragon Ball, Tabble speculates that it may be controlled by Frieza and some can't let go. Ugh! Just after Tabble finished saying this, he suddenly found an unfamiliar combat force behind him through the detector. Combat strength 8000. Is Monkey King coming? Tabble looked back. Sure enough, Sun Wukong came to the battlefield and stood with Vic and them, looking dazed. Originally, Sun Wukong came to save the scene, but when he came here, he found that these two scions actually fought each other. Goku, you're coming. Klin's tears were about to flow. Dad, Son Gohan pounced and sniffed. Sun Wukong picked up his son, put it on his shoulder, and then nodded gently to Bike. What happened? The two of them this is. What's going on? Monkey King quickly glanced at Vegeta and Tabur, and asked Vic with some puzzlement. I don't know why, anyway, that teenager should be a scion. Vic said quietly. Goku, that teenager saved Vic just now. Poor added on the side. You shut up for me, don't say anything if you don't have nutrition. Vic shouted angrily. Klin smiled bitterly, touching his bald head and no longer speaking. Klin, come and eat this, your injuries will be fine if you eat it. As Sun Wukong said, he took out a fairy bean and handed it to Klin. Ugh! However, just as Klin was about to take the fairy bean, he saw a figure suddenly appear between the two. Snap! Tabble threw his hand and directly snatched Sun Wukong's fairy beans. Immediately afterwards, Tabble took the fairy beans for himself on the spot. You give me back the fairy beans! Sun Wukong said angrily, he also wanted Klin to recover quickly. If you want Sendu, unless you defeat him. Tabur smiled softly and pointed at Vegeta at Monkey King. Chapter 053. Sun Wukong's expression immediately became heavy. Sun Wukong is very clear that the young man in front of him is very powerful, and I am afraid that he is not his opponent at all. As for that Vegeta, Sun Wukong also showed a solemn look after sensing his breath. What exactly is the relationship between these two people? Sun Wukong muttered in his heart. The showdown of life and death begins now. Tabble smiled softly and looked at everyone present with interest. And after saying this, Tabble was a little puzzled. System, have you forgotten something? All pretended to be like this, and still don't give away combat effectiveness? Tabble asked the system, which was why he wondered. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. This. What does that mean? Tabble was stunned for a moment, feeling a little strange. There is a delay in the system. System interpretation. I'll go, did you dial up with a 56k cat? Tabble couldn't help but tease. However, since the system gave away 3000 combat power, Tabble was still very happy. I have to say that it is really great that there is a system. It's just that Tabble is very clear that although the system has been successfully started, there are still a lot of failures, otherwise how can the gift of combat effectiveness still have a delay? Humph, you said you let me fight this inferior warrior Kakarot? As the noblest prince of the Scion, it is impossible for me to fight such an inferior warrior. Vegeta snorted coldly, looked at Tabble very unconvinced, and looked at Sun Wukong with disdain. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta commanded Naba, "Naba, can you still fight? Kakarot, this inferior warrior, is handed over to you." "Okay, Vegeta, although I was injured, I think I will be enough against Kakarot, a low-class warrior." Naba straightened up and answered with a smile. Then, Naba walked up step by step in the direction of Sun Wukong. "You be careful, I may defeat you at once." Sun Wukong silently looked at Naba, and then said in a deep voice. "Ha ha ha, Kakarot, what did you say? You say you might beat me all at once? Do you mean to kill me in seconds?" Naba ha ha laughed. He had just been repaired by Tabur, and he knew how humiliated he was. At the same time, Naba also knows that he is not Tabur's opponent, so he can only bully Kakarot, an inferior warrior. Naba is desperate to regain confidence from Kakarot, a low-class warrior. "Kakarot, you inferior warrior can fight a superior warrior like me, but your glory." Naba grinned, and then swung his fist with white light towards where Sun Wukong was. Snap! Originally, Naba thought that after this punch, Kakarot would dodge it, but who knew that he was shocked to find that people did not dodge at all. Immediately afterwards, Naba was surprised to see that Kakarot only gently raised his arm to block it, and blocked his powerful fist. Naba's body trembled a little, and he felt as if he had hit a mountain made of King Kong, and he could not take a step forward. Bang! Sun Wukong sneered, and then flew up and kicked Naba's chest on the spot. Naba snorted and flew out directly upside down. Boom! Nabana's fat body crashed into the stone mountain in front of him on the spot, and a roar erupted. "Can I fight you?" Monkey King looked at Vegeta and asked. Humph! Vegeta snorted coldly, ignoring Sun Wukong, but looked at Tabble and said, "Who are you? Tell me. If you're really a Scion, it's impossible for me not to know you. I can tell you, but not unless you defeat this Monkey King." Tabble smiled slightly and said to Vegeta, "What do you say? Do you still let me fight this inferior warrior?" Vegeta shouted angrily. Seeing Vegeta so angry, a flash of light suddenly flashed in Tabble's heart. In the original script of Dragon Ball, Vegeta has been suppressed by Monkey King for the next few decades since he came to Earth to fight with Son Goku. Almost every time, Vegeta slightly surpassed Sun Wukong, and then was left far behind by Sun Wukong. Even later, Sun Wukong can transform into the third tier of Super Saiyan, and Vegeta has difficulty even transforming into the second order. Moreover, Vegeta's second-order transformation was also promoted through the magician Buffety. Tabble suddenly thought of what had happened today. It can be said that according to the plot of the original book, today's battle has greatly affected his brother Vegeta's self-esteem. As a royal family, Vegeta, with the purest Saiyan bloodline and a genius warrior of the Saiyan, lost to Sun Wukong in the Battle of Earth, and was finally released by Sun Wukong. Vegeta felt that he was angry, and he also felt that he owed Kakarot a favor. Having figured this out, Tabble suddenly changed his mind. In any case, this Vegeta in front of him is his own brother in this life. He doesn't want his brother to be suppressed by others, he wants to lead his brother to become stronger. Well, I suddenly changed my mind, or should I meet this Monkey King, this inferior warrior of the fighting nation? Tabble smiled slightly and said to Vegeta. When Vegeta heard Tabble's words, he was dumbfounded, he never thought that the other party would make a 180-degree turn. Your name is Monkey King, right? Speaking of which, I met you when you were very young. Tabble smiled at the Monkey King. You said you saw me. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, and after a short silence, he said in a deep voice, I don't think you're a bad person. I advise you to take them out of Earth as soon as possible, I will never follow you to do something indiscriminate. Actually, I'm a bad person. Tabal smiled softly, and then flicked his hand, and an energy bomb in his hand flew into the sky on the spot. Sun Wukong and the others were wide-eyed, not understanding what Tabal meant by doing this. However, immediately afterwards, Vic roared loudly, the direction where his energy bomb fell is a small town. Hearing Vic say this, Sun Wukong's face changed color. Chapter 054. Turtle Pie Qigong. The next moment, a golden flame of light was released from Sun Wukong's hands, heading straight for the energy bomb in the sky. Boom! The turtle brand Qigong hit the energy bomb on the spot, and it bloomed brilliant colors in the sky. Fortunately, Sun Wukong finally used the turtle school Qigong to smash the energy bomb, and the small town in the distance was also saved. Otherwise, after the energy bomb fell, I am afraid that the town would be razed to the ground on the spot. I don't want you to destroy the planet. Sun Wukong had hatred in his eyes and said viciously to Tabal. Hee, boy, your style just now is very similar to the style of our scion. Vegeta smiled. Monkey King, you just came back to life, right? Tabal asked suddenly. Yes, what's wrong? Sun Wukong didn't expect the other party to ask this, and then added, thanks to my companions, who helped me get together the Dragon Balls, I was resurrected. You guys came looking for Dragon Ball, right? I'm really sorry, but Dragon Ball has just fulfilled its wish, it has turned into stone, and it will take a year to resurrect, so your wish has been disappointed. What do you say? Vegeta's eyes widened, he didn't know that Dragon Ball would turn to stone after granting his wish, let alone that it would take a year to take a time cycle. What I said is the truth. Sun Wukong smiled, pointed at Bike, and continued, did you see him? To put it simply, although he is not the one who made the Dragon Ball, he has a very unusual relationship with the person who made the Dragon Ball, and if he dies, the Dragon Ball will not exist. Oh! Vegeta glanced thoughtfully at Bike. Immediately afterwards, the flame of light in Vegeta's hand flickered, and a beam of light shot out in the direction of Bike. Tabal's face changed slightly, he never imagined that his brother would suddenly attack Bike. Although Vic is of no great use now, Tabal feels that he will definitely be of some use in the future. After all, if he dies, the Dragon Ball of Earth will be gone. The devil knows if he needs Dragon Balls in the future, and Tabal thinks that Dragon Balls must be useful. Bang! Tabal quickly rushed to Bike's side and reached out to block the beam of light from Vegeta. With a muffled sound, when he looked again, Tabal was safe and sound. You! What are you doing? Vegeta was a little anxious. Don't be in a hurry. Tabal smiled, he's still of great use. Humph, be nosy. Vegeta said coldly. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. The sound of the system sounded coldly. I'll go to the system, you can really delay this time, Tabal said speechlessly. Bike, he saved you again, so he should be a good person. Clin is a little confused now, why is this person good for a while and bad for a while? You're too naive, he's not a good person, he just wants to control the situation here, humph. Vic said with a cold face. Take the situation under control here? What do you mean? Clin asked, puzzled. Simply put, he is more powerful than we expected, and he wants to control all of us, including those two scions. Vic looked at him like a torch, and now he could see Tabur's purpose. Sun Wukong, you still can't fight? If you don't want to fight, we're leaving. Tabal smiled at the Monkey King and said with interest. Hit, of course hit. I want you to see the fruits of my cultivation in Hades. When Sun Wukong said this, there was a hint of excitement in his expression. Okay, then I'll play with you. Tabal smiled softly. Sun Wukong's expression also became solemn, and he knew very well that this teenager was difficult to deal with. Boom! Tabal was too lazy to talk nonsense, and at that time he burst out all his breath. Immediately afterwards, Tabor's powerful combat power was also displayed in front of everyone on the spot. Feeling the vast and boundless breadth of Tabor, Sun Wukong and the others were full of shock written on their faces, and they were dumbfounded, unable to say anything. Especially a small character like Klin, his legs trembled violently, and he was almost scared to pee. It's terrible. Klin and Sun Wukong, as well as Vic and them, can clearly sense the power of Tabor, which makes their hearts full of fear and despair. Now Klin can only secretly pray that this boy is friend and not foe. After all, now that Tabor's combat power has reached a high level of 80,000, even if he does not use the Realm King Fist, he will easily torture everyone present. On a small island about thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield, a beautiful maiden suddenly let out an exclamation. The girl looked like a flower, and the reason why she exclaimed was because the detector she was wearing on her eyes suddenly exploded. "Bulma, are you all right?" The turtle immortal hurriedly asked. "That new man? It's terrible," Bulma muttered. "I'm afraid that this time we are less fierce," the turtle immortal said in a deep voice. Bulma, on the other hand, is discolored and dumbfounded. At the same time, in the celestial realm suspended high in the sky, the heavenly god was silently watching what was happening below, and the color on his face could not stop changing. "Tenjin," said Bobo, the god's attendant, with some concern. "The planet will suffer an unprecedented catastrophe. If this young man uses the evil words in his heart," the words spoken by the god were more profound, "I hope he can use his goodness to suppress the evil in his heart." "Tenjin, what do you mean?" Bobo listened a little puzzled from the sidelines. "How about Sun Wukong, take out all your strength and let me see if you can defeat me," Tabble said with a smile to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's face was already full of horror, because he knew very well that no matter how hard he tried, with the current conditions, it would be impossible to defeat this teenager no matter what. Powerful, too powerful. However, Sun Wukong's heart is also a little excited, and he also wants to become stronger. Be vigilant and vigilant, pretend to be successful, trigger the sky thunder, trigger the sky thunder. Just as Tabble burst out his breath, he heard the system's alarm suddenly sound. "P.S. It's on the shelves. It's on the shelves. One more chapter tonight. This book will be officially available tomorrow. Ask for automatic subscriptions. Ask for your tips. 15 chapters will break out tomorrow. Tip 10,000 plus 1 chapter, tip 20,000 plus 2 chapters, not capped. How many tips are there to smash over? By the way, don't forget to have an automatic subscription, the VIP chapter will be even more exciting. Thanks to Little Q for rewarding 588 points. Accumulated 688 points. Thanks tip 100 points. Chapter 055. System, what the hell are you doing? Tabble didn't know what happened. This is not a pretense. How did it trigger the heavenly thunder? Sure enough, the next moment Tabble sent layers of red clouds in the sky, and the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone present was dumbfounded, looking at this strange scene without blinking. Okay, how can the sky change and change? Boom! At this moment, a red lightning bolt the thickness of a bowl fell from the sky, and there was a 5 thunder sensation towards where Tabble was. Tabble whimpered and smoked on the spot. At the same time, there are layers of red electric arcs jumping happily on Tabor's body, and the scene is very weird. Sun Wukong and the others were completely stunned. They don't understand, where did this red lightning come from? Why did it hit this teenager again? Especially after seeing Tabble's body smoking, Sun Wukong and others knew the power of this lightning. Snap! After holding out for a moment, Tabble fell to the ground with a bang and just lay on the ground. Sun Wukong looked at Tabble blankly, and couldn't help frowning. Klin touched his bare head, feeling a little strange. Vic was lost in thought, as if considering whether to suddenly attack Vegeta. Sun Gohan's whole body was trembling, and he was only afraid to go. Naba sneered, got up from the ground, and couldn't help clapping his hands and shouting loudly. Ha 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 ha, His Highness Vegeta, he deserves it, he was struck by lightning. As if he hadn't heard Naba's words, Vegeta's eyes widened, as if he had thought of something, and his expression was a little more excited. Just when everyone was shocked, Tabble suddenly slapped his body and stood up from the ground. Thunder tribulation succeeded, gain skills, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Tabble even wanted to laugh, is this called thunder robbery? To Tabble, this red thunder and lightning hit his body, not only did not feel the slightest pain, but made him feel very comfortable. Moreover, with each thunder calamity, Tabble could feel that his body was undergoing qualitative changes. Perhaps, the system has invisibly modified its physique to make itself more talented. In addition, the reason why Tabble smoked just now was not because he pretended to do so, but because the red thunder and lightning hit his body, seemingly expelling toxins and other Dongcheng gases in his body. And Tabble whimpered, it was he who felt it, and even lying on the ground in the end, it was also caused by him feeling refreshed, and he wished that this red thunder and lightning came more violently. By the way, system, what did you just say and what skills have you acquired? Tabble quickly asked. Thunder tribulation succeeded, obtained the Ji-Yang fist. The system replied. I'll go to the system, you're too picky, right? All thunder robbery, you just gave a sun fist? Is it good to learn this thing? Tabra was disappointed. Host, this is not an ordinary sun fist, to be precise, this is called a super sun fist, and there is a big difference from the sun fist you said. The system explains. Oh? Is there any difference? Tabble quickly asked. Ordinary sun fist releases a strong light at the opponent's eye, blinding the eye for a short time, and it needs to be unleashed in the presence of light. The system explains, Super Sun Fist can be released without light, and can be cast even in the universe, in a dark environment. This is good, much better than I thought. Tabble is quite satisfied. In addition, Super Sun Fist belongs to a nerve attack, and once released, the opponent's nerves will be temporarily paralyzed. Once again, the system adds, the paralyzed nerve can spread into the eye, causing temporary blindness in the eye. What? Nerve palsy? So, I can attack with him paralyzed? Tabbour's heart moved. Yes, host. The system answered. Good performance, keep up the good work. Tabble couldn't help but praise the system, and even sometimes Tabble thought that if the system was a beautiful woman, he would go up and hug her to thank him. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. You're delayed. Still, Tabble is a little confused about the system now, and this failure is really serious enough. Inexplicably triggered the thunder calamity, and inexplicably gave away combat effectiveness. But overall, Tabor has benefited a lot. However, Tabble is well aware that the system version is unstable and must quickly find a way to find the Dragon Ball repair system. You are, Vegeta suddenly looked at Tabble and stuttered a little. Tabble was slightly stunned, looking at Vegeta's expression, it seemed that he recognized himself. Are you Tabble? Vegeta asked suddenly. Finally recognized, brother. Tabble smiled at Vegeta. Are you really Tabble? Vegeta couldn't believe it, his eyes rounded in shock, and she looked him up and down. Of course it's me, in fact, when I came, I already hinted at you. Tabra said with a smile. You? Are you really Tabor? After all these years, where have you been? After hearing what Tabble called him, Vegeta no longer had the slightest doubt, quickly rushed up, and asked with some concern, I heard that your spaceship unfortunately crashed into a natural King Kong, and the spaceship exploded on the spot, because we Scions have no way to survive in the universe, so... Vegeta's next words did not continue, but the meaning in the words was already clear, and in his opinion, Tabble was certain to die. Everyone present was stunned. This teenager is actually Vegeta's younger brother? This joke is a bit big, right? I said. From the moment he appeared, I found that the two of them looked alike. It turned out to be brothers. Clin smiled bitterly and couldn't help whispering. Monkey King, we are in big trouble this time. Vic smiled lightly and said to Sun Wukong, are you excited? This time, the opponent is too much ahead of you. Sun Wukong glanced back at Vic and said with a wry smile, don't joke Vic, I'm not excited at all. Vic quickly and cautiously approached Sun Wukong, and asked in a low voice, what now? Didn't you say that you cultivated with the Realm King? Isn't there any trick that can deal with him? P.S. It's on the shelf, please subscribe, ask for automatic subscription, ask for tips, ask for flowers. There will be 15 chapters during the day tomorrow, and 5 chapters a day for the next few days. Thanks to FKFIA's 1000 rewards, the cumulative tip is 2,588 points, ranking first in the book's reward list. Underscore. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 056. There is a. It's just that this move is extremely destructive, and the earth will be destroyed if you are not careful. Sun Wukong thought for a while, and then said in a deep voice, in addition, the biggest disadvantage of this trick is that it takes a long time to accumulate, and they are 3 people, which is easy to find. Anything else? Vic also felt that the trick that Sun Wukong said was not very appropriate. And one way, I just don't know if it can be successful. Sun Wukong seemed to have made up his mind. Monkey King and Vic are here to discuss countermeasures, but Tabble and Vegeta ignore them. Did Ezer say that? Tabble smiled slightly and asked. It's not Ezer, it's a little brother of Frisia who saw it with his own eyes. Vegeta said, then asked, puzzled, how? Does this matter have anything to do with Ezer? Yes, I had a fight with Ezzy, but I couldn't beat him, and then I accidentally entered a cosmic black hole, and when I came out, I found that the world had changed, and I stayed there for 24 minutes, but I didn't expect that after coming out, 24 years had passed outside. Tabble did not say anything about the 6th universe, but simply explained his itinerary in plain language. What? 24 minutes, equivalent to 24 years outside? Vegeta was so surprised that he couldn't help but shout, no wonder your combat power doesn't seem to have changed much, so it is. I'm not changing, but brother, what about you? What about the father? Tabble quickly asked the question he was more concerned about, and after asking, he also became nervous. Tabble didn't want to hear about the destruction of planet Vegeta, which is why he didn't ask him directly after meeting Vegeta. Because if Vegeta still existed, then Vegeta and Naba would not have come to Earth, there were many Scions, and Raditz would not have come to look for his brother Kakarot. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. The sound of the system came out coldly. Tabble didn't say much, he knew that the system was delayed again this time, and he didn't know where to reward his combat effectiveness. However, the combat effectiveness has increased by 3000, and Tabble is still very happy, and now his basic combat effectiveness has reached a high of 90,000. Don't mention it, the training room that you kid provided us was quite useful at first, but in 2 days, what you said about doubling the punch will not have any effect. Vegeta glared at Tabble and said, also, although that gravity training room is good, my father and I found that the combat effectiveness improved relatively slowly, and in the end we had to give up. What? Slow improvement in combat effectiveness, maybe Tabble was stunned, a little puzzled, and then asked, that double punch, do you say it doesn't work? This is even less so. Okay, I'll let you see with your own eyes what you said about doubling fist. The corners of Vegeta's mouth turned up slightly. My current combat power is 18,000, I can have 6 times gravity, if I use double punches, should my combat power reach 100,000, am I right? Tabble nodded slightly. At the same time, Tabble also secretly shook his head. It's been more than 20 years. And my brother Vegeta can only withstand 6 times the gravity, and this guy is really not diligent enough in cultivation. Just when Vegeta unleashed the double fist, which was actually the Realm King fist, Tabble clearly felt that his brother's combat effectiveness was improving rapidly. Beep. Immediately afterwards, Tabble found that Vegeta's combat power had indeed increased to 100,000 high. Obviously, Vegeta also felt the change in his body at this time, and he was also dumbfounded at that time, unable to say anything. Feeling Vegeta's aura suddenly erupt, Sun Wukong and the other 3 were startled. This brother is actually stronger than his younger brother. This. What's going on? Vegeta was so surprised that he said with some puzzlement, "My father and I have tried many times, but it doesn't work. Why can it be used now?" This. Tabble was also a little puzzled, and then quickly asked the system which link went wrong. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. The system suddenly gave away 1,000 combat power, which made Tabble very speechless, but after thinking about it, 80% is a combat power gifted only after there is a delay in a certain link, right? Today, Table's combat power has exceeded 90,000. However, the system of 1,100 gifts, Tabble felt that it was far from enough. After all, the system was upgraded this time, and after restarting, all kinds of abnormalities. Naba was already completely dumbfounded, and the pestle was less than 30 meters from Tabble, trembling and unable to say anything. Just now, Naba was still a little gloating because of the lightning slash of Tabor, and now after hearing the words of His Highness Vegeta, Naba also suddenly remembered that a long time ago, when he was a child, there was indeed a red lightning on planet Vegeta. It's just that Naba can't remember the scene back then. You. Are you His Royal Highness the little Prince of Tabble? Naba stammered when he spoke, and leaned over and said with a fawning face, for fear that one would accidentally be killed on the spot by this little prince. Because Naba knew very well how fierce His Royal Highness the little prince was back then. Tabble didn't bother to pay attention to Naba, didn't look at him, and then asked the system again, wanting to see what the system had to say. In Tabble's opinion, his brother Vegeta and his father would not deceive themselves. Besides, this gravity cultivation and doubling fist would be of great use to them, and they had no reason to lie to themselves. Back to the host, when the system is shut down, the skills learned by others from the host will not be useful. The system gives the answer. I'm going, why is there still this statement? When Tabble heard this, he suddenly realized. No wonder my brother Vegeta said that doubling punches was still useful at first, but it didn't work after a while, because it didn't take long for the system to shut down and upgrade because of the discovery of the new version. Then we go to the 6th universe, will my father and brother also be affected? Tabble asked again. As long as the system is powered on, no matter what universe the host goes to, they will not be affected. The system replied. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read: bookmark, recommend, share. Carite. Chapter 057. What about me? Why am I not affected? When you turn off the computer, I can still use the Realm King Fist, and the combat power you have improved for me is also there. Tabra asked, puzzled. The system and host are successfully bound together, regardless of each other, so they are not affected. The system explained, but the Realm King Fist that the host learns from the system is not the same as the real Realm King Fist, so when teaching it to others to use, it is necessary to have a system to remotely release a special electromagnetic wave to control. Well, you win. Tabra didn't know what to say. At this moment, Vegeta was completely stunned. He never expected that the double punch, which had not been used for many years, would actually take effect at this time. Vegeta can be described as excited, 6 times double punch, then his combat power has reached 100,000. The next moment, Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Sun Wukong's face was full of heaviness, and at the same time he looked at Vegeta with some surprise, and couldn't help but say, "What kind of boxing technique are you? Why is it so similar to my Realm King Fist?" "What Realm King Fist? I call this doubling punch." Vegeta sneered, and then pointed sharply at where Sun Wukong was. Bang! The Monkey King was blown away by Vegeta at that time. Fortunately, Sun Wuhan has long since come down from Sun Wukong's shoulders, otherwise he will also suffer. Snap! Sun Wukong fell from the sky and fell several times on the spot, and when he looked again, he was already seriously injured, but he couldn't die for a moment. "Dad!" Sun Gohan hurriedly pounced. "Gohan, run away, run away!" Sun Wukong smiled weakly, "I can't beat him, he's too strong." "Humph, sure enough, my doubling punch worked, although it was a little inexplicable, but it felt good." Vegeta smiled proudly and glanced at Sun Wukong, who fell to the ground and was seriously injured. "Kakarot, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare you a dog's life." "Ahem," Sun Wukong coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Vegeta, you answer me, what happened to our Scion planet?" Tabble asked again. "Of course it's good, what else?" Vegeta was stunned for a moment, looked at Tabble and said. "Okay? Didn't Frieza come and destroy our planet?" Tabble breathed a slight sigh of relief and asked. "Didn't Lord Beerus say not to spoil our planet? Did he dare to disobey Lord Beerus's orders?" Vegeta looked at Tabble puzzled. "You can go, and when you are ready, you can come and find it at any time." Tabble glanced at the Monkey King and waved at them. "Are you sure you want to let me go?" Klin asked warily. "You made me change my mind now, I'm okay." Tabble smiled. "Let's go." Vic hurriedly urged, afraid that Tabble would change his mind. Sun Gohan hesitated, then walked to Tabble's side and said in a pleading tone, "Please, leave Sendu to my father. Little one, don't dream, it's already a great fortune in misfortune that your father can survive, hurry up." Tabble will not leave the fairy bean to Sun Wukong. He knows that in the near future, he will have a fierce war with the Frieza family, and the existence of this fairy bean can be said to have a second life. "Gohan, let's go." When Vic said this, he quickly pulled up Sun Gohan and flew towards the sky. Klin was carrying the Monkey King, and the four disappeared soon without a trace. Soon, only Vegeta and Tabor and Nappa were left on the scene. "Two princes, the subordinates are a little seriously injured, and I request to go to the spaceship for simple treatment first." Nappa quickly and respectfully pleaded. In fact, he knew that the two princes Vegeta and Tabor had something to say, and if they got in the way here, I was afraid that they would be destroyed by the two of them. "Go ahead." Tabble has no interest in Nappa, and certainly does not kill innocents. After Nappa left, Tabble quickly asked Vegeta the purpose of their coming to Earth. "Stupid, we came all the way to Earth from planet Vegeta, of course, to bring you back to life." Vegeta snorted coldly. Hearing his brother's words, Tabble felt a hint of warmth in his heart. It is said that Scions are cold-blooded animals, but in fact, they also have family affection, but the expression of their family affection is not the same as that of Earthlings. "Since you are not dead, then you better follow me back to planet Vegeta as soon as possible." Vegeta said. "How do you know that Earth has Dragon Balls?" Tabble nodded, and then asked curiously. "Speaking of this matter, it is also a coincidence, Bardock wants to pick up his son Kakarot on Earth, so he asked his eldest son Raditz to come to Earth." Vegeta explained, "The order given to Kakarot was to destroy all the Earthlings and make the Earth a colony of our Scions, but after Raditz came to Earth, he found that Kakarot and the Earthlings lived very well, so he was very unhappy, so he fought with Kakarot. Unexpectedly, Raditz was killed by Kakarot and the Nemesis teamed up." Tabble nodded slightly, which is somewhat different from the original Dragon Ball, but the same thing is that Raditz finally came to Earth, and was also destroyed by Monkey King and Bike. Originally, this incident did not attract our attention, but we suddenly heard a conversation between Raditz and the Namenex, saying that what kind of Dragon Balls can revive Kakarot. Vegeta continued, when my father heard the news, he asked Naba and me to come here and gather 7 Dragon Balls for you to resurrect. After Tabble figured out the situation, he became even more determined to protect planet Vegeta. Since you're not dead, come back with us, said Vegeta. Okay, but before I go back, I have to deal with one thing. Tabble nodded slightly. What's going on? Vegeta was stunned for a moment. I'll be back soon. Tabble smiled slightly, and then soared into the sky and flew quickly in the direction of the Turtle Immortal House. Vic, who took Sun Wukong to the Turtle Immortal House, as well as Klin and Sun Gohan, had already left the battlefield far away at this time, and each breathed a sigh of relief. The faces of the 3 were full of heaviness, and Sun Wukong was already unconscious because of his serious injuries. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. Chapter 058. Even Goku is no match for them, what should we do? Klin was on the verge of crying, and he felt so helpless. I hope they won't come back after they leave Earth this time. Vic said coldly. I hope so. Klin shook his head, suddenly noticing that Son Gohan was looking back, so he asked, Gohan, what are you looking at? That Scion. It seems to have caught up. Son Gohan was frightened. What? When Vic and Klin heard this, their faces changed color. Immediately afterwards, the 2 learned through sensing the breath that sure enough, the Scion named Tabble was speeding towards their side. Not good. He changed his mind. Vic shouted in a lost voice. So what to do? Let's run for our lives separately, right? Klin turned white with fright. It's useless, you can sense his speed well, we are not a little worse than him in speed. Vic said quietly. It's over, damn it, I don't have a girlfriend yet. Klin scratched his ears and cheeks, and then looked solemn, no matter, I'm going to fight. Ugh. Just as Klin finished saying this, Tabble sped past him. Ah! Klin let out a scream. Suddenly, because of Tabur's powerful aura, Klin spun in midair like a spinning top. By the time Vic came to his senses, Tabble had long since disappeared. Vic quickly helped Klin stop from the spin and asked, It doesn't matter to you, right? A little dizzy, Klin shook his head. Don't worry, he's gone. It doesn't seem to be coming at us. Vic mused. Didn't come at us? So what is his purpose? Klin patted the door of his head, then asked, in which direction did he go? Uncle Klin, he's headed over there. Son Gohan pointed in the direction of Tabur's travel. That direction? Where is it? Klin fell into deep thought. About 3 seconds later, Klin's eyes suddenly widened, and horror was written on his face. He. Could it be that he was going to the Turtle Immortal House? Klin said quickly. Kames Enya? What's there? Vic is a bit puzzling. Klin shook his head, apparently not knowing why Tabble had gone to the Turtle Fairy House. After a moment of silence, Klin touched the back of his head and said, Maybe we think too much, why did he go to the Turtle Immortal House? At this moment, Tabble streaked a stream of light in the sky, because it was flying at extreme speed, and the sea water at sea level was rolled up layer by layer of waves. Not long after, Tabble saw a very small island in the distance, and there was also a small house on the island, which seemed to be the Turtle Fairy House. Snap! Tabble landed on the island and walked towards the room. The sudden appearance of Tabble had already aroused the idea of the Turtle Immortals and others. The Turtle Immortal was the first to rush out, and when he saw Tabble, he couldn't help but raise the crutch in his hand in fright. Tabble smiled slightly at the Turtle Immortal, with a playful look on his face. Science! What are you doing here? The turtle immortal asked with a wary look. I'll get something precious. Tabble smiled, ignored the turtle immortal, and walked towards the room. As soon as he stepped into the room, Tabble saw a beautiful woman at a glance, looking at his whole body with a pale face. Tabble fixed his eyes. Isn't this beauty Bulma? Bulma was really frightened, sweating for fear of being killed by Tabble. Are you Bulma? Tabble smiled at Bulma and asked in a friendly manner. Yes, yes, yes. I am. You. How do you know my name? Bulma replied with a hush, still kneeling on the ground. Not to mention, Bulma looks quite good now, so that Tabble can't help but look at it twice. However, Tabble came to do things, not to tease beautiful women. I'm here to take something as precious as yours, hand it over. Tabble said with a smile. Something precious? That one is. Hey? No. Bulma's face turned red when she heard Tabble's words. Don't? Well, then I'll have to kill you. Tabra threatened. Good. I give you. Don't you kill me, okay? Bulma nodded quickly. Hurry, verbose, urged Tabble. Well. Bulma nodded, suddenly picked up the submachine gun behind her, and fired in the direction of Tabur. Suddenly, Tabble smiled slightly, and grabbed a few handfuls in midair with both hands. Dang! Tabble stretched out his hands, scattered the bullets in his hands on the ground, and looked at Bulma with a smile and a bit of mischief in his eyes. I just want to take a few shots to calm myself down, and I'll give you my most precious thing right now. Bulma said with a cold face, and then threw the submachine gun to the side, crossed his hands and pulled the corners of his clothes, and slowly lifted it up. Tabble was slightly stunned, and after seeing Bulma's white skin, he quickly said, What are you doing? Don't you want my most precious thing? What else do you want me to do? Bulma said angrily. Who wants you that? What I want is the Dragon Ball radar. Tabble didn't know how to explain it. Hey? Do you want Dragon Ball radar? Why didn't you say it earlier? Bulma froze on the spot, her face turned red, and she hurriedly pulled her clothes off. Okay, don't ink, quickly take out the radar. Tabble urged. Bulma secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as if he felt that this scion was not as bad as the legend. After a little thought, Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and handed it to Tabble. Because Bulma knows very well that if she doesn't give others Dragon Ball radar, if people are angry, I'm afraid this island will sink on the spot, right? There is no Dragon Ball radar to create another one. Moreover, Sun Wukong has just been resurrected, Dragon Ball has turned into a stone egg. Even if this guy takes away the Dragon Ball radar, it will take a year to work. Are you sure this radar is good? Tabble glanced at the Dragon Ball radar and asked with a smile. Of course it's good, but now that the Dragon Ball has turned into stone, it won't be shown. Bulma affirmed. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 059. Well, I believe you, goodbye. Tabble smiled at Bulma, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Bulma bit her lip tightly, and did not know where the courage came from, and shouted at Tabur, You give me a stop. What? Tabble glanced back at Bulma. You. Are you going to stay on Earth? Bulma asked, still. Or do you want to leave immediately? I don't mean to stay on Earth for the time being, I'm going to go to Namex to fulfill a wish. Tabble smiled slightly, and then waved at Bulma. You. What is your name? Bulma asked again. Tabble. Tabble smiled, and then there was no longer the slightest delay, and white flames of light flashed all over his body, and he soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Tabble disappeared without a trace. Bulma slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, Bulma, he didn't embarrass you, did he? The turtle immortal also let out a long sigh of relief and asked. No, he just took the Dragon Ball radar, Bulma said, her face blushing slightly. Actually, he's not that bad. What did you say? The turtle immortal was stunned for a moment. After Tabble got the Dragon Ball radar, he quickly flew in the direction of Vegeta. On the way back, Tabble naturally saw Sun Wukong and his group again. When Vic and the others saw that Tabble had returned, they were immediately frightened and vigilant, and even prepared for battle. When you have practiced Kung Fu, come to me again, you are not my opponent at all now. Tabble smiled softly, ignored Vic and the others, and suddenly increased the speed of flight. Because of the breath released by Tabor's high-speed flight, it blew Vic and the others upside down at that time, and even Klin almost fell from the sky. Several people looked at each other, their faces pale and weak. This guy, it's too fast, muttered Vic as cold sweat slipped down his cheeks. I think that even if I were to cultivate for another 30 years, I might not be able to reach his current level, said Klin in a deep voice. Tabble soon returned to Vegeta's side. Tabble, what are you doing? Vegeta asked with a frown. I went to find a Dragon Ball radar. Tabor handed the Dragon Ball radar to Vegeta and looked at it. What is this thing? What is it for? Vegeta pressed on the radar a few times, and said with a look of disdain, I don't know which idiot made such a primitive instrument. Tabble wanted to tell his brother Vegeta that his future wife had done it, and he didn't know what Vegeta would think when he heard the truth. Although Tabble appreciates Bulma's appearance, Tabble is not the type who wants to fall when he sees a girl. He likes to talk with beautiful girls, and it is more appropriate to talk about it and come together again. As for the Bulma, Tal suddenly lost interest at the thought that she would become his future sister-in-law. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. I go to the system, when is this delayed pretense? Tabble coldly gained 1,000 combat power, somewhat inexplicably. The host just pretended to give it in front of Vic and the others. The system answered. It's been 3 minutes, okay, Tabble didn't know what to say. The system didn't say much, let alone explain. Tabble, however, knew that this version of the system was not generally unstable, and he had to go to Namekus's as soon as possible to get the Dragon Balls together to fulfill his desire to repair the system. This is called the Dragon Ball Radar, and through this instrument, we can easily find 7 Dragon Balls. Tabble explained to Vegeta. How to find it? Why is the radar not responding? Vegeta asked. That's because the Dragon Balls on Earth are no longer valid and will take a year to revive. Tabble explained, I also just learned from the mouths of those Earthlings. Then what do you want this Dragon Ball radar for? Vegeta asked puzzled. After asking, it seemed that something suddenly came to mind, raised his head and looked at Tabor. I see, you want to find that Mibang, right? I think the previous battle between you and Kakarot has allowed Frisia to eavesdrop. Tabble said, Frisia must have gone in the direction of Namex by this time. What? How is this possible? Vegeta's face changed color. He went to Namex to find the Dragon Balls. What wishes does he want to fulfill? I'm afraid he wants to become an immortal body. Tabble smiled, not caring about that. Listening to the meaning of the system, it seems that only the Super Divine Dragon can achieve the true immortal body, and the Divine Dragon of the Earth and the Divine Dragon of the Nemesis can achieve limited wishes. Even if Frisia really fulfilled his wish for an immortal body, as long as Tabble could turn into a Super Saiyan, he could find a way to deal with him. What? Immortal body? He wants to be beautiful. The roots of Vegeta's teeth are a little itchy. Let's go to Namex immediately. Tabble said. Vegeta nodded, quickly entered the spaceship, and at the moment when the hatch closed, shouted to Naba, Naba, you immediately return to planet Vegeta and tell King Bay about this side. Yes. Naba was in awe. Tabble also quickly returned to his spaceship. Hey! 3 spaceships streaked through 3 white rays of light and disappeared from Earth. And after sensing that Tabble and the others had really left the Earth, Vic and the other 3 breathed a long sigh of relief. Whew! Finally leaving, it seems that they are much better than the scion of Raditz. Clin let out a long sigh. Don't forget, they also killed Tianjin rice and leaping and dumplings. Vic snorted coldly. Bike, don't you say I forgot. Only then did Clin suddenly think of the fact that Tianjin rice had died. Tianjin rice and leaping have never died and can be resurrected with Earth's Dragon Balls, but what about dumplings? Thinking of this, Clin was silent. Okay, let's go goodbye. Vic said suddenly. Bike, what's your plan? Clin asked. Humph, since they didn't mean to destroy the Earth, of course I will continue to cultivate, and one day I will surpass those 3 scions. Vic snorted coldly, then stopped talking nonsense, took a deep look at Sun Gohan, and then quickly left here. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. Chapter 060. Uncle Bike, I'll practice well too. Sun Gohan looked at the direction where Vic disappeared with a heavy face. Clin carried Sun Wukong and took Sun Wuhan back to the Turtle Immortal house together. What? The one called Tabble came over. Took the Dragon Ball radar away? Clin was flabbergasted. No, Bulma thought that Tabra was going to take away her most precious thing. A bad smile appeared on the face of the Turtle Immortal. Bulma's face suddenly turned red, and then she took out her submachine gun and aimed it at the Turtle Immortal. I didn't say anything, the Turtle Immortal quickly raised his hands. Suddenly, Bulma pulled the trigger. The Turtle Immortals were beaten into hedgehogs at that time. Bulma, don't fight first, Goku is still seriously injured, hurry up and send to the hospital. Clin hurriedly said. Earth is not very far from Namex. Of course, this can be calculated by the technology of the scions, and if it is calculated by the technology of the Earth, it is far away. Travel from Earth to Namex in a spaceship built by scions in no more than 3 days. Because the spaceship that Tabble is now on is the same as the Kinnit team, and the speed is 3 times higher than the one he once had. Tabble's earliest spacecraft took 10 days to reach Namex. 3 days later, Tabble and Vegeta's spacecraft successfully landed on Namex. The two walked down from the spaceship one after the other. Brother, this time I went to Earth. Did you make any new discoveries? Tabble said to Vegeta with a smile, and after saying this, he silently scanned the environment of Namex. Not to mention, the environment of Namex is very good, there are mountains and water, the air is fresh, but the color is blue overall, which is very different from the red flowers and green leaves of the Earth. At the same time, there are 3 suns on Namex, and there is no night. Since there are 3 suns on Namex, the entire planet has always been at summer temperatures. What new discovery? Vegeta didn't understand what Tabble meant. Have you found out that they can sense our presence without going through a detector? Tabble asked. You don't say that, I almost forgot. Wrong, it's true, in fact, it's just a skill, as long as you master it, it's easy. Vegeta smiled softly. What about the shielding breath? Will you? Tabble asked again. Shielding breath? I'm a little bit better, but I'm not very skilled, Vegeta responded, followed by an angry question, what do you mean, Tabble? What the hell do you want to do? Hehe, brother, I think the 2 of us came to Namex, Frieza has already learned through the probe. Tabble smiled slightly, if my guess is correct, Frieza will send someone over in a moment. Hearing Tabble say this, Vegeta's face was full of vigilance. But it's okay, Frieza only knows that I came with your brother, but he doesn't know who I am. Tabble smiled, and then asked, by the way, brother, Ezer doesn't seem to be on this planet, what has he been busy with lately? In comparison, for Tabur, Ezer is his fierce rival, after all, he and Ezer are the same age. In addition, last time he couldn't beat Iz, and Tabel was very unhappy in his heart. If he could transform into a giant ape at that time, Tabel believed that he was still very sure to deal with Iser. After all, after transforming into a giant ape, his strength seemed to be more than that of Little Hit in the 6th universe. It's been a long time since there has been news of Izawa, Vegeta also said with a cold face, but as far as I know, Ezer is probably frozen, the frozen demon clan. The longer it is frozen, the higher their combat effectiveness will increase. What? Is this guy frozen? Tabel was slightly stunned. Tabel had read Dragon Ball's fan manga Dragon Ball AF in his previous life, and heard that the Frieza clan was called the Frozen Demon Clan. Frieza was frozen for 5 years, and Frieza's brother Gula was frozen for 6 years. As for the character of Iser, he can also be regarded as the protagonist of this fancomic. He was frozen for 50 years, and after coming out of the mountain, even the 4th Order of Super Saiyan was not his opponent. This guy was frozen in ice so early. Did he have to wait until he was in his 40s? If this product had been frozen since the 6th universe returned, it would have been frozen for nearly 25 years. After thinking about it, it should be terrifying to be frozen for 25 years, right? Brother, do you know where the frozen planet is? Tabel quickly asked. I don't know. How could Frieza's frozen planet leak out easily? I'm afraid that even if someone knew, they would have been secretly disposed of by him a long time ago. Vegeta shook his head. Then it's not easy to do. It's not good that Aize has been frozen for more than 20 years. Then it would be difficult for us to be his opponents, said Tabel in a deep voice. Humph, as long as I become a Super Saiyan, what is Iser? Vegeta clenched his fists and shouted. Yes, too. Tabel nodded, and did not hit Vegeta. It is better to have hope than nothing. Meanwhile, in a mountain village, Frieza and his accomplices have slaughtered the entire village. Hehe, as I expected, Vegeta is here. Frieza sat on a flying machine and said with a smile. King Frieza, please let me repair him properly. One of his men bowed to Frieza and pleaded. Chude, your brother was killed by Vegeta's brother, can you, the elder brother, beat Vegeta? Frieza smiled slightly, looked at an alien who looked very similar to Chu Yi and said. King Frieza, my current combat power is far superior to my brother. Even if the wild monkey of Tabor comes, I will beat him all over the ground to find his teeth. Chuda replied very confidently, unfortunately, the Tabor wild monkey has died in the universe, so I can only seek revenge on his brother Vegeta. If you actually kill Vegeta, do you know what to say? Frieza asked. King Frieza, this is a personal grudge between us. Chuda quickly answered. Frieza smiled and nodded and waved his hand. Chuda's face was full of excitement, and then he soared into the sky and flew quickly in the direction of Vegeta and Tabol. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read bookmark, recommend, share. Carite. Chapter 061. After Chuda left, Frieza looked at Sob and Doria beside him. Now that we've found 2 Dragon Balls, as long as I, Frieza, fulfill my wish for an immortal body, I don't have to be afraid of Beerus, ha 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 ha. Frieza smiled happily. King Frieza, about 5,000 kilometers away from us, there are many combat power numerical reactions. I believe that there will be Dragon Balls in that village. Sob pointed to the southeast and said respectfully to Frieza. Then go ahead. Frieza narrowed his triangular eyes and smiled. King Frieza, I wonder if Chuda can be Vegeta's opponent? Dodoria asked from the sidelines. Whatever he wants, Vegeta is here, he must also come for the Dragon Balls. When the time comes, he will help us find a few Dragon Balls, and we will take the opportunity to grab them, saving us a lot of trouble. Frieza smiled slightly. It's still King Frieza's thoughtfulness. Sob said with a smile. Whoops. The next moment, Frieza was in front, Sob and Doria were on his left and right, and a dozen younger brothers behind him flew quickly towards a village in the southeast. After a brief silence, Tabel pressed the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. Diddy-dee! Suddenly, 7 shining dots appeared on the radar. Brother, look, the Dragon Ball radar has reacted. Tabel said to Vegeta. Vegeta leaned over and looked at it, and smiled. I didn't expect that this kind of technological level can be made on Earth. There are 2 dots next to each other over there. I'm afraid Frieza has already collected 2 Dragon Balls, right? Yes, that's right. Tabel nodded. Let's go separate and look for the nearest Dragon Ball. Vegeta suggested to Tabur. Don't worry, the Dragon Balls can only grant a wish if you get together 7, and I'm afraid Frieza doesn't know the spell to grant a wish. Even if he gets the Dragon Ball, it's useless. Tabel smiled lightly and said confidently, I have a way. We can find a Dragon Ball at random, and then hide the Dragon Ball, and there is no way for him to be in a hurry. What do you say? Do you need spells for Dragon Ball to grant wishes? Vegeta was stunned for a moment, and quickly asked, what spell, you know? I don't know. You may have to need Nemesis language. Tabel shook his head, his heart moved, and quickly asked the system, will you be that Mizing language? The system can do everything, and the system universe is the first. The system said very arrogantly. So, you'll help me get my wish? Tabel asked excitedly. Yes, the host, the system can teach the host how to summon the divine dragon in the Namex language, and can also fulfill the host's wishes. The system answered. Beep. At this moment, Tabur's detection flashed a value. Someone is coming, and the combat power is around 32,000. Tabel said suddenly. Tabel was a little surprised, and I didn't know whose combat power would actually reach more than 30,000. Could it be Dodoria? The combat strength of this goods had reached more than 20,000 more than 20 years ago, and after all these years of cultivation, it should be about the same as 30,000. Combat strength 30,000 too. Vegeta let out a sinister smile, and at the same time the corners of his mouth also hooked an evil arc. Today, although Vegeta's combat power is only 18,000, he will double his fist, that is, the Realm King Fist. If he casts a 6-fold Realm King Fist, his combat power can reach nearly 100,000, and it is really easy to deal with a guy with only 30,000 combat power. In the next moment, Chuda's figure had already appeared in front of Tabel and Vegeta. After seeing Chuda, Tabel was obviously stunned, and his face was full of stunned. Chuyi? Is this guy immortal? Tabel was a little surprised. It's not Chuyi, he's Chuyi's brother Chuda. Vegeta explained. Tabel breathed a sigh of relief, he thought that Chuyi was resurrected. Hey? Who is that kid? After Chuda appeared, he glanced at Vegeta, and then at Tabur, feeling that Tabel was a little familiar, but he didn't know who he was. However, after seeing the combat strength value of Tabel, Chuda smiled proudly at that time. Ha 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 ha, a guy with only 5,000 combat strength, dare to come here to make fun. Chuda smiled how happy he was, and then said to Vegeta, Vegeta, you are really interesting, bringing such a low combat scion to name Sing. However, the average combat effectiveness of scions is about 5,000, right? Humph, Chuda, you can say 2 words less nonsense. Vegeta snorted coldly. Phew. When Chuda was just about to reply, he suddenly noticed a flame of light shooting in his direction. Bang! The next moment, the detector that Chuda was carrying in his eyes exploded on the spot. It was none other than Tabel who attacked Chuda. Tabel knew very well that the detector Chuda was wearing would have a certain monitoring effect, and the conversations on his side would also be transmitted to Frieza's ears. If Frieza knew he wasn't dead, I'm afraid he would come to him immediately. Tabel believes that with his current fighting power, it is still a little early to fight against Frieza. This time, the main purpose of Tabor to come to Namekiss is to get the Dragon Balls together, and then summon the Divine Dragon to fulfill the desire to upgrade the system. When the upgrade of the system is successful, it is a big deal to find a place where there is no one to cultivate for a while. You can transform into a Super Scion, and it is not too late to come back and beat Frisia. Wild monkey, you dare to do something to me, I will kill you. Chuda rubbed his eyes and became furious. While saying this, Chuda's big hand was also aimed at where Tabal's body was. Bang! The flames of light in Chuda's hand flashed, and a ball of energy shot straight to Tabur's position. Snap! Tabal didn't mean to dodge, and when he saw that the energy ball was about to fall on his body, he saw his brother Vegeta snort coldly, and then flew up and kicked the energy ball like a football on the spot. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Karite. Chapter 062. Chude, your opponent is me, you must clearly distinguish the main and secondary. Vegeta shouted coldly and pointed to his nose. Chuda smiled coldly, looked at Vegeta, and snorted coldly, Vegeta, you are really confident enough, but I know you very well, your combat power is only about 18,000, right? Do you know what my combat power is? 30,000. Vegeta replied with a smile. Wrong, it's 30,000 too. Chuda sneered. Is it? It's a pity that your detector is broken. Otherwise, you would be very surprised if you saw my combat power value. Vegeta smiled softly, and when he said this, his breath burst out on the spot. At the same time, Vegeta directly unleashed the double punch. Suddenly, Vegeta's combat power jumped from 18,000 to 36,000. You, tell him, what is my current combat strength? Vegeta pointed at Tabal and ordered, and after saying this, he deliberately squeezed his eyes at Tabal. Vegeta is still very shrewd, he knows that Tabal does not want to reveal his identity, so he treats Tabal as a younger brother for the time being. Oh, His Highness Vegeta's combat power is now 36,000. Tabal smiled in understanding, and pressed the detector to report the combat strength value. What? Combat effectiveness 36,000? Little monkey, are you bluffing? After Chuda heard this, his face had already changed color. Oh? If you don't believe it, you can take a look. Tabal smiled softly, took the probe off, and threw it to Chuda. After the system modification, Tabur's detector will not be monitored by Frisia's people, and there is no need to worry that Frisia's people will find out. Humph! Chuda snorted disdainfully, and took the detector and put it on. Beep! Soon, Vegeta's combat power jumped out. What? 36,000? It's true? Chuda's body trembled violently, and the whole person was not very calm. Take a good look, it's only 36, do you think this is my limit? Vegeta smiled coldly and threw a triple punch. Beep! Suddenly, Vegeta's combat strength also soared from 36,000 on the spot to 54,000. Chuda's eyes were about to fall out, and his whole body was trembling with fear. How about Chuda? Isn't it helpless? Isn't it scary? Vegeta sneered, I love watching your toad's face distorted with fear. After saying this, the corners of Vegeta's mouth hooked an arc, and he was ready to destroy the other party. Wait! Wait a minute! I have something to say. Chuda quickly waved his hand and said with a look of horror. If you have any last words, just say them. Vegeta smiled. Ugh! Chuda laughed from his nose, and then his body shook, and suddenly appeared behind Tabal. The next moment, Chuda's big hand was already aimed at the tablespoon, and his face was full of pride. Vegeta, you'd better not move, if you move, this little brother of yours will be in big trouble. Chudexiao was so happy that there was a flame of light in his hand. In Chuda's opinion, Tabu was just a scion inferior warrior with a combat power of only about 5,000, and it was too easy to kill him. What do you want? Vegeta asked with a smile. Let me take him away, and when I leave safely, I will naturally release him. Chuda said coldly. Okay, whatever you want. Vegeta shrugged his shoulders and readily agreed. Seeing that Vegeta agreed to his request so happily, Chuda was a little unable to adapt. According to the normal script, Vegeta should have asked for everything, and even found a way to save his companion. As a result, Vegeta actually agreed. Brother, you are really not close to people at all. Tabble said with a smile. Wild monkey, who made you talk? Yes? You want to die, don't you? Chuda shouted sharply, disgusted that Tabble had spoken without his consent. Do you have the ability to kill me? Tabble grinned. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. The sound of the system sounded continuously, increasing the combat effectiveness by 3,000 at a time. Tabble is now a little confused by this system, and simply doesn't care so much. Tabble, don't do it, he's mine. Vegeta hurriedly said, for fear that Tabble would make a move and give Chuda a second at once. What? Tabor? After hearing this name, Chuda immediately became a bitter melon face, and his body also trembled violently because of fear. Even, the cold sweat on Chuda's body soon soaked his body. I think back then, who didn't know the prestige of Tabor, who didn't know? 25 years ago, Tabble's combat effectiveness had far surpassed his own, and he even beat Iser in the face. Now that more than 20 years have passed, this little prince's combat power may have reached an extremely terrifying level, right? Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. Host, this time it's the combat power sent with a delay, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Tabble smiled, it's good to have a system, and unconsciously increased his combat effectiveness by 3,000, and now his basic combat power has reached a high of 98,000. This one. This is a misunderstanding. I just came to make soy sauce. Chuda snorted violently for a while, and then plopped and knelt down. The bold words that he put down in front of Frisia before were also gone in the face of absolute strength. Boom! Vegeta would not be merciful, and immediately rushed to Chuda's face, and a huge impact flashed in his hand, and he annexed Chuda at that time. It seems that Vegeta is afraid that Tabble will give him a head start. Ugh! Chuda turned into the dust of the universe, leaving nothing behind. Humph, it's really enjoyable. Vegeta smiled. I won't rob you again, let's see if you are in a hurry. Tabble also smiled slightly. Who knows if you'll suddenly make a move, it's called starting first. Vegeta replied with a smile. It is estimated that your combat power has been detected by Frisia and them, and you should quickly hide your combat power now. Tabble said. P.S. Thanks to Little Q for tipping again. Accumulated 688 tips. The early morning update comes here first, and there are 7 chapters left during the day. Ask for your tips. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read: bookmark, recommend, share. Carite. Chapter 063. Vegeta nodded solemnly, and then tried to reduce the combat power to about 5,000. Okay, let's go. Tabble said, as long as Frisia doesn't come, everyone else is a little shrimp. Dodoria, who was flying in the direction of a small village in Namesing, shivered coldly. This small action was just keenly captured by Frisia. What's wrong? Dodoria? Frisia asked with a smile. Chuda died, easily destroyed by Vegeta. Cold sweat broke out on Doria's face. Oh? How much is Vegeta's combat effectiveness? Frisia smiled slightly. I believe he has greatly improved, right? It is estimated that there are many receipts on Earth. Finally, it shows that Vegeta's combat power is 54,000, said Doria quickly. It's just 54, I thought how tall it was. Frisia smiled coldly, and his triangular eyes narrowed. Don't worry, you have grown a lot over the years, as long as you exert all your strength, you can still deal with him. Yes, King Frisia. Dodolia replied respectfully, her face regaining a little confidence. King Frisia, are we going to capture Vegeta? Sob asked from the sidelines. No need, our main task now is to collect Dragon Balls. I believe Vegeta is also for this purpose, so that his dependent brother can be revived. Frisia sneered, when he almost collected the Dragon Balls, I just snatched them in the past, which just saved me a lot of trouble. The group no longer paid attention to Vegeta, but continued to fly in the direction of a certain village of the name Siens. Tabul, where are you going? Vegeta followed behind Tabul and asked with some puzzlement. You'll know when you go. Tabul smiled mysteriously. As before, you still like to play mystery. Vegeta smiled softly, and then added, also, I'm sorry to destroy your detector just now. Before Tabul gave the detector to Kaihud, Vegeta made a big move, and Chuda disappeared with the detector, so Vegeta said so. I can't rely on the detector for everything, since I also went to Earth, I also have to learn the method of sensing Chi as soon as possible. Tabul turned around and smiled at Vegeta, so you don't have to say anything more about the detector. The method of sensing Chi, Vegeta was silent for a moment, and suddenly pointed to the direction not far ahead. Tabul, you are good at sensing induction, are there many people in that direction? Tabul had already comprehended the method of sensing Chi, and when he heard Vegeta say this, he quickly tried to sense it for a moment. Sure enough, Tabul sensed that there was a position in front of him, and there were more than 30 people who reacted with their breath. I have to say that this trip to the Earth, the tower has gained a lot, at least learned to sense the existence of Chi. In addition, there is a system in Tabor's body, so to speak, a detector that can detect any corner of the planet. System, do you see if there is an aura reaction over there? Tabul asked the system, confirming his induction. Back to the host, 30 kilometers ahead, there are 35 people who react with the breath, the highest combat strength is 1015, and the lowest combat strength is 300. The system gives the answer. Well, I also sensed that there are about 30 people over there. Tabul nodded at Vegeta. Go check it out? I think it should be the village of the Nemesis, there will definitely be Dragon Balls. Vegeta said with a smile. Brother, don't worry, the matter of Dragon Ball will come to an end. Tabul grinned, but did not mean to go to the village. Tabul, you still haven't told me what you want to fulfill by collecting Dragon Balls. Vegeta asked. After gathering the Dragon Ball, a total of 3 wishes can be granted. My wish is to make myself stronger, the remaining 1 wish is for you, and 1 wish is reserved for others. Tabul said very generously. What? 3 wishes can be fulfilled? How do you know? Vegeta asked in surprise. Hehe, I saw the relevant introduction when I entered the space-time tunnel and the different dimensional space. Tabor. You're an idiot, what's so good about just getting stronger? You should fulfill your wish for an immortal body. Vegeta did not doubt it, but continued to talk about wishes. So, you want to fulfill the wish of the immortal body? Tabul asked with a smile. Of course. Vegeta nodded. It's best not to fulfill this wish, this so-called immortal body, indeed will not die, but if there is no panacea, you will not recover, and that feeling that life is better than death, you should understand, right? Tabul said quickly. What did you say? Vegeta's face changed color. Also, for example, what kind of seal and other kung fu I use can seal you permanently, even if you are trapped inside, even if you don't die, what's the point? Tabul continued. Vegeta stopped talking, was silent for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, I want to fulfill my desire to become a Super Saiyan, this is always no problem, right? It's hard to say. Let me say what you wish. Tabal shook his head. The bodies of the two cut two arcs in the air and continued to fly forward. About 40 minutes or so, a towering mountain appeared directly in front of Tabal. On top of this hill, there is a round white house. Tabal looked over, and there was a smile on his face. This place is the residence of the great elder of name Seeing. Stop! Just as Tabra and Vegeta approached the great elder's residence, a nemesis calmly walked out from inside and shouted at the two. This person looks almost exactly like Bike, except that the clothes on his body are completely different from Bike. The person who appeared was the only combat type Nemex on the Namek, and his name was Niru. Vegeta was just about to get angry, but Tabal waved his hand gently, and then stepped forward and said politely to Niru, "This friend, allow me to meet the great elder, I have something important to talk to him." "Go back, the great elder won't see you." Niru replied lightly. "If the great elder doesn't see us, I think he will regret it." Tabal smiled slightly, "Your nemesis or even the entire planet, I am afraid that there will be a catastrophe soon, and only I can have the means to save your people. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Carite. Chapter 064. What did you say? Niru's face changed color. "Okay, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it, if you don't see it, I'll leave right away." Tabal smiled. "Niru, let the two of them in." At this moment, an old voice came out of the room. "Yes, Grand Elder." Niru quickly bowed respectfully and answered. And under the leadership of Niru, Tabor finally met the great elder of Namex. This guy is really big enough, and Tabal feels like the other party is a big mountain, at least nearly 3 times taller than himself. In addition, the great elder's body was also a little fat, giving people the feeling that after giving birth, the swelling had not subsided. "The two are scions, right?" The great elder looked at Tabor and Vegeta, and although he looked very old, his eyes were like a torch. "Yes, Grand Elder." Tabal nodded. Over the years, the scions have been fighting everywhere and killing indiscriminately, which can be said to be somewhat notorious. The great elder let out a long sigh, and then looked at Tabal and said, "However, I can sense the innocence and kindness in your heart, and the one behind you, although he looks evil, but at least has a little goodness in his heart." "Thanks for the compliment." Tabal smiled, and then said squarely, "Great Elder, I don't go around in circles anymore, let me introduce myself first. My name is Tabal, I am the little prince of the Scion, and this is my brother Vegeta. We are here for the simple purpose of hoping that you can give us the Dragon Ball on your head and we will keep it for you. I know you must be here for Dragon Ball." The great elder nodded, but did not immediately agree, and then said, "Tell me your wishes." "I know, the Dragon Ball of Namex can fulfill 3 wishes, the first 2 wishes I don't want the great elder to come and ask, and the last wish I can tell the great elder." Tabal smiled and said, "That is, everyone except Frisia will be transferred to Earth, so that the Nemesis can escape the fate of being exterminated." "Earth? Why go to Earth?" the great elder asked. "Because there is also a Nemesis on Earth." Tabal smiled slightly. "What? There is also a Nemesis on Earth? Could it be?" After a short silence, the great elder suddenly remembered something, and said with a smile, "That's right, he should be Katez's child, but I didn't expect that he had successfully arrived on Earth." Tabal smiled slightly and did not answer. "Well, I promise you, I can give you the Dragon Ball, I hope you can fulfill your promise." As the great elder spoke, he took off the Dragon Balls placed on the seat behind him and handed them to Niru. Niru sent the Dragon Balls to the tower. Tabal was not polite and took the Dragon Ball and put it in the hands of his brother Vegeta. "Is this Dragon Ball? It's big enough." Vegeta looked at it curiously. "One more thing, Great Elder." Tabal did not leave immediately, but looked at the great elder with a smile. "Scion little prince, what else is going on?" The Great Elder asked. Great Elder, I think you should have sensed it, right? How terrifying is the man who appeared on your planet? His name is Frisia, known as the Emperor of the Universe, and his family is very powerful. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that with my brother's current strength, I am not his opponent at all. Tabul, Vegeta, I can sense that there is a lot of potential energy in your body. As long as you play it well, you may be able to defeat that Universe Emperor. The Great Elder said, but did not mention the words that could help Tabul or Vegeta tap their latent energy. Tabor can also understand the approach of the Great Elder. The Great Elder only likes Sun Wukong or Sun Gohan, who is innocent and kind-hearted, similar to himself or his brother Vegeta, because there is some evil in his heart. I am afraid that he does not disdain to tap the potential energy for himself. Just when Tabul wanted to ask the Great Elder to help tap his and his brother's potential, he saw the Great Elder's body tremble violently. Great Elder, what's wrong with you? Niru hurriedly asked. Yes. It's Dandy they. That village of theirs is having, the Great Elder said, tears almost falling. Obviously, the village where Dandy is located is being slaughtered, and the initiator of this matter is naturally Frisia and his gang. Great Elder, let me go and save them. Niru said anxiously. Niru, that Cosmic Emperor Frisia is very powerful, we can't be his opponent, even if it is these two scions, I'm afraid it is far from it. The Great Elder shook his head, dandy them, I can only wish them a natural appearance. Great Elder, Niru hung his head, unable to say anything. It's just a pity that Dandy is the best dragon successor of our nemesis, the Great Elder also sighed, but he was helpless. Great Elder, I think I can try, I may be able to save that Dandy. Tabul smiled slightly and said to the Great Elder. Little Prince Tabor, I understand your kindness, but the one named Frisia is too powerful, I think you are probably not his opponent. The Great Elder shook his head, I don't want to watch innocent people sacrifice for Dandy. Great Elder, I just want to save him, not to fight Frisia, these are two different things. Tabul grinned and said to the Great Elder. So, Prince Tabor already has a way. The Great Elder was stunned for a moment and asked. There is a way, I don't think the problem is big, I am 90% sure. Tabul replied. That. Then Dandy pleases you, little Prince Tabul. The Great Elder nodded quickly, and then beckoned to Tabor, little Prince, you come over first, let me see. Okay. Tabor, led by Niru, came under the seat of the Great Elder. Please don't move. Niru said. Tabul nodded slightly, he knew that the Great Elder was probably going to improve his hidden combat power for himself. Sure enough, the next moment the Great Elder put his big hand on Tabor's head. Little Prince, I can stimulate your latent energy and let your combat power be used to the extreme, the Great Elder finished speaking, and then fell silent. After a full 10 seconds of silence, the muscles on the Great Elder's face jumped, and he said to Tabul with some helplessness, Ahem. The Little Prince of Tabor. This. P.S. 6 more chapters today. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read bookmark, recommend, share. Carite. Chapter 065. Great Elder? What's wrong? Do I have a lot of potential energy? Isn't it bad to be stimulated? Tabul quickly asked. Ahem. I'm really sorry, little Prince Tabul, the Great Elder looked bitter and muttered, and then said seriously, I also said it bluntly. The potential energy of His Royal Highness the Little Prince. I'm sorry I can't get excited and I can't help you more. What? You mean? Don't I have potential energy? Tabul didn't know what to say, and his eyes widened suddenly. Tabul came to Namex this time. On the one hand, he wanted to find the 7 Dragon Balls to realize the desire to repair the system failure, and on the other hand, he wanted to stimulate his potential energy through the Great Elder. It's just that what makes Tabble a little unhappy is that it seems that he doesn't have a little potential energy in his body. System, what's going on? Tabble questioning system. The host's energy is endless, so how can the Mexian help the host stimulate potential energy? Only the old realm king god from a long time ago would stimulate the supreme potential of the host. The system responded. What? You mean, I have too much potential energy? Can't be stimulated? Tabble understood the system's words, and then the dirty face of the old realm king god appeared in his mind. Is it the only product that can unleash your potential? It seems that there is a chance to find a way to go to the realm king god realm. Yes, host. The system answered. Tabble breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he thought he was a waste firewood, but the system turned out to be a different statement. Hey? Wrong. I seem to have made a mistake. Just when Tabble was slightly balanced in his heart, the great elder said in surprise. What's wrong? Tabble was stunned for a moment and asked. It's not the little prince, you don't have latent energy. B. It's that your potential energy is too great. At my current level, it can't be stimulated. The great elder shook his head and sighed, what a terrifying energy. If it is all stimulated, I think that Frisia of the universe will be easily destroyed by you. What did you say? Vegeta was anxious on the side, and asked with some surprise. Because, Vegeta seemed certain from the words of the great elder that Tabor seemed to be the best candidate for that Super Saiyan. Great elder, let's say these words later, I have to hurry up and save Dandy now. Tabble hurriedly said, also, trouble the great elder to help my brother tap the potential energy. No problem, Dandy pleases you, little prince. The great elder nodded slightly, I have teleported Dandy's appearance into your mind. Tabble smiled slightly, and then walked quickly outside. Just as Tabble was about to leave, Vegeta chased after him from behind. Tabor, I'll go with you. Bae said solemnly. No, I'll go and come back. Tabble smiled. If you die, my father will blame me if you don't get it right. Vegeta said. Don't worry, let the elder improve your combat effectiveness first, give me half an hour, if I don't come back within half an hour, it's not too late for you to go over and find me. Tabble smiled and patted Vegeta's shoulder. Okay. Vegeta nodded slightly. Hey! Tabble stopped being verbose and flew in the direction of Dandy's village according to the position the system said. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. Less than 3 seconds after Tabble flew away, he heard the sound of the system giving combat power suddenly sounded. I'll go to the system, you really delayed long enough this time. Tabble teased. The system also seems to know that it has a lot of problems, so it simply does not explain it. Pretend to be successful, get 1000 combat power. And Tabble smiled, anyway, the combat power gifted, don't do it in vain. Today, the combat power given by the system has reached 100,000. Tabble can also withstand the 7-fold Realm King Fist, and the overall combat strength has reached 700,000. It's just that 700,000 combat power is better to say against Frisia in an ordinary state, but as long as Frisia makes the first change, it will be difficult for Tabor to be his opponent. It seems that before becoming a Super Saiyan, it is more appropriate to go to abuse as little as possible. Tabble continued to march at a rapid pace, but his combat power had always remained around 5,000, not very high, not very low, belonging to the kind of medium-level warrior. About 15 minutes or so, Tabor finally arrived at Dandy's village. There were already several nemesis lying in the village, apparently trying to resist the invasion of the Frisia Legion, and they had already died unfortunately. Tabble looked around and happened to see Frisia sitting on the flying machine. It's just that Frisia didn't see Tabor, because at this time Tabble had already reduced his breath to a minimum. These people in the Frisia Legion are similar to the Scions, they all use detectors to capture the position of their opponents, and when Tabble lowers his aura to 0, they will have a hard time detecting his presence. Doria, what are you thinking? Frisia saw Dororia frowning there and thought about the question, and couldn't help but ask. King Frisia, there was a guy with a combat power of about 5,000 before, and suddenly disappeared. Not sure how it is. From the data of the probe, this guy should be a scion, and the scion who is with Vegeta. Oh? Is it? Frisia smiled disdainfully. 5,000 combat strength, do you also have to take it to heart? No, King Frisia. A quarter of an hour ago, this man was flying in our direction, but when he approached us, he suddenly disappeared. Doria explained, and pressed the detector continuously. Maybe he just wanted to come and spy on King Ben's honor and ignore him. Frisia smiled dismissively. Oh. At this moment, an older nemesis, the elder of this existence, suddenly let out a cry, attracting the attention of everyone present. Bang bang! The next moment, I saw this nemesis elder with 10 fingers of light flashing, hitting the detectors of everyone present one by one. With a bang, all of a sudden, the detectors of Frisia and everyone else were destroyed by this elder. P.S. There are 5 more today, wonderful, continue, please reward. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Carite. Chapter 066. Humph, insect trick, do you think this attack of yours can affect us? Doria rubbed her eyes and said with a look of disdain. No, his target is our detector. Sob reacted suddenly. Doria was furious, and he wanted to kill the elder on the spot. Frisia waved his hand gently, signaling Doria not to make a move first, and then looked at the elder with interest, and said with a smile, your heroic performance is indeed commendable. I cannot pursue the matter just now, of course, the premise is that you have to tell the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. Humph, don't dream, we won't say it. One of the middle-aged nemesis shouted angrily. Well, I saw those 2 children just now, and if you don't say it, I'll have to kill them. Frisia said with a smile. What did you say? The faces of the 6 nemesis changed colorfully. How? If you hand over the Dragon Balls, I can forgive them. Frisia smiled slightly. Okay, I'll hand over the Dragon Ball. An older nemesis took a deep breath and said helplessly. Soon, one of the middle-aged men went to the room, took out a Dragon Ball, and reluctantly handed it to Sob. If you know this, why sacrifice in vain? Frisia asked contemptuously. You can go. The older nemesis said coldly. Now, you tell me where the next Dragon Ball is. Frisia asked with a smile. Do you think I'm going to betray my companion? The elder shouted angrily. Okay then, I'll have to kill you and those 2 kids. Frisia smiled softly, with a playful look on his face. You, the elder and the other nemesis were furious, like a great enemy. Wait, wait, wait. Just as Frisia was about to make a move, Tabble suddenly appeared and waved his hand to this side. Everyone was stunned and looked at Tabble, who appeared out of nowhere. Scion? He is a scion. Doria hated the scions when he saw them, thinking that what happened to planet Vegeta back then was still fresh in his memory. Oh? It's really a scion, it won't be that Vegeta's henchman, right? Sob glanced at Tabble and asked with a smile. Scion, do you have something going on? Frisia also looked at Tabble with interest and asked with a smile. Tabble thought he was lucky enough that the elder of Namex destroyed their probes, so that they wouldn't recognize them at all. Tabble had changed a lot. He was only 4 years old when he first met Frisia, but now he was 29 years old, but on the surface he was about 18 or 19. Women are 18 changes, men are no exception. Yes, in Tabor, if he does not admit it himself, no one will think that he is the little prince he used to be. Moreover, everyone thought that Tabble was dead and died in space. I'm here to save people, face. Tabra said with a smile. Oh? You said you came to save people? Who do you want to save? Frisia felt that this scion was too interesting, so the smile on his face increased. Don't care who it is, you guys are trying to stop me anyway. Tabble said very arrogantly. As soon as these words came out, everyone laughed there, thinking that this scion was too interesting. Sun Fist. Tabble grinned, put his hands on the sides of his cheeks, and suddenly unleashed the Super Sun Fist in front of everyone. Ah! My eyes! Suddenly, everyone present immediately covered their eyes and wailed one by one. This move of Tabble, Super Sun Fist, belongs to group damage. For a while, everyone, including Frisia, and even those few nemesis were no exception, their eyes were already temporarily blind. Tabble smiled. This Super Sun Fist given by the system is really good. He just found that several people did not notice his place, but they also followed the trick. Ugh! Tabble quickly came to Dandy's side and said softly, I'll take you to the Great Elder. Dandy was rubbing his eyes there, and beside him was the Elder of Namex, who was holding Dandy's hand. After hearing Tabble's words, the Elder, after a brief hesitation, quickly let go of Dandy's hand and whispered, Thank you, please. I'm sorry I can't save all of you, but I'll avenge you. Tabble whispered to the Elder. The Elder nodded slightly. Tabble said nothing more, and immediately pulled Dandy to leave the place. See you. Wild monkey, you don't want to escape. Dordaria was furious, and with a shake of his body, he appeared in front of Tabur, blocking his way to death. Tabble looked left and right. I'll go, this Super Sun Fist is easy to use, but the time to blind people is too short, right? Tabble found that almost everyone present had their eyes back to normal, including Frisia. That scion wild monkey, you really dare not a small dare to use such a despicable trick. Frisia narrowed his triangular eyes, and his tail behind him was also raised high, obviously already moving with real anger. As the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, he was toyed with by a scion little monkey, which made him can't help but think of the hateful guy in Tabble. Kill him! Frisia commanded to Dororia. Yes, Lord Frisia, I will repair him properly, and I will let him know that there is no good result in provoking us. Dordaria sneered. Sun Fist. Tabble grinned, put his hands on the sides of his cheeks, and once again unleashed the Sun Fist. Ah! Suddenly, there was another shout at the scene, and one by one they closed their eyes, and tears came out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tabor pulled Dandy and flashed quickly. After about 2 seconds, the vision of Frisia and the others had completely recovered, and Frisia was so angry that his forehead was bruised. What about people? Where did this wild monkey go? Frisia looked around. Where could he find Tabur's location without the help of the probes? To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Carite. Chapter 067. Tabble has long since flown without a trace. Find me, search me. Be sure to find this wild monkey for me. Frisia was furious. The soul is faint, unforgivable. Doria was also furious, looking around with his eyes for the location of Tabur. However, if you can't sense the chi, it is too difficult to search with your eyes alone. At this moment, Tabble had already taken Dandy to a hill not far away and hid, believing that it was impossible for the Frisia gang to find this side. Dandy, you can fly yourself, right? Tabble asked. You. Are you really sent by the Great Elder to save me? Dandy asked a little warily. Yes, my name is Tabble, you go to the Great Elder first, and I will give them another gift. Tabble grinned. What? Dandy was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Tabble was trying to do. Okay, go, use your fastest speed, go to the Great Elder, I will catch up with you soon. Tabble patted Dandy on the head in fear. Yes. Dandy no longer doubted, believing that this big brother should have been sent by the Great Elder. Ugh! Dandy took off into the air and quickly flew in the direction of the great elder. Tabble, however, narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the thunderous skies not far away. Found it? If you can't find him, you're dead. Frisia shouted angrily. If not for his wish, he would have destroyed the entire planet on the spot. The Frisia brothers present sweated like rain and quickly launched a carpet search. No need to look for it, I'm back. Tabble smiled softly and levitated high above Frisia and the others. Everyone immediately swept in the direction of Tabble, and one by one, their faces showed resentment. Scion Wild Monkey, you still know to come back? Isn't it clear to you that you can't escape anyway, right? Frisia was in a much better mood, at least to see the people of Tabble. Tabble nodded vigorously. You should know very well that even if you run away now, one day I will go to planet Vegeta to find you to settle the score. Frisia smiled softly, looked at Tabble and said. Oh, yes, yes. Tabble nodded again. Kill him. Frisia ordered. Wait, don't worry. Tabble smiled and waved his hand. Wild Monkey, if you have any last words, hurry up and say, King Frisia has no time to play with you. Doria sneered and looked at Tabble with a warlike expression. I came here to give you another taste of my sun fist. Tabble cracked his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Is this kid just here just for that despicable trick? Almost everyone present was startled and closed their eyes in a hurry. Frisia reacted faster, afraid that Taboo would take the lead, and immediately raised his hand, and the red flame of light in his hand went straight to the direction of Tabble. Ugh! Tabble smiled slightly, easily dodged Frisia's attack, and then put his hands on the sides of his cheeks. Seeing Tabble's signature move, those guys who opened their eyes and looked at this side were shocked at that time. Sun Fist! Tabble will not be polite and release the Sun Fist again. Then, taking advantage of the blindness of Frisia and the others, they quickly swept towards the distance. When everyone present recovered again, Frisia got up from the aircraft in anger. Unforgivable, this wild monkey! I will let him smash the corpse into 10,000 pieces. Frisia was a little shaky because he was angry, and his face was slightly pale. Immediately afterwards, Frisia looked around and saw a white light flashing in the direction of the left rear. Found it, over there. Frisia grimaced coldly, squinting and humming. After saying this, Frisia seemed to want to track it down himself. King Frisia, kill chickens with a cow knife? Please let the next go over and get him back and leave it at your disposal. Doria hurriedly took the initiative to ask. Go, remember, I'm going to live. Frisia hated that his teeth itched, and the trick of that sun fist was too shameless. No problem. Doria nodded, looked in the direction of Tabur, and quickly chased after him. Tabble deliberately slowed down this time, hoping that someone would catch up and destroy them one by one. At that time, only Frisia will be left, and Dragon Ball will be able to find a way to steal it. When he saw Dororia appear behind him, Tabble shook his head and smiled slightly. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. 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 Suddenly, the sound of the system sounded continuously, generously giving Tabble 5,000 combat strength. System, you delay. I still won't say it. Tabble smiled. Today, Tabor's combat effectiveness has reached 105,000. Wild monkey, you can't run away. Doria said loudly. Is it? Can you catch up with me? Tabble smiled and turned back to ask. Wild monkey, don't be proud, I know who you are, you're that Vegeta's henchman, right? Humph, a small miscellaneous piece with a combat power of only 5,000. Doria said with a look of disdain. Tabble didn't say any more and suddenly increased the speed of his flight. Dodoria was slightly stunned, but she didn't expect Tabor to be so fast. However, Dodoria was only stunned for a moment. He felt that although the speed of this wild monkey was fast, it was still a little worse than himself. Ugh! Doria also sharply increased his speed. In less than 3 or 5 seconds or so, Dodoria overtook Tabble and blocked his path. Wild monkey, you can't run away. Doria snorted coldly. Actually, I didn't want to run. Tabble smiled, stopped slowly, and looked at Dodoria with interest. What? You seem confident? Doria was slightly stunned. Yes, you should have died more than 20 years ago, but I didn't expect you to survive. Tabble said with a smile, but your luck is not so good this time. What did you say? Dodoria suddenly had a bad feeling. I mean, I can easily destroy you. Tabble smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Bookmark, recommend, share. Carite. Chapter 068. Now Tabble is far away from Frisia's location, and none of them have probes, so they can burst out with real combat power unscrupulously. Of course, against a Dodoria, he didn't even use the Realm King Fist, and he could easily kill him in seconds. Ha ha ha, little monkey, are you teasing me? Dodoria's eyes froze for a moment, and then he laughed loudly. I noticed you a long time ago, Vegeta's little henchman. The combat power is only 5,000. Is the combat effectiveness only 5,000? Tabor looked at Dodoglia with a smile. You seem to have forgotten who I am. How? Do I know you? Little monkeys? Doria asked rhetorically. At that time, you were directly scared to pee, did you forget? Tabble smiled, and while saying this, he slowly spit out his name. My name is Tabor. What? Tabor? When Dodoria heard this name, she almost fell from the sky, and her whole person was uncomfortable. Shhhh. The next moment, because of the fear of Doria's expression completely frozen, the body was completely involuntarily trembling. 3 seconds later, Doria suddenly thought of something and laughed. Oh? You don't seem to believe it. Tabble smiled. No way, you definitely can't beat Tabble. Tabble is dead, he has died in space, someone saw it with their own eyes. Dodoria said loudly. It's like telling the truth. Tabble chuckled and pointed his hand at where Dodoria was. Well, I'm too lazy to talk more nonsense to you, you can die. And at the same time as he said this, the flame of light in Tabor's hand was about to flicker out and kill Dodoria. Wait a minute. Dodoria hurriedly waved her hand. It seemed that he had already recognized from his movements that the person in front of him should be Tabble. If you have any words, go to the Yin Cao Dimension and talk to King Yan. Tabble's face turned cold. No, I'm talking about Frisia, you will definitely be interested. Dodoria hurriedly said. Say, give you 10 seconds. Tabble smiled. King Frisia is collecting the Dragon Balls, and when all the Dragon Balls are assembled, he will fulfill his wish for an immortal body, and at that time, he will no longer fear Lord Beerus, and he will be the first to destroy your Scion planet. A cold sweat broke out on Doria's face and she looked at Tabble warily. Is it? And then what? Tabble asked with a smile. I told you such valuable news, you should have released me. Dodoria said quickly. This kind of outdated news is useless to me. Tabble sneered. Hey? King Frisia, you are here? Do suddenly looked behind Tabble, his face changing color slightly. Okay, whether Frisia is here or not, but I know better than you. The tower has long known through sensing chi that there is not even a single hairy person behind him. I have to say that the Earth group still has a great gain for Tabor, at least he can gradually sense the strength of his opponent through chi. Boom! The flames of light flashed in Tabor's hand, and an impact cannon hit Dodoria's body on the spot. With a roar, Doria fell apart, already dead enough to die any longer. Destroying Dodoria with ease, Tabor soared into the sky and quickly chased in Dandy's direction. Meanwhile, in a luxury hospital on Earth. What? Tabel took the Dragon Ball radar? What does he mean? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled from the hospital bed. I think that Tabel wants to collect Dragon Balls so that he can fulfill some wish. Clin explained. I heard from the dead Scion before that Vic seems to be a nemesis, and if that's the case, as long as they find Nameki, they can collect 7 Dragon Balls and get their wish. He is so powerful, what wish does he want to fulfill? Sun Wukong asked with some curiosity. Clin shook his head, also a little dazed. And after a short silence, Sun Wukong suddenly said, I have decided, I want to go to Namex, I want to continue to fight with him. Gaku, don't be kidding. Clin and everyone present were taken aback. Gaku was put down by a move, and he was seriously injured. How could he fight with others? I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Sun Wukong lay on the hospital bed and said seriously, everyone is also a Scion, they can become so strong, I think I can too. Gaku, it's not me who hit you. I also listened to the two of them seem to be the princes of the Scions, the people are royal families, you are a commoner, or don't fight with the nobility. Clin persuaded bitterly. Clin, can you stop talking nonsense? Gaku, you can definitely do it, I support you. Bulma glared at Clin and said to Gaku. Hey? Bulma, you support me? Monkey King is a little confused. Yes, I think as long as you cultivate well, you will definitely be able to defeat the 2 Scions. Bulma smiled. Tabel soon caught up with Dandy. Dandy was startled at first, but only after seeing that it was Tabel did he breathe a sigh of relief. I'm about to go to the Great Elder's residence. Tabor said to Dandy. Well, thank you, Brother Tabor. Dandy nodded. At this moment, Tabel suddenly sensed a powerful aura that permeated from not far ahead. So strong. Tabel was stunned for a moment, and quickly asked the system to check the opponent's combat effectiveness. Combat strength 180,000. The system replied, Host, he's already outdone you. You are kind enough to say, hurry up and give me combat power. Tabel said with a smile. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. As soon as Tabel finished speaking, the system sent 1,000 combat power very generously. What about your delay? Or is it really giving me the combat power that I gave away for no reason? Tabel asked. Delay. Version issues, it's normal to have delays, the system replied. Tabel simply does not go to systems theory. This extremely powerful aura that appeared just now was none other than Tabor's brother Vegeta. The reason why Vegeta's aura became so powerful was naturally caused by the Great Elder activating his latent energy. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Karite. Chapter 069. Combat Strength 180,000. That's not a small amount. Moreover, Vegeta can now withstand the 6-fold Realm King Fist. However, although Vegeta's combat power has increased to 180,000, it is still a lot worse than Frieza. Judging from the plot of the original work, when Sun Wukong just arrived at Namex, his combat effectiveness was also 180,000, and later he recovered from serious injuries, and his combat effectiveness doubled. According to the calculation of doubling the combat effectiveness, it can reach 360,000. Sun Wukong could withstand 10 times the Realm King Fist at that time, so his combat power could reach 3.6 million. With such a high combat effectiveness, it is still impossible to deal with the third transformation of Frieza, and even Frieza's strength has not even been exerted. Tabel quickly arrived at the Great Elder's room. Sure enough, the Great Elder had just helped Vegeta tap the potential energy. Tabel, Thank you for keeping your promise and saving Dandy. The Great Elder expressed his heartfelt thanks to Tabul. Great Elder, Dandy's eyes were a little moist. Dandy, come to me. The Great Elder said. After Dandy walked over, the Great Elder immediately tapped out Dandy's potential energy. Dandy, our nemesis is facing a catastrophe, I hope this bit of potential energy of yours can get you out of danger. The Great Elder said in a deep voice. Great Elder, Dandy sniffed. Okay, Dandy, Great Elder, it's not time for life and death to come, so don't cry. Tabul comforted from the sidelines. Yes, Prince Tabor is right, we still have hope. The Great Elder nodded slightly. After a brief chat with the Great Elder, Tabul looked at his brother Vegeta. Old Bay, your combat effectiveness is so high. Tabul said to Vegeta. Humph, it's a pity that there is no detector, if there is a detector, I know how high my combat effectiveness is. Vegeta felt the surging energy in his body, and he felt how excited he was, and at the same time he was a little unhappy with Tabul calling himself Old Bay. I estimated that Lao Bay, your current combat power can be about 200,000, and if you display the six-fold Realm King Fist again, it can reach 1.2 million. Tabul smiled. 1 and 200,000. Vegeta's excited eyes were about to burst into little stars. Don't be happy too early, I don't know if you know that the Frisia clan will still transform. Tabul said suddenly. What? Transformation? Vegeta was slightly stunned and quickly asked. Frisia can change at least 3 times, and each time, the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved, and I think his first change can increase the combat power to more than 1 million. Tabul didn't want to make Vegeta too arrogant, and it would be sad if this cargo got his brain twitched and ran to fight Frisia. So Tabul had to greet Vegeta beforehand so that he wouldn't be too arrogant. What do you say? The first change can increase the combat effectiveness to more than 1 million? Vegeta's face changed color. And in the third change, the combat effectiveness can reach at least 100 million. Tabul continued. When Vegeta heard the news, she almost fainted. 100 million combat power. What a horrible number. Tabul, you're less there to scare people. You said that Frisia can transform into I believe, but you said that his third transformation can increase his combat effectiveness to 100 million. Which is pure nonsense. Vegeta shouted angrily, even if each transformation increases the combat power tenfold, your algorithm is completely unfounded. Old Bay, don't get excited first, the reason why Frisia appeared in his current state is because his combat effectiveness is too high, and he is worried that he usually leaks too much combat power, which suppresses his body to only about 500,000 combat power. Tabul explained, and when he changed in the third time, I think it was probably a demonstration of his full strength. Vegeta stopped talking, he felt like he had been hit hard. Don't be discouraged, Old Bay, as long as we can turn into Super Saiyan, Frisia is nothing at all. Tabul smiled at Vegeta and comforted. Really? Vegeta didn't believe it anymore. Trust me. Tabul nodded. Tabor, allow me to interrupt. The Great Elder coughed and continued, I don't know what plans you two have now, if you need us, please tell us your plan. Don't worry, in the next period of time, I will look for the remaining few Dragon Balls, and then take the opportunity to snatch Frisia's Dragon Balls and fulfill our wishes. Tabul explains, the first and second wishes are mine, and when my wishes are fulfilled, the third wish is to transfer everyone except Frisia to Earth. But how are you going to collect Dragon Balls? Dandy asked. I brought the Dragon Ball radar to detect the exact location of the Dragon Ball. Tabul took out the Dragon Ball radar and showed it to the Great Elder. Go, little Prince Tabor, Prince Vegeta, I wish you success. The Great Elder nodded, and then said in a deep voice, I hope you can collect the Dragon Balls sooner, because my lifespan is almost at its limit, and once I die, the Dragon Balls will disappear. Good. Tabal had long known that the great elder was dying, so there was nothing to be surprised about. In the next moment, Tabal said goodbye to the great elder and Niru, and left here with Vegeta. Old Bay, Frisia has now collected 3 Dragon Balls, we have 1 Dragon Ball here, and there are 3 more outside, we are not in a hurry, taking advantage of Frisia's lack of detectors, let's find a place to cultivate first. Tabal voiced his intentions. Cultivation? I've reached this level, I can't become a Super Saiyan yet, how else do I cultivate? Vegeta said unpleasantly. Because, what Tabal said about Frisia has 100 million combat power, which makes him feel the gap between himself and the other party. This gap is really not a little bit. I'll see if there's a way to make you a Super Saiyan Lao Bei, maybe there's really a way. Tabal smiled mysteriously, lowered his voice and said. What do you say? Can you make me a Super Saiyan? Vegeta's face was full of excitement and a little bit of skepticism. I said more than 20 years ago that if you and your father want to break through the limit, you must be angry. Anger is the secret of our Saiyan success. Tabal patted Vegeta's shoulder and said, let's go over there. Now Frisia has stopped, I guess because there is no detector, it is difficult to go anywhere else. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read: bookmark, recommend, share. Carite. Chapter 070. Good. Vegeta nodded. Boom. The 2 brothers turned into 2 streamers and soon disappeared. Meanwhile, after waiting for a while, Frisia and his gang found that Dodoria had not returned. Don't wait, Doria is estimated to have been killed. Frisia squinted and said. What do you say? Is Dodoria dead? Sob asked with some surprise. Humph, that Saiyan little monkey is very shrewd, I think he must have attracted Doralia's stupid pig to Vegeta's side, and Vegeta took the opportunity to destroy Dodoria. Frisia smiled gently, this is normal. Vegeta and Dodoria didn't deal with each other very much, they both looked at each other unfavorably. Vegeta saw that Dodoria was left alone, so he found an opportunity to destroy him. Sob's face slipped with cold sweat and he did not speak. Sob, you don't need to worry, if you transform, the strength is comparable to that of Kainu, a small Vegeta, who is not qualified to jump in front of you. Frisia glanced at Sob and comforted him by the way. Thank you King Frisia, if you hadn't trained at the beginning, you wouldn't have been able to reach your current strength. Sob quickly said respectfully. There is no need to say any more compliments, contact Kit immediately and ask him to come over. Frisia instructed Sabo, also, remember to ask him to bring more detectors. Kit? Yes? King Frisia, as for letting Mr. Kit come? Sob's face changed slightly after hearing Kit's name. I don't know why, I always had a sense of foreboding that there was a Saiyan who was thriving. Let Kit come, I need him. Frisia muttered, then said in a deep voice. Yes. King Frisia. Sob quickly responded, and then pointed to a younger brother, you go and contact Mr. Kit immediately. Yes, Mr. Sob. The little brother's face broke out in sweat and he muttered, Mr. Kit. That was Captain Kainu's teacher, and it was said that even King Frisia. They all spoke politely to him. It didn't take long for the younger brother to contact Kit and tell Kit about the situation. Kit immediately reported that it would take about 10 days to reach Namex. 10 days is 10 days, you look for villages separately, and once you find anyone alive, send a signal immediately. Frisia ordered, and then turned to Sabo, Sabo, be optimistic about your Dragon Balls, I think Vegeta must also want to take the opportunity to snatch my Dragon Balls. Don't worry, Your Excellency Frisia, if Vegeta dares to come over, I will beat him to death and let him know how good I am. Sob replied with a smile. The next moment, the Frisia Legion's men launched a search on Miji. It was also the luck of the Frisia Legion that they found the village where the Meganectic lived and successfully obtained the 4th Dragon Ball. In this way, excluding the Dragon of Tabul, there are only 2 Dragon Balls outside. Tabul, your bottom pipe doesn't work? I'm so angry, why can't I turn into a Super Saiyan yet? Vegeta asked angrily. It must work, it must be the wrong way for you to get angry. Tabur mused. What other way to get angry? Is there any basis for your approach? Vegeta was speechless for a while. In this way, you can imagine that you are beaten by a low-class warrior like Kakarot. Tabul said. This kind of boring fantasy scene, without a little basis, what is the use of fantasy? Vegeta snorted coldly. You can't become a Super Saiyan if you don't reach the limit of anger. Tabul shook his head and said. I can't be angry anyway. Vegeta hummed. In fact, Tabul can also understand his brother Vegeta. After all, as far as the current situation is concerned, Vegeta has become the highest combat power among the Saiyans after being improved by the Great Elder. Even Tabul's combat effectiveness is far inferior to his brother Vegeta. In this way, Vegeta has no comparison, and the difference between Frieza and Frieza is too great, which is not as realistic as in the original book. Moreover, Vegeta has now easily defeated Sun Wukong, and his arrogant mentality has returned, and he really doesn't know who to be angry with. Then forget it, Lao Bei, you cultivate and cultivate yourself, I also have to cultivate, maybe I will become a Super Saiyan one step ahead of you. Tabul smiled, knowing that it was impossible to count on his brother. Advanced Super Saiyans can be achieved smoothly without being angry, perhaps, it also requires a certain opportunity. You said you became a Super Saiyan one step ahead of me? Tabuli, don't joke, I know that your combat power is around 100,000, and you can perform 7 times the double punch. Vegeta smiled proudly, my combat power is now 180,000, even if it is 6 times the double punch, it is far higher than you. Old Bei, it's not me bragging, it's really not difficult for me to catch up with you. Tabul grinned. Is it? Then let me see, how are you going to catch up with me? Vegeta asked. Okay, don't talk about this, I'll cultivate and cultivate by myself first, what are your plans, Lao Bei? Tabul waved his hand, after all, he did not stimulate Vegeta too much. You have cultivated it yourself, I plan to take the opportunity to find the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Vegeta thought for a moment and said to Tabur. Okay, then you be careful, don't fight Frieza. Tabul instructed. Humph, it's verbose, I know. Vegeta snorted coldly, and then took the Dragon Ball radar, turned into a white light, and flew in the direction of one of the Dragon Balls. Tabul smiled, he had to get stronger, he had to find a way to surpass his brother first. By the way, the system, I remember that the dandy of the Nemesis can have healing skills, if I cast a Realm King Fist that exceeds my own multiplier on the spot, I can inflict serious injuries on myself, and then let dandy help me heal, won't my combat power be quickly improved? Tabul suddenly thought of this solution. Back to the host, no problem, this method works. The system responded. Okay, that's it. Tabul smiled slightly, first hid the Dragon Ball in his hand, and then returned to the Great Elder's residence. Tabul, you said you want to improve your combat effectiveness by treating you with dandy. The Great Elder was somewhat surprised when he heard Tabur's account. P.S. The update ends today, and 8 chapters are expected to be updated tomorrow. Ask for your tips. Thanks to the pro players for tipping 100 points. Thank you Gong Kao Long Life Star Sky for rewarding 100 points. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Karite. Chapter 071. Yes, Great Elder, once we Saiyans are resurrected from a near-death situation, our combat effectiveness will increase exponentially. Tabul explained simply. Sure enough, it's a fighting nation. The Great Elder smiled, and then ordered Dandy, Dandy, go and help little Prince Tabur. Yes, Grand Elder. Dandy nodded. Let's stay away so that people don't find out what's going on here. Tabble said. Dandy nodded. The next moment, Tabble and Dandy flew away from the scene and came to a no-man's land. I'm going to start, I'll ask you later. Tabble said seriously. Okay brother Tabur, I understand. Dandy was grateful to Tabur, after all, he had saved himself. Realm King Fist. 12 times. At that time, Tabble unleashed the Realm King Fist that he could not bear. Suddenly, a huge pressure rushed towards Tabor, and Tabor also felt that his body seemed to have reached its limit, and all aspects of his body's functions were passing rapidly. However, Tabble knew that he had not yet reached the realm of near death, and immediately gritted his teeth and spit out 3 words from his mouth, 20 times. Boom! Tabble's combat effectiveness is like riding a rocket, and it grows upward. At this time, Tabble's combat power had reached more than 2 million, and even because of that powerful aura, he blew away Dandy next to him on the spot. Haha! 20 times the Realm King Fist, Tabble was a little unbearable, and his body seemed to collapse all at once, and the whole person almost fell to the ground. Dandy, please. Tabble said weakly to Dandy. Well, brother Tabor, please wait, I'll treat you right away. Dandy quickly got up from the ground and healed Tabor. Not to mention, Dandy's healing skills were really good, and in less than 10 seconds or so, Tabble found that his body was completely fine. System, quickly tell me, how much combat power do I have now? Tabble could feel some changes in his body, and quickly asked the system excitedly. Back to the host, your combat power has reached 150,000. The system responded. 150,000. It's okay, it's much better than if you only give away 1,000 combat power at a time. Tabble said happily, and then nodded gratefully at Dandy. Dandy, I'm already fine, thank you, let's move on. Dandy also seemed to feel that Tabble had become stronger, and his face was full of excitement. 20-fold Realm King Fist. Tabble sent out a 20-fold Realm King Fist. Suddenly, Tabble felt that it was a little difficult to breathe, but perhaps because of the increase in combat effectiveness, Tabble was not as uncomfortable as before. On the contrary, Tabble felt that it would be no problem for the 20-fold Realm King Fist to stick to the last 3 or 5 minutes by himself. 25 times. Tabble continued to increase the multiplier of the Realm King Fist. This time Tabble was a little unbearable, 25 times too much higher. Bang! Tabble fell to the ground on the spot, gasping for air. Brother Tabor. Dandy hurriedly rushed up from behind a stone mountain and began to treat Tabor. After Dandy's treatment, Tabor found that his injuries healed quickly, and at the same time, his own energy seemed to have increased significantly. System, how much combat power do I have now? Tabble asked. Back to the host's combat power is 230,000. The system gave the answer, at the same time. Because the host's combat effectiveness has increased, the multiple of the Realm King Fist that can withstand has also increased accordingly, and now the host can easily withstand 10 times the Realm King Fist. One more time. Tabble said. Good. Dandy nodded. Tabble is really a little happy, although this cultivation method is a little painful, but it is much better than being beaten by Frisia in the future, right? I don't know how far I will break through if I continue to cultivate in this way. I wonder if I will directly transform into a Super Saiyan? Tabble didn't know about this, so he could only continue to cultivate according to the current method. I'm going to start. Tabble said. Yes. Dandy nodded and hurriedly ran behind the mountain to hide, because the aura released by Tabble was too powerful for him to bear. 20-fold Realm King Fist. Tabor once again cast the 20-fold Realm King Fist. Sure enough, after being able to withstand the 10-fold Realm King Fist, the time that the 20-fold Realm King Fist could withstand also increased a lot. 30-fold Realm King Fist. Tabble eventually fell under the ascension of the 30-fold Realm King Fist. Dandy rushes in to heal Tabble. Vegeta, who was looking for the Dragon Ball, suddenly sensed the change in aura on Tabble's side, and his face couldn't help but change color. That was the breath of Tabble. How did his breath become so powerful? Vegeta felt cold sweat oozing from his back, and the breath that Tabble had just released made him feel too terrifying. Could it be that Tabra is in danger? Just when Vegeta was about to go back to take a look, he found that Tabble had recovered again. Then, Vegeta sensed again, and Tabble's aura rose again, and this time it was more powerful. What's going on? What happened? Vegeta glanced at the Dragon Ball radar and found that the Dragon Ball was not very far away from him. As long as he gritted his teeth, he went to find the Dragon Ball first. After using the Realm King Fist for self-harm 3 more times, Tabbu's combat power had already increased to a million high level. System, you mean to say that my combat power has increased to 1 million? Tabble asked with some excitement. Yes, the host, 1 million combat power, and further up the system cannot give an accurate value. The system responded. My combat power has increased to this height, why can't I transform into a Super Saiyan? Tabble was a little puzzled. The host is relieved, the host transforms into a Super Saiyan, it's just a matter of time. The system gives the answer. Okay, keep going. Tabble said excitedly, he wanted to see how normal he could be. Brother Tabor. I really can't do it, I don't have much physical strength anymore, I have to rest for a while to treat. Dandy said apologetically. How long will you rest? Tabble asked. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read: bookmark, recommend, share. Carite. Chapter 072. At least you have to rest for hours, Dandy said with a wry smile. Tabor also thinks that although Dandy can be treated, it cannot be treated indefinitely, and treatment also requires physical strength. Then we'll rest. Tabble smiled slightly. After about 5 hours of rest, Dandy finally fully recovered his strength. Just when Tabble was about to continue cultivating in this way, Vegeta returned with 2 Dragon Balls. This is Dragon Ball from Elder Mocha and Elder Zacto, you. Did you kill them? After Dandy saw the Dragon Ball in Vegeta's hand, he quickly asked vigilantly. Humph, if you want me to go over and kill them now, I don't care. Vegeta snorted coldly. Don't worry, Dandy, my brother, he won't kill people at will. Tabble smiled. Dandy nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Tabble, what happened just now? Why do I feel that your combat power is improving rapidly, and then your breath suddenly decreases? What happened? Vegeta asked, puzzled. Quite simply, I thought of a way to quickly improve combat effectiveness. Tabble smiled slightly, and immediately told Vegeta his method. When Vegeta heard this, his eyes widened immediately. Will he heal? Why didn't you say it earlier? Vegeta also trembled, his face full of excitement. This. I also just found out. Tabble smiled. Okay, Tabor, hurry up and attack me, I'll also improve my combat effectiveness. Vegeta said quickly. What are you attacking for? Just use the Realm King Fist to seriously injure yourself. Tabble smiled slightly. You don't understand that, do you? After you are seriously injured and healed, the improvement you can get is limited, and if you are seriously injured by others, it may double or even triple. Vegeta explained. I'll go, and that's what to say. Tabble was a little surprised. Boom! The next moment, the 2 brothers no longer hesitated and unleashed a shock cannon at each other. The shock cannon penetrated the chest of the 2 men on the spot. Bang bang! Tabra and Vegeta fell to the ground one after the other, blood flowing from their bodies, and their vitality was extremely weak. Brother Tabor. Dandy treats Tabble first. Snap! However, at this moment, a crisp applause sounded from not far away. Tabble fixed his gaze, his face changing color slightly. Just now I was only concerned about improving my combat effectiveness, and I didn't sense the surrounding environment and breath, but I didn't expect someone to come, and I didn't find it. The man who appeared was none other than Sob. Vegeta, what are you doing? You and your little brother hurt each other? Sob asked a little puzzled. It was also a coincidence that SA happened to patrol the area. His eyes lit up, and he found Vegeta and Tabble who were attacking each other. Vegeta's face changed color slightly. He and Tabble were now very injured, although he had a strong fighting power, but it was a little difficult to fight. Tabble also frowned, and at the same time found that Dandy's body trembled because of Sob's appearance, and the treatment was suddenly interrupted. Dandy, treat me quickly. Tabble whispered to Dandy. Dandy nodded solemnly, and the light in his hand flickered. Bang! However, just when Dandy had just treated Tabble a little, Sob suddenly made a move. With a muffled sound, Dandy flew out upside down at that time, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Poof! Dandy spewed out a mouthful of blood, his face was extremely pale, and he was obviously already seriously injured, and if he didn't heal it quickly, he would hang up. Dandy can heal others, but he can't heal himself. I can already see that this little guy of that nemesis wants to heal your wounds, right? I don't know what you're doing this for, but I won't see you healed. A smile flashed on Sabo's handsome face. Tabble took a deep breath and stood up calmly. Not to mention, although Tabble's injury was not completely healed, after Dandy's brief treatment just now, at least part of the injury healed. Tabble felt that with his current physical state, it was more than enough to deal with a Sob. Oh? Vegeta's henchman, you stood up? You are not simple, you can stand up after such a serious injury, much stronger than your Prince Vegeta. Sob looked at Tabble with a smile, and the smile on his face was even greater. Sob, you really shouldn't have come here. Tabble shook his head and said. Oh? I shouldn't have come here? How can I not understand what you say? Sob asked with a smile. Because you found us, your life ends here. Tabble smiled lightly, and suddenly his figure shook and appeared in front of Sob. What? Sob was taken aback, and his face changed color. Boom! Tabble didn't mean to be polite at all, and immediately aimed at Sob's chest, and released a shock cannon. With a roar, Sob's heart was pierced by Tabble's shock cannon. Plop! Sob fell to the ground, green smoke coming out of his body. However, Sob was not dead for a while, and he looked at Tabble with some horror, a little unable to believe what was happening in front of him. A seriously injured scion can actually give himself a second at once. Sob feels strange when he thinks about it, and his pupils are a little constricted. You. Who are you, exactly? Sob asked in surprise. Oh, my name is Tabble. Tabor smiled and said his name. What? Tabor? Tabble, the little prince of the Scion? You're alive? Sob's body trembled violently, and then he jerked away. Although this was the first time Sob and Tabble met, Tabor's prestige had spread to all parts of the universe 20 years ago. Moreover, the tables of those years were already so raw, not to mention the current tables. Tabble snorted coldly, too lazy to talk more nonsense with a guy of Sob's level, and the light in his hand flashed, and Sob was blown to pieces on the spot. Sob died, and before he could even transform, he was easily killed by Tabor. After destroying Sob, Tabble's breathing also became rapid, and he felt that he was still seriously injured, especially if he destroyed Sob just now, which further aggravated his energy consumption and physical decline. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Bookmark, recommend, share. Chapter 073. Tabble hurriedly walked in Dandy's direction and pulled out the only fairy bean he had obtained from Sun Wukong. Dandy, you eat it quickly. Tabble shoved the fairy beans into Dandy's mouth. After Dandy swallowed the fairy beans, his eyes flashed, and his body immediately recovered. "Quick, help my brother treat first," Tabble said to Dandy. He knew that his brother was not lightly injured, and now he was in a coma. If he took another step, Vegeta would hang up. Dandy obediently came to Vegeta's side and performed healing techniques. Vegeta let out a long sigh of relief, got up from the ground, and silently felt the surging energy in his body. After treating Vegeta, Dandy quickly came to Tabble again to treat him. Not to mention, this time, because of the damage caused by mutual attacks, after Tabble recovered, he obviously felt that his energy had increased by more than 1 or 2 points, probably twice as high. In other words, if calculated according to combat effectiveness, Tabber's combat power has reached 3 million today. Pretend to be successful, get 1,000 combat power. 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 At this moment, a line of information about the increase in combat effectiveness suddenly flashed into Bull's mind. Tabble was used to this, and this version of the system liked to play delay, and he had to silently accept it for the time being. However, just increasing the combat power by 10,000, for the current to Bull, there is not much use. Pretend to be successful, trigger the Sky Thunder, please prepare. The sound of the system suddenly sounded again. I'm going to go and trigger the Sky Thunder? Tabble suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Sky Thunder is a good thing. Tabble has triggered Sky Thunder a total of 3 times, and each time the system has given away a lot of good things. The first time the Heavenly Thunder was triggered, the system presented the Realm King Fist. The second time the Sky Thunder is triggered, the system presents the Universe to Survive. The third time the Sky Thunder is triggered, the system presents Super Sun Fist. I don't know what good things will be given away by the system when the Sky Thunder is triggered this time. As soon as the voice of the system was finished, Tabble saw with his own eyes, and a red cloud appeared in the sky. The red clouds appeared a little abruptly, giving people the feeling that they appeared out of nowhere, without the slightest warning. Immediately afterwards, the red clouds became denser and denser, and arcs of electricity flashed above the sky. It was the first time Vegeta had seen a red cloud, and he had only seen a red lightning bolt from a distance on planet Vegeta before, but he had never seen such a thing. What is it? Is there going to be a problem with the planet? Tower's eyes froze, and his face changed color slightly. Dandy was even more frightened, and he didn't know the situation. Boom! Just when the two were a little surprised, a red lightning bolt with the thickness of a bowl fell from the sky, and at that time it gave Tabble a 5 thunder strike. Ah! Tabble shouted, red smoke rose from his body, and he crashed to the ground. And at the moment when he fell to the ground, the red arc of electricity kept jumping on his body. And he couldn't mention how cheerful he was. To Bull. Vegeta was in a hurry and hurried up. Tabble slowly opened his eyes, smiled at Vegeta, and said, "Old Bay, I'm fine." To Tabbour's relief, he could clearly see the concern in his brother Vegeta's eyes. It is said that Scions are cold-blooded animals, but Vegeta and King Bay's affection for Tabble gives him a real feeling. Tabble was an orphan in a previous life and had never had this feeling of affection. "What's going on?" Vegeta asked. "The devil knows what's going on? I seem to have lightning striking me every once in a while," Tabble said indifferently, "but fortunately, with my current combat strength and physical fitness, this thunder and lightning has no effect on me." "Yes, too." Vegeta nodded slightly, and his combat effectiveness had also increased significantly, from 180,000 to 500,000. System, don't play delay, it's all thunder, quickly tell me, what awesome skills are given away this time?" Tabble hurriedly asked the system. "This system has triggered the thunder calamity, why don't you hurry up to give away skills?" "Skill gifting," the system responded. "Uh-huh. Tabble nodded excitedly, not knowing what good things would be sent this time. However, after the system said this, it stopped speaking. Tabble has no choice but to wait patiently. This 0.98 version of the system is not generally unstable. Tabble, this is a good way to improve combat effectiveness, right? My combat effectiveness has at least doubled. Vegeta smiled slightly and said to Tabble with some smugness. I'm about the same. Tabble nodded slightly. Shall we continue? Vegeta grinned. He hadn't thought that there was anyone else in the world who would cure it so quickly. Dandy, you don't have a problem, do you? Tabble asked. Well, no problem, Brother Tabor. Dandy nodded. Okay, go ahead. Tabble nodded. His current combat power has reached 2 million, and he can still withstand 25 times the Realm King Fist. I really don't know what kind of results will be if he continues to cultivate. Boom! Vegeta and Tabble flashed with light in their hands, and once again they hurt each other. The two fell heavily to the ground, gasping for air. At the same time, Frieza waited for a long time near his spaceship, and suddenly found that fewer and fewer people came back, and there was a faint feeling of bad in his heart. You, notify Kit immediately and let him speed up. Frieza commanded to a younger brother. Yes. The little brother went to work. Soon, the younger brother returned and prayed, King Frieza, Mr. Kit will arrive at Namenex soon. Ugh! Just as the little brother's words fell, I saw a figure shake, and then appeared in front of Frieza. The little brother's eyes froze, and then he rubbed his eyes, a little unable to believe what he saw in front of him. Kit meets King Frieza. Kit bowed to Frieza. You're welcome, Kit. Frieza smiled softly, I'm really sorry to let you use teleportation. It's okay King Frieza, anyway, it only takes a month later, teleportation can be used again. Kit smiled slightly, in the service of King Frieza, using a teleportation is nothing. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Chapter 074. Frieza nodded in satisfaction. I wonder what happened to His Excellency Frieza asking Zay to come over so quickly. Kit asked, pulling out a small box from behind him, which contained a lot of detectors, and he handed it to you with his respectful hands. Frieza casually took the detector, put it in his eye, and pressed it. Bang! Just as Frieza pressed the detector exploded all of a sudden. Your Excellency Frieza, Your Excellency Frieza! Kit was startled, and his muscles couldn't help but jump. Nima came all the way to send the detector, who knew that it was a defective product. Tima can't be a person. Kit has decided to kill the little brother who gave him the detector on the spot when he gets back. Sure enough, when Kit looked again, Frieza's face had become a little gloomy. Your Excellency Frieza, I don't know that the detector is faulty, I'm really sorry, I'll catch the guy who checked the detector fault when I go back next time. Kit said this, and hurriedly handed over another detector. Frieza squinted at Kit, then reached out and took the detector and put it on his eye again. Then, Frieza pressed the detection button on the detector again. Bang! The detector exploded on the spot. Kit's expression froze at once. Nima, did you make a mistake? Bad one, how can the second one also be bad? Kit hates his teeth itching, people who don't know, I'm afraid they still think that they want to usurp the throne, right? Your Excellency Frieza, it's not like this, it's not like this. Kit was in a hurry and hurriedly knelt in front of Frieza. Get up, I don't blame you for this. Frieza said coldly. Kit became apprehensive and hurriedly responded, Your Excellency Frieza, in the next step, let the people in charge of the production of the detector be arrested and let you dispose of it. It has nothing to do with them. Frieza's triangular eyes shone brighter, becoming more and more gloomy. Your Excellency Frieza. You mean to say, Kit was a little confused. It turns out that there is a very powerful guy on this planet, powerful enough to make the detector explode. Frisia said with a cold face. What? Your Excellency Frisia, the detector brought over this time, that is the latest model, can completely detect 1,000,000 combat power values. Kit explained. What if the opponent's combat power has exceeded 1,000,000? Frisia smiled coldly, and the tale behind him was even higher. Hey? More than 1,000,000? Kit's face was startled, and then he smiled wryly. This. Unlikely, right? In addition to His Excellency's family, there is also me. Who is still capable of super combat. By the way, I didn't transform just now, not the detector I destroyed. Of course I know it's not you. Frisia sneered, then pointed to the northwest direction, and said to Kit, although the detector exploded just now, the moment it exploded, I saw a powerful energy reaction over there, you immediately go to see who it is. Just bring him over. Yes. Kit nodded, and then said very confidently, Your Excellency Frisia, rest assured, I will soon let him know what it means to have a sky outside the sky, and there are people outside the people. Frisia smiled and instructed the other younger brothers to continue searching the village. Kit flew quickly in the direction of Tabble and Vegeta. This can't be. Why is this? At this moment, Vegeta was shouting loudly in anger. Because. After Vegeta was healed by damage, his combat power increased to a maximum of 500,000, and then no matter how much he hurt, he couldn't improve his combat power after healing. In other words, Vegeta has not made any major progress since his combat strength reached 500,000. Tabble is completely different, and now he has been seriously injured twice, and his combat effectiveness is already close to 3,000,000. 3,000,000 combat power, 30 times the Realm King Fist, what is this concept? Although this combat power value is a bit outrageous, Tabble feels that compared to Frisia, it is still a little bit worse. Are you mistaken? Did you not treat me well? Vegeta tugged at Dandy's collar and questioned angrily. This. How aggrieved Dandy's Hitty is, treatment is good, where is there no good treatment? Lao Bei, don't worry first, we have a little problem. Tabble hurriedly persuaded. What problem? You say it for me to hear. Vegeta asked unpleasantly. We can't improve our combat effectiveness in near death, that only means that we have run out of this ability. Tabor replied, and he listened to the system. Listening to the meaning of the system, Vegeta's potential energy has been used up, and he can no longer improve his combat effectiveness by nearing death. Or another meaning is that Vegeta's current normal state has no room for improvement. What about me? Tabble hurriedly asked the system, not knowing how many more times he could improve. The ascension of the host never ends. The system answered. Tabble breathed a sigh of relief, his physique was still awesome. Improvement never ends. Can it be said that your potential energy is a bottomless pit? Yes, host, the potential of the host is limitless. The system answered. I said system, what about the gifted skills? You can't be struck by lightning in vain. Tabble quickly asked. Skills are being given away. Please wait a minute. I'm going, it's been an hour, why is it still being given? Tabble really didn't know what to say, which was like buying something he liked through a certain treasure in his previous life, and this thing was in such a mood when he was on the road through the courier. However, Tabble knows what he buys, but the key problem now is that he doesn't know what the system is giving away. When will it be delivered? Tabble urged again. Fast, fast, this skill is more powerful, it is the kind of skill that changes the physique, plus the version problem, so it is a little slow. It is also hoped that the host will be patient. The system responded. Change your physique? How do you plan to change it? Tabble quickly asked. The host will know then. The system answered. It's really mysterious. Tabble didn't ask more. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Philo Novel app. Chapter 075. Tabal went to comfort his brother Vegeta again, and at the same time said that he could not improve his combat effectiveness. Tabal clearly knows that his brother Vegeta's self-esteem is very strong, if he knows that he can also improve his combat effectiveness through self-harm, but he can't, it will make his self-esteem suffer a heavy blow. So Tabal thought about it, it's better not to tell his brother. And now Tabor's combat power has reached 3 million, and he can also cast 30 times the Realm King Fist. In this way, Tabal's combat effectiveness has reached a high of 90 million. However, if the official data revealed at that time was true, then Frisia's real strength should be at a height of 120 million. The combat power of Super Scions reached 150 million. Although Tabal has 90 million combat power, it is less than 100 million after all, and he is not Frisia's opponent. Vegeta had gradually calmed down at this time, and there was no way around it. Oh? Isn't this Vegeta, the wild monkey? There is also a henchman and a nemesis imp. What are you doing here? Kid had already appeared above the sky where the two were now, looking down at Tabal and Vegeta. Who is this guy? Tabal was stunned for a moment, not knowing the person at all. I saw that this person's appearance is quite peculiar, similar to a part of Captain Kainu, but there is an extra tail behind him. Looks are secondary, and Tabal is a little shocked that this person's aura is very powerful, and it has far surpassed Iser back then. He's Kit, Captain Kainu's master. Vegeta explained. Captain Kainu also has a master, this is the first time I've heard of it. Tabal smiled slightly. Don't underestimate him, it is said that he personally trained Aize back then, and it can also be said that he is also Aize's master. Vegeta said quietly. Isn't Iser the same as Frisia, belonging to the Frozen Demon clan? As long as it is frozen in ice, his combat effectiveness will continue to improve, does he still need a master? Tabra asked, puzzled. Energy and combat effectiveness can be improved, but combat skills need to be guided by the master. Vegeta said. Well, then I understand. Tabal nodded. Snap! Just as Vegeta and Tabal finished speaking, Kit fell from the sky and landed on one foot in front of Tabal and Vegeta. Kit is also the type of warrior who can only observe the opponent through his eyes, and he cannot sense the strength of the opponent's breath. In addition, because today's detectors can only detect combat power within 1 million, it is no longer useful. Prince Vegeta, I heard that you openly rebelled against His Majesty, didn't you? Kit said with a smile at Vegeta. Bah, what is blatant rebellion? We Scions have never obeyed Lisa. Vegeta snorted coldly. Hehe, you are right, it seems that since you Scions have the backer of Lord Beerus, you have indeed openly betrayed His Excellency Frisia. Kit smiled softly and said with a cold face. Cut. Vegeta rolled his eyes at the other and didn't reply. Vegeta, how do you want to fight? How about you two going together? Or are you going it alone with me? Kit smiled and asked with interest. No kidding, of course he's just watching the hilarity. Vegeta snorted coldly. Ha 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 ha, Vegeta, you really surprised me, you actually dare to fight with me alone? I think it was me, don't say it's me, even my apprentice Kainu, you were scared when you saw it. Kit chuckled, a look of disdain. You can talk about my sore spot, my mood is very unhappy, you really came at the right time. The corners of Vegeta's mouth curved slightly. Oh? Am I here at the right time? Kit smiled. Good, so I can vent the unhappiness in my heart. Vegeta said this, and suddenly raised his breath. 500,000 combat power, plus 10 times the Realm King Fist. Vegeta's combat power increased to 5 million at that time. Kit's eyes froze, and his body trembled slightly, although he could not sense Vegeta's strength, but he found with his own eyes that a faint white flame appeared on the surface of Vegeta's body. As the teacher of Ezer and Kainu, Kit knew that this faint white flame of light was a special kind of chi, and once it burst out, it was very powerful. It's a pity that the detector can't detect my combat power value anymore, right? Vegeta smiled coldly, and his body flew quickly in Kit's direction. Bang! Vegeta blasted past with a punch, hitting Kit in the abdomen on the spot. What? Kit snorted at that time, a mouthful of acid spewed out of his mouth, and the whole person's face was extremely pale. Tabble also saw with his own eyes that Kit's back showed Vegeta's fist marks, which shows how terrifying his brother's punch is, almost piercing Kit. Ah! Kit hissed, and then fell heavily to the ground. His body trembled violently a few times, and he almost fainted. Humph, it's so brittle, I thought how great Iser and Kainu's master was. Vegeta sneered, aiming his hand at where Kit's head was. That's impossible. That's not true. Why would a scion have such great combat power? Kit felt like he was really underestimating Vegeta and hated him for gritting his teeth. Humph, when you arrive at the Yin Cao Dimension, tell King Yan about my strength. Vegeta smiled softly, and then no longer had the slightest hesitation, and immediately bombarded the shock cannon in the direction of Kit. Boom! Suddenly, Vegeta's powerful impact cannon had completely swallowed Kit. Humph, am I getting stronger, or is Kit getting weaker? Vegeta smiled triumphantly. Old Bay, he's not dead yet, be careful. Tabble frowned, this Vegeta is not bad in all aspects, but unfortunately it is too arrogant, the person has not been killed, just pretended to open there. Just as Tabble's voice fell, Kit's figure had already appeared in front of Vegeta. Vegeta, do you think my Kit's strength is just that little? Then you are very much mistaken. Kit sneered, and his figure gradually appeared in front of Vegeta. Tabor fixed his eyes and saw that Kit had transformed. His changes were a little strange, his body was still the original body, but the muscles on the body had increased a lot, especially the arms and thighs, which were larger than before. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read bookmark, recommend, share,